Boys, it's fucking hot. Everything is terrible. It's hot in the stream room. It's hot outside. It's hot inside. I have not put the ACs in the windows yet because, like, it's not consistent enough to do so. But let me tell you, it's hot as fuck. It's a cool, calm, collected 83 in the stream room. It has cooled down to 87 outside, and I'm sweaty. I'm straight up, I'm uncomfortable. I haven't had this level of heat yet this year, and it's not in a good spot, if I'm being honest. Everything is uncomfortable. Everything's sweaty. It's humid as well. Like, it's general worst case scenario right now in terms of, like, outside air. Good news. I'm inside for the rest of the day now. We went outside and did some shopping and stuff today. Grabbed some stuff that we had to grab. Some stuff that we didn't have to grab. It was a beautiful day. Made some food, meal prepped a little bit. Had a good meal and then hopped on. But Jesus fucking Christ, this is terrible. This is fucking terrible. Also, another day, another Leon first in chat. What is up, my goat, Manny, Salve, Alb? Who else we got out there? Phoenix, wait. Wait. Braintown with a 170-day streak as well. And my lurkers, goddamn. Goddamn, good day, boys. I hope you're all having beautiful ones. So, 85 yesterday, nighttime went to 65-ish. Yeah, if nighttime goes to 65-ish, that'll be great. But, bro, it feels hard to talk. It's like the air is harder to breathe when it's this fucking hot, and I am a little bit more than mildly uncomfortable. Like, it's stupid out here right now. So, all things considered, could be worse. It could be absolutely apocalyptic. It could be 100 and humid, which it probably will be a few times this summer. But man, I'm not looking forward to it. If this is a preview of what we have to expect, then I am angry about this summer already. It seems like it's going to be a hot, dusty summer. And I don't mean doing hot girl shit. I mean, I am going to literally be fucking sweating all the time. You chatters need crit level 20 rings. Where are you getting level 20 rings? Someone had said Ben drop level 20 rings. Someone had also said that Sparkly Bee, Ben the Goat. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Kind of what I figured at this point was that I should just go hit up Big Ben. Because realistically, it wouldn't be too crazy a farm, but blue, green. Blue rings can't be crafted. Well, they can be crafted, but not at level 20. So basically, your options are blue level 15 rings, which have Vit and then 2 different secondaries on them, or level 20 green rings that have 1 singular stat on them and drops the Vit. So for me, I'm already tanky enough. I have more than enough healing. I have more than enough base HP. I have more than enough mitigation. I got everything that I need, right? So for me, I'm trying to chase down another one of these bad boys. 19 quit ring, crit ring. I have to farm my own stuff. I do appreciate the generosity, but I feel like my first character through, if I were to take handouts, it would diminish the value of the game so much. Not necessarily that the game's intended to be a solo self-found, but I feel like once the floodgates open, they kind of open. And I like for my first character just having the complete, like, 0 to hero feel of it. Where the fuck is Benjamin? What's his pat route? I know he walks on this road. Surely someone ain't kill my dog, because then we're gonna have a slight problem. I have to farm more. I sold so many. Oh, yeah. A lot of people sell those shits not even realizing that they're just disgustingly good. Because keep in mind, when it's early on and you are you know, not necessarily the tankiest, you're going to want that extra vitality. I pushed my HP up originally to like 430, 440. And then I just immediately started dropping because I was like, I'm too fucking tanky, not doing enough damage. Must figure this out. Ben so contested after relog perma. Really? What's his spawn point? That's crazy. When I was leveling, he wasn't conned at all. Oh, found him. Where does his spawn actually start? Just so that way I know the proper area to go to. Because I don't really want to be dependent on waiting for his dumbass to like pop around everywhere. Because he might take his sweet ass time every now and then. So ideally, first thing first, I'm not here for a while. I'm hoping it's a quick little gathering here. And then I just shit out a ring and then we're good. If I'm being honest with Ram, Fervor over crit, if I'm being honest. Like, I have so much force crit already. I mean, I guess maybe crit for abilities. But Fervor is just so good. Do I climb or demote today on League? I call a climb day. I call a climb day. Spawns near the road where the sparkly coyote is. Which is like back over this way, right? Bad news. Oh no. Oh no. Do you have to go outside? Also, Sins, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. How you been enjoying Forever? Loving it. Loving it. If I'm being completely honest. I have been having a ton of fun. Now, I still yearn for more multiplayer incentivization. I still yearn for content that really, like, forces us into group play. And in due time, I hope that those things do come out. But the core of this game is just a really good game. Just a really fun game, really easy to enjoy, if I'm being honest. That is honestly like the best way that I could describe it is easy to enjoy right now. It is incredibly accessible. It is very soloable, or you can play everything in up to a group of 4. There's just so much that they have going on here with fun content. Boss fights are fun. World exploration and mapping is fun. Just like figuring out where you're going, what you're doing throughout the world. I've just had so much fun, and I haven't even started to cook up other builds yet. Pook, what up, my friend? Dude, it's so fucking hot. I'm actually sweating already. Oh my lord. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Bro, I'm not meant for this warm weather shit. Although, I will say, this is gonna get me hydrated as hell. This is going to be a great day for hydration. But I also might piss my pants by the end of it. Dude, it's fucking warm out here.
Together.
Oh, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. I almost befriended a jumping spider earlier. One of the little guys. There was a little baby out while I was smoking, like one of the little tiny jumping spiders. And I tried to guide it outside. And it didn't want to go outside. So I tried to intimidate it outside. And I don't think it understood that I was trying to intimidate it. So, you know, it's slightly tragic, but you know, he'll be there. They'll size you up. Yeah, they just kind of vibe. He was just chilling, just existing. He's much faster than me. So, I don't really win that fight. Carla broke. Carla literally broke subless, watching ads constantly. Been a good game so far. Wasn't able to play games for like a year. Had surgery on my left hand. Oh my god. Wait, grenade. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Grenade, what the fwick? What the actual fweek? Grenade, thank you for the T3, dog. You were a fucking legend. I appreciate you. Do I get my Prime back? If you convert a Prime to a T1, then it turns into a T1 starting next month when your Prime expires, and then your Prime gets converted back. You've never had a T3 sub. I think she's lying to you. I think that's actual cap. My hand was sweaty, he hopped off immediately. Well, like a small layer of sweat on us is like a fucking Oh, an ocean for small buggy boys. Like, that motherfucker could have drowned in that shit. You gave me a T3 for the first 3 months of us talking. Yeah, exactly. W Riz. It's like, check out my employee benefits, right? You know how, like, we watched the situation and they went into like the fucking museum or whatever. It's basically my equivalent of that. That's my cool flex. It's like, yeah, I get it. I get a 60% off. And then Uncle Sam fucks me. What are you farming right now? Bro, fucking burning calories. Fucking 83 degrees in my stream room right now. I'm farming heart rate right now. Holy shit. I'm waiting on Ben to spawn. And then I'm hoping I get a little lucky with a ring drop. I still have one blue crafted ring. Because I haven't had any good luck getting an actual ring drop. So Ben's slightly down bad there. Hoping to not be down bad. Hoping to be much more up tremendous very, very, very soon. But we shall see. We shall see. Basically at this point in time, my immediate checklist is farm up another ring, get a gem in it, go kill Queen Bee over and over and over again until she decides to drop a legendary pocket hive. Probably find 3 Lego wing sabers before I find Lego pocket hive. Farm up 360 ephemeral hearts. And I think I have the 10 for another enchant. So I think I have to farm up 360 ephemeral hearts. Make 36 alts. Oh wait, so I guess it'd be 35 alts because I already have 1 crystal. So farm up ephemeral hearts, make 35 alts, run the 35 alts across the map, trade the hearts for crystals, and then upgrade my legendary weapons. That's my immediate checklist. This week for sure the quest is repeatable. They reduced the alt cap to 8. Well, the whole thing is that you make an alt, delete an alt, right? So you just don't have to keep the alts on your account permanently. I don't know why people, like, weren't doing that. Like, I don't know if people were actually keeping their character or what. But yeah, I mean, honestly, probably reducing the alt size is more because of the storage requirements for accounts where people just have a shitload of characters. I'm sure that there were people that were pumping out like an egregious amount of characters, like welfare baby level of characters. It was probably a problem on the storage end, but we did get patches today. I can pull those bad boys up real quick because I'm just sitting here smacking the shit out of old Benjamin here for a little bit. Dude, I don't think I've been this hot in a minute. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, my forehead is sweaty. All right, we got a huge set of patch notes. Huge set of patch notes, chat. Quote, several important bug fixes. Welcome to the patch notes. Fix several exploits, including item duplication. Dupes fixed for now, TM. Added a maximum gold cap of just under 500k. Current weapon upgrade materials can only be used on the current weapon level range. So seemingly, they're saying with this, we'll have new upgrade materials for new weapon level ranges, which is a little interesting. Fixed an issue where negative armor or resistance values could cause extremely high damage. So the people... Wait, what was that? There was a fox on my screen just jumping. So basically, there may or may not have been an issue, and why so many people were ranting about Pen going crazy is because if you could strip enough with additive as well, then you could theoretically get negative resists. But all things considered, still glad that they fixed that shit. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Pen back on bottom where it belongs. And then we have Crit and Fervor back on top. And Ben won't drop me a ring. He is an asshole. Added a maximum character limit of 8 characters per account. Fixed an issue where bosses killed by summon units did not correctly complete objectives. So we have the first of many B-build fixes. The first of many, boys. We are up tremendous. We are almost there. Wait, are we back in a mostly positive? Oh, that's crazy. It's already back in mostly positive. Huh. Almost like the game's a fucking banger. And then fix lag issues in Minestrone. So, small set of fixes this time around. More excited for another patch later this week? Yes. Yes. I think this was the dupe fix. And this is the first of basically many rounds of battles with dupes. But I think the bug fix patch is going to be coming in later this week. I think this was more geared around like direct exploits, dupes, and the oh shit urgency push. And then I would have to guess Thursday, because I think Wednesday was when they dropped the patch last time. I would have to guess they're not dropping a patch on Friday. Just call it a hunch. But I don't really know many gaming companies that drop patches on Fridays and then have everybody stay on for a 7-day week to troubleshoot aforementioned patch. They'll probably drop bug fix patch, if I had to guess, on Thursday. So, you're running the full fervor build. I'm running the my RNG is ass, and I like to take the hardest things first before I worry about the smallest things. Which might sound completely silly, because having optimized armor would absolutely blast for me. But as of right now, I'm attempting to find one more ring. I have a fervor neck. I have one crit ring. Honestly, I do think I prefer fervor over base crit scaling with on Ram. Whoa, good day, friends. Just because Ram forces so many crits. Like, so many crits. Thing is, it doesn't apply to, like, ability crits. So I do still think there's inherently value in crits, even with the Amon Ram build. It's just a matter of, in my opinion, the value. Fervor is what I consider an extremely high value stat because it provides healing and shield and damage mitigation. Whereas crit, pen, those are just sheer offensive stats. It's all offensive. So as of right now, keep in mind, I don't really want to run Ram in the long term. I'd like to not. I like Ram. It's a very fun build. But I would like to have my Bee Fury in my main hand and then put a legendary pocket hive in my offhand, slap on a bee trinket when that bitch works again, and then go full bee summon build and see how many bees I can actually pop out of this thing. Because I have a feeling that I can scale up a shitload of bees, all of which are going to do like 30 to 35 DPS with my current build. So every bee that I additively stack up just becomes an actual Gatling gun as soon as a fight's established. Now, fights of phase don't have constant damage going out, going to be a little bit harder because I'm going to need constant damage going out. And there could honestly be something to be said about Ram as soon as Bee Trinket gets fixed as well, because its weapon skills having a chance to summon a bee. So maybe with Ram resets, you could also see, see Ram Hive go crazy. There's just a lot right now that's kind of up in the air right now with the build itself. I'm currently running, again, Ram Bee Fury just because it's so consistent. Bee Fury has a fucking laundry list of bugs with it. I'd like to go Bee Fury in the long term, though, but armor-wise, I still have a lot of less than ideal shit. I do have some great pieces where, I have some Fate-focused pieces, but a lot of my pieces are definitely replaceable. I'd say I'm like 50-50 on good gear, bad gear right now in terms of my armor. So once I get this last jewelry slot, that's going to be a big help. And then after I get my Lego Pocket Hive, I'm going to get into the actual armor grind a little bit more, but once we're under belt. Nah, I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. I've been telling chat, like, I feel like I have to basically do it myself the first time around. Otherwise, it will not feel nearly as rewarding. And really, the main thing that I'm chasing right now in the game is gearing. So, for me, it would also kind of like cut down on what I can actually do. Because once I have Bisc gear, then what do? I don't replace anything. So, I do greatly appreciate it. I've had a lot of people in the community that have just like, somebody was like, Dusty, I have a Lego fully upgraded shield laying around. You want it? And I'm like, brother, first of all, that's not just laying around. Second of all, I appreciate you, but I cannot. I cannot. Second character, I may call on the streamer loot a little bit. but I feel like I gotta build that shit from the ground up. There's something about chicken, rice, and avocado that just slaps. I made, before stream, I had marinated some steak tips in teriyaki overnight. Picked up peppers, had an onion in the fridge that we had to use. So, cut up the onion, cut up the peppers, made like smothered steak tips, forgot mushrooms, just realized I forgot mushrooms at the store actually. Mushrooms would have slapped in that. Anyways, made like some teriyaki smothered steak tips type shit, got some potato salad, had some potato salad with it, because the thought of having a hot side right now actually turned my stomach. So I was like, yeah, I don't want to make a potato salad. I don't want to wait for something to refrigerate. We're just buying some potato salad. So we picked up some potato salad, had a delicious meal. Dude, I feel so heavy. After I ate, I like laid on the couch for a second, and it was just one of those where you physically have to... You have to take a minute and exhale type shit. I just had to lay there and let everything settle. It wasn't like a full itis, but it was a, oh shit, I definitely chowed probably a smidge more than a motherfucker should have. And I have no regrets. Hear me out, it was absolutely delicious. But I do have one slight regret. Hold on. We got a ring. It's crit. Alright, so that's a second crit ring. Second crit ring is definitely not bad by any means. And that's going to throw me up another 2% in itself. And then once I get the gem cut for it, that should balance out the other percentage. Only problem is... Oh, never mind. I'm good. I'm good. I was worried that I wasn't gonna have enough stones. Alright, so that's literally all I need to farm from here. Thank God. I would have taken a FAREVER one as well. But a crit ring is more than enough for me. Oh my God, dude, I ate so much. As long as I am not overstacking vitality, I am extremely happy about that. So we'll go here and then a resident. And then we'll throw the resident into you. And now I'm at 13.5% crit chance, 15.1% fervor as well, just naked. And then, oh wait, Raclette Pan isn't stacking up unless you hit stuff now. What the heliante? That wasn't in patch notes. Wait, what the fuck? What is this? Raclette Pan used to stack if you were not hitting something. Uh-oh. Chat, they might have nerfed Raclette Pan. They might be cooking everything we know and love at this point in time. I don't really know what to expect. But it seems like nothing is safe and nothing is sacred out here. We might be compromised. There's a couple of fixes I made that they snuck. Anything about B Trinket? I don't think so. No. That's what I figured. That's what I figured. Probably absolutely nothing about B Trinket because they don't care about B Trinket. Shiro Games does not care about B people. I swear to God. I swear to God they don't, bro. Trying to get some Hurricane B Trina relief up in here. And they're trying to see a motherfucker fall. PvP will be fun in this game? Yeah, for most people, unless you get matched up against me. But I can see it being quite enjoyable for pretty much everybody. Currently trying to make a rep palette and build myself on here. Yo, wait. I was running Pocket Hive main hand for a while. And I think there's definitely some potential for a Pocket Hive main hand. I want raw offhand for the fervor crit, basically. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. So my build that I want to run is basically this. And then I'll have B Trinket. And then I'll have my B Fury in my main hand, right? Constant heals, constant uptime on Swarmlord. And then I'll have Brood Leap and Mad Buzz to summon a shitload of beige. Now, the instances of damage that you're stacking up, obviously you're losing 10% fervor, 10% crit, not using Amon Ram. But my hope is that when the balancing comes in for the Trinkies and they're actually working properly, that the bees will be able to do a shitload of damage. Because when we look at bee damage already, it's 71 to 87 magic damage every 3 seconds per bee. Per bee. You brood leap, auto, reverse spin, auto finisher leap, while having all the boss up. You legit do like 2500 to 3k damage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, pocket hive slaps. I really, like, I'm sadly empathetic towards the people who are like, oh man, you need to have this one build to clear content or you just physically won't be able to clear. And they go around telling other people that as if it's true, and I'm just like, man, I worry for you. Bless your soul type shit. Bless your soul type shit. Eternal gets holy damage on top. Yeah. Oh, wait. I need to equip that for Transmog. Anybody get more than 60 FPS? I want to say it's just unlocked by default, right? Make sure you're not windowed would be my first thing. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I run up way above 60 borderless. I don't even have my FPS showing. I think I had to like F6 it or something to have it show up on NVIDIA. But yeah, I would make sure you're not running on full windowed just to start out. That can probably cook some of it, either borderless or full screen exclusive. I don't think there's an unlock anywhere for it, so just mess with some graphic settings, the limited ones that they have, and then see if you can push above that. But honestly, performance hasn't been too terrible for me. I do have an NVIDIA card though, and some people choose for whatever reason to not have an NVIDIA card. To each their fucking own. I'm not gonna call people out on that, but Leon, thank you for the hydrate, dog. I appreciate you. Boys, I'm gonna be filling up my water a lot today. Let me tell you that much right now. I am going to be filling up my water pretty much non-stop throughout the day. And I'm just gonna be sweating, bro. I swear to God. It's gonna look like a fucking weight loss stream in here. Oopsie, what am I go? Is it hot as fuck where you are today? Because Maine is uncomfortably warm, brother. Like, uncomfortably warm. I was not happy when I stepped outside today. Good news, we got a whole lot of plants and shit that are sprouting, which is phenomenal. But god damn, my nethers are stuck to my leg. Bro, I think mine fell off. It's cooked. Like, it is actually full cooked. I don't even like want to go outside. The stream room's hot too, because the stream room windows face the sun. And brother, just, oh fuck me, I didn't go far enough down. Gosh heckin' dang it. There's an entrance where I can basically just go down into the hive, and then it very, very, very quickly respawns me right next to the bee. But I guess I'll just fuck off. Oh, wait, no, that might be for the other one. That might be for Lady Bee. I might be tripping. It's like Portillo's up in here. Bro, you got that extra gravy for the beef Sammy? Goodness gracious me, oh my. Goodness gracious. Dog, this is terrible. Like, this is uncomfortable levels of fucking heat. I stepped outside and I was just having a bad day. The second I stepped outside, I wasn't fucking with it, bro. The sun hit. I was like, God damn. I'm basically in a sauna right now, just without the intent of it being a sauna. I don't know what PCs are supposed to like be in for temperature, considering they run at like 700 degrees anyways. But I'm assuming an 84, it went up a degree. I'm assuming an 84 degree ambient temperature is not ideal for PCs. I'm sweaty, I'm uncomfortable, my mouse mat is wet. Bro, this shit's ass. My headset's wet. Oh god. I don't even know, like, how people live in hotter climates all the time. This is ass. I'm going to put a fan on. Hold on. Bro, this is fucked. There's AC. Okay, well, we didn't put the air conditioners in the window. It's that kind of heat that you have to have water at night, otherwise it just evaporates immediately. Bro. I feel like I need an IV. I drank 2 liquid IV today. I drank 2 liquid IV. Right? And then I also have been chugging the shit out of water. I had a vitamin water. And I can't catch up. It was 80, it hit 90 today. And it's a fucking humid 90. Bro, it's awful. Awful. Drank about half a water bottle. That is not enough. What do you mean you drank half a water bottle, brother? That is not enough water. You need liquid IV, just lick your upper lip every minute. Bro, honestly, I feel like I'm at the point where nothing's gonna come out when I'm sweating soon. I haven't been hydrating like the most diligently in recent time, I'm not gonna lie. I've been a little lax with it. And that's a slight issue, but all things considered, I regret it today, actually. I'm gonna try to make up for it. I don't drink through the day. What? Why? What do you mean you don't drink through the day? Like, at all? Look like kid, go on. Bro, it's so hot, sauce. It's cooked, dog. It hit 90 up here today. I don't have the ACs in the window. It's hot in the stream room. It's hot outside. It's hot inside. It's hot where I smoke. It's hot where I eat. It's hot where I shit. It's hot where I stream. It's hot, dude. I'm uncomfortable, brother. I'm not gonna lie. Everything is fucking terrible. I'm living an actual nightmare. Thank you for the 30-day, dog. I appreciate you. 94 here. Oh, tell me it's not going to get worse tomorrow. Tell me that's not where you're looking. Hot weird shit's the worst. You want to know the worst part about it all? I'm also not a cold shower enjoyer. I think cold shower enjoyers are fucking psychotic. So I take hot showers as well. Today was misery, brother. Misery. It was a terrible day so far. 87 here, cold showers on top. I don't like cold showers, dude. I don't know why. Cold showers literally make my body involuntarily go, ugh! Like I make weird noises when really cold water hits me. It's on you then? Bro, I don't understand. It's like a physiological response. You'd be surprised how much cold showers help you. You'd be surprised how much I don't give a shit. Like, I could also help myself by not smoking a shitload of bong rips every single day. But at the end of the day, life's short. You gotta enjoy it, right? Where's that boss located? Can't remember. This boss is located over in Metropolis, which is in southeast Niscent. So it's kind of like this big hive all the way to the mid-east of the Valley of the Eternal Autumn. What type of build is this? A stupid one. So this is Priest with Amon Ram in the main hand and then Bee Fury in the offhand. Neither of which are fully upgraded. I still have so much more farming to do. What I'm trying to farm for right now is my ideal build that I'd like to run once it's fixed, which is a Bee Summon build. So I have an epic Pocket Hive to go with my Bee Fury. Only thing is, I want a legendary Pocket Hive to go with my Bee Fury. So I got my Bee Fury and legendary yesterday. First legendary in... it was like 85 hours at the time of getting it, which is kind of fucking crazy. It's been a very, very, very fun grind so far, to say the least. But first Lego in like 85 hours. Felt extremely rewarding when I finally got it, I will not lie. Very happy that there's no like minimum threshold or like pity timer or anything like that for legendaries. The grind felt really rewarding when it finally dropped, I will say. But now that I have my Bee Fury, I don't really think that I'm gonna use Amon Ram long-term enough to farm a legendary Amon Ram. But as soon as I got the Ram, things died very quickly. Oh, yeah. Ram does a whole lot of damage, a whole lot of great utility. You have a chance to have a planner for this? I haven't put one together, but I can show you the whole build. Very, very, very happy to walk people through. I'll probably do a build guide over on YouTube for it soon as well. Just a super cozy build. You can also, if you want to, switch up the shield. I'm currently using Crab Shield. The build functions quite well with Dominion as well. So no matter which shield route you want to go down, you can do that. In terms of your arsenal weapon, you can also choose to run the Bee Fury, which I'm running right now, or you can choose to run Gorgon Ratsy's Toothpick, the spear. Spear is a lot of people's, like, preferred meta option, so to say. But I personally think B Fury is actually insane. Does a ton of damage, ton of healing, a little bit less shielding than the Spear build does with Spear in the arsenal. But it's incredibly strong. I'll show you my talents after this as well. But talents are more so iterated around just everything sunlight being procced and consumed all the time. So I drop a couple of the crit scalers on attack damage, just because attack damage isn't like our strongest thing. It helps a lot, but we're putting out so much ability damage as well, and so much of it is coming from our sunlight. So I scale up sunlight with this, but you could absolutely change up your talents as well. I'll just show you where I go with mine though after this. Fun, download the game. Are we able to make more than one class? Yeah, Wayne, you can have up to 8 characters. So you can have 8 characters all at once. There are 4 classes right now, so I don't really know why you'd need 8 characters type shit. However, oh, that could have been it. However, a lot of people are definitely making all 4. I myself tend to focus on one thing, like, thoroughly until I finish it completely, and then I'll consider moving on to the next thing. But once PvP comes in, I have no reason to not play a priest if I'm really trying to make the paladin build work in PvP as well. So I tend to focus on one thing, but there are most definitely a lot of people who do have a, you know, multi-character account as their focus, because you can just transfer gear back and forth as well. So if you ever have anything that's like extremely useful on a certain character that you want to send over, you just kind of can. You put it in your bank, and then you log onto your ult, pick it up off the bank, and you're good to go. So your passive is super strong. Oh yeah, yeah. I think Spear as an arsenal weapon for priest is Judgment as an arsenal weapon for warrior right now. But yeah, this is what we're looking at here. So with the talents, you basically just go down into your sunlight, and then you just go burning rays. I take all 3 of these at the top, and then the fervor. It's, again, nothing too wild or anything like that. It's just scaling every bit of sunlight that you can. The fervor's, in my opinion, super consistent. Part of the reason why I don't go the attacks have crit is because with this build, with on Ram in particular, we have a guaranteed crit whenever we use a weapon skill for the next 3 attacks because the empower. So we don't really have to stress too much about not getting crits or trying to RNG crits, because again, we can just force crits, and then anytime you force a crit, you get your 1 back off cooldown. You just pop it whenever it comes up. That gives you 3 more empowered attacks. So you just cycle a whole hell of a lot of crits regardless. Really fun build in my opinion. Very, very, very cozy, consistent to play as well. A lot of AoE damage, a lot of single target damage, a lot of healing. Like, it doesn't really do anything poorly, if I'm being honest. One small thing that you'll see me do a lot as well is drop my, my zoomies on myself. I don't know the actual name, so I just call them my zoomies. But I'll drop my zoomies on myself. And when I drop my zoomies, basically it just triggers my sunlight over and over and over again. So that way any finisher is getting the full benefits of proccing sunlight for me. So that's just like the most damage possible when I have zoomies up. Any burn phase on a boss, anything like that. Zoomies definitely the technical term. If it wasn't, it is now. So yeah, it's just, you know, it's a really complimentary build. So hopefully you get your zoomies up as much as possible. You can tank shit and you just ridiculous amounts of everything. Big thing too about it to keep in mind is with B Fury, Hive's Thunder gives you 40% magic resist and strips 40% magic res from the mobs. Really fucking strong. What armor to use? Right now, some of my armor is kind of a hodgepodge still because I've been trying to find my Lego weapons before I go too crazy on armor. Kind of the backwards that, you know, most people are approaching it as. But when I go full B build, and honestly, even with this build, you can always see what your scalars are just by shifting over your abilities, over your damage. So your basic attack scales off strength. Again, I'm not too worried about the basic attack because the abilities are what really do damage. So for me, it's faith, and strength, faith, even. So for me, I just scale faith in any slots that I can. So pieces like this that are Vit, Faith, Fervor, insanely strong to target. I have a few of those pieces, Vit, Faith, Crit, Vit, Faith, Fervor, Vit, Faith, anything. I do still have some kind of boo-boo pieces that are bringing in strength, but even then, it's not the worst to have some off-scaling. but personally, I've found the highest scaling on abilities to just come through faith scaling for us as priests. But it's not a bad thing as well if you have faith strength. I just wouldn't go dex unless you're going a different build. When we go into the crab build, not the crab build, Jesus Christ, I was reading another chat. When we go into B build, and we go here, and then we go here, you shift over this, and again, strength faith, and then the AoE is pure faith at a 75%, and then the healing is pure faith. And then over here, your B damage is 48% of faith as well. So faith stacking is just like the way for us. You can get your Bs hitting for over 100 if you have enough faith. It's like, it's real strong. So I'm hoping that they fix the interactions with those bad boys, but is the crab shield block working now or still not? The crab shield block has been working, at least to my knowledge, the entire time. The thing with crab shield that was kind of fucked was that it wasn't getting stacks from B Fury in the main hand, and it was exclusively B Fury. So when you used it with any other weapon or put it on as your arsenal, it was working just fine. But basically, I just got my ankles broken like 3 times. I am not gonna lie. Bro just shifted my shit. Actually fed me the beans. Anyways, in terms of crab shield block, the thing that was fucking it before was just that it wasn't gonna get stacks from B Fury itself, which, as you can guess, slight issue when it's not getting stacks off finishers and you're relying only on blocks. So now, fortunately that I'm not using B Fury in my main hand, it is getting its stacks, and the stacks are fucking disgusting to build and spend whenever you can get those bad boys. It's super easy to upkeep 3 stacks of those. And Depth Shield, in my opinion, is one of the best abilities in the entire game. I will stand on that business until the end of time. This ability is fucking insane. And anytime that you can bring the cooldown down on it, it's even better, which blocking just brings the cooldown down on it. So keeping Depth Shield up, it's an ungodly amount of healing. You pop 4 charges and it's like 100 plus healing instantly. It does a shitload of damage as well. It's consistently up as long as you're blocking and popping off your shields. Like, it's just good, man. It just fucking works. So I don't really think that there's a flaw in this build, so to say. Some people do really like the extra bit of coziness that you get from playing the spear side of things. I think this compares quite well to spear, especially when you consider the fact that I'm not, you know, I don't have consumes up. I am not full bis armor yet. I don't have fully upgraded legendary everything at this point in time. Like, I'm still waiting on more for the build, so to say. So I definitely still have quite some distance to cover with it. But I'm confident by the time that either this build or my B build gets fixed, I will have 2 incredibly strong builds to play at all points in time. I don't understand why people sleeping on the B way of life, bro, but it's cozy over here. I never have to worry about damage, I never have to worry about anything. Also, Pox, hello my goat. You asked if I was going full warrior priest. I mean, more so just like the paladinly side of things, right? So when I look at the priest kit, I'll be completely honest. First thing first, I get so much more of a paladin vibe than I do a priest vibe in the first place. When I think of priest, I think of somebody that's like sitting on the back line all cozy and comfy and hanging out and casting spells and hee hee ooh ooh and like casting stuff. And when I look at this, it's up in your face, it's actually blasting, it's dropping vicinity abilities, damage and healing and stuns. This shit to me already screams paladin more than it does priest. So I've really leaned into that on the side of castery melee-y type beat that's built around some large burst and also a shitload of instances of damage going out at all points in time. One of the things I like about this build comparatively to watching a warrior build per se is the fact that this build, once it gets going, genuinely just has so many instances of damage up all the fucking time. It is so fun. You don't even have to necessarily hit for 500 in one shot because you're just putting out 6 100s all the time. It clears just as fast as any ethical build that I've seen, which, again, ethical builds. Warriors, you're immediately discredited. You are not ethical, simply for being a warrior. Playing priest 2. I'm gonna ram Dom and Toothpick. Yeah. If you get bored of Dom, I will say Crab Shield fucks. I had been testing Dom the last couple of days. I admittedly am Crab Shield enjoyer over Dom enjoyer in the first place, but I will say Crab Shield feels exceedingly nice with this build, especially for that little bit of AoE pop. Like, Dom's great, but it's a 15-second single target. And honestly, between both of your offensives with Crab Shield, you're probably doing more damage anyways. My first Lego was Crab Shield, that's nice. Bro, you're a fucking rat for that. I didn't get my first Lego until yesterday. Like, 85 hours of gameplay yesterday. Got my fucking Lego. Good God. Do people think crit rings this bad? Just traded 2 for a B Fury, even if it was duped. Is it better to trade it for something else? I mean, people will want these rings until there are craftable level 20s brought in. I just had a 392 crit, by the way. But people will want these rings until there are craftable level 20s that bring in equivalent stat scaling. 356 on a crit. But everybody just wants to say that Dom's the only thing that does damage. Ooh, woo, oh, whoa, what a silly way of life. Look at me go. Bro, I don't know why people run Dom. Crab Shield's so much better. I think people got baited with the whole Dom hysteria. I won't lie. Good news, I'm not finding wing sabers at all today. I'm a jinx that shit now, but I got my legendary daggers too. Good shit, good shit. I would say if they added a, you know, a new tier of crafting for jewel crafting especially, then you're going to be looking at a large devaluation. My Dom crits for 1400. Your Dom crits for 1400 on a 15-second internal cooldown with a conditional that you also have 100% additional armor up. Your Dom does not hit for 1400 as fast as my shield does 1400 damage between popping out depth shield and doing 250 damage before any crits and popping out a 0 internal cooldown Shell of the Devourer because the explosion doesn't have any ICD right now. Build 3 stacks, blow up, 400 plus crit. Build 3 stacks, blow up, 400 plus crit. People got baited by Dom. I won't lie. It's nice to see one big number, but there are a whole lot of contingencies around that one big number. Whole lot of contingencies. Dom does more damage, has been tested in a DPS meter, but you don't need a meta chase. Dom does more damage with a situational if you're able to get the ideal condition up all the time and trigger a crit every single time. I swear to God, if you guys come in trying to spit DPS meters to somebody that plays this game as a job right now, I will send you to the oblivion. I have seen every bit of testing that exists, and I know all DPS meter testing is done under ideal testing circumstances on dummies without any armor worked in. And you are trying to calculate based on ideal circumstances with crits only. DPS wise, my brothers, do not let meters fool you, and I swear to Christ, if you try to bring meter mentality in here, I will send you to a different chat so you can go watch WoW if you run out of streams here to watch. It's awful, dog. It's like looking at WoW Simcrafts at bot level perfection versus real simulations. Yup. Let's keep in mind that everything Crab Shield does is a cleave, and not every scenario in the game is just a single target. You're healing from Crab Shield. There is no ICD. So if you block multiple times with one block, then you build 3 stacks of your Crab Shield buff instantly, and you can just build 3 stacks block, build 3 stacks block. I promise you, in an ideal scenario, Crab Shield outdoes Dom, because you can literally just build 3 stacks of your block, and then block again on no cooldown, and pop multiple targets. Please, for the love of God, don't get baited by bad players that don't know what they're talking about. It is one scenario in an ideal, perfect scenario where Dom out DPS's Crab, but if you can actively block in the fight and you're not testing it on dummies, you build your stacks for Crab Shield in 3 hits. It's just, don't get baited, dog. Don't get baited. That is my one ask. There are so many different circumstances that exist. And I promise if you're already getting baited by meters, brother, you are going to be part of what corrupts this game. If that is your first go-to when any build discussion comes up, and that's the only thing that you can quantify it with, instead of any other logic, but
the meter told me in a testing scenario that this was better in this one case.
And then you get disproven with actual logic, and I can show you how this build will out DPS a Dom that is subject to internal cooldowns without a DPS meter. Brody, you just gotta learn how to test on your own. Like, you can't rely on shit like that in a game like this. It's so bad for you. Dom, you don't have to block, and it's better for boss and crab. You do block and better for AoE. What? Dom, you don't have to block? Brother, you're playing Dom wrong. That's functionally incorrect. So, hear me out. The people that are saying Dom does more damage on meters. God damn it. No, Dom, you still have to block. So, with Dominion, the entire facilitator is that your long cooldown is reduced by 2 seconds every time you block. So, you need to block. If you don't block, then your Dom big damage is on a 35-second cooldown. So, Dom, you need to pop your cooldown on an attack. And then you also need to block every single time. You don't have to block to do damage with Dom. With Warrior, my bleed reduces my weapon CDs. If you're not blocking with Dom, you're playing Dom inefficiently. I'm just gonna be completely honest. Like, if we're trying to glaze Dom, let's at least play Dom properly and realize that it is frame efficient to block with a weapon that says your most important ability is reduced by 2 seconds. Let's just get that right in the air. Like, again, I don't want to pocket watch other people, but if we're going to come in and try to pocket watch me, then I'm going to counter with you actually have to know how to play your build correctly before you critique, you know, things like that, right? Dom, you should definitely be blocking. I would just like to educate people on that. Both shields you should be blocking. Both shields you are rewarded for blocking. If you block with this shield at all, even if you just hold block like this for 3 hits, you get water infusion. 3 stacks, and then your next block blows up, and then reduces the cooldown of your depth shield. With Dom, your block reduces the cooldown on your shouty shout by 2 seconds. You might be like reducing cooldowns, but you want to be throwing blocks in with Dom like 99.9% of the time. Or you're going to be cooking it. I don't know, brother. I don't know. I think the meters have corrupted you guys already. I have terrible news. And this is exactly why, as soon as the damage meter add-on got made, I said I hope Shiro goes at any people that are using, spreading, or creating the add-ons with everything that they have, because add-ons are going to ruin this game. Because ape-brained motherfuckers that can't actually play an MMO or test things by looking at the numbers on their screen immediately download a DPS meter, clock out, start drooling on themselves, and go, this number's too higher than the other one in this scenario. And then they just try to, like, spread that as if it's fact. Bro, I can't stand the meter mentality. I honestly will probably end up not staying in this game if meters are prevalent. It just kills it so much, dude. It kills it so much. I will probably end up burning out on it, just trying to combat the, hey guys, you can run any build in the game right now and kill a boss in under a minute. It's not a big deal. But the meter mentality's already crept so hard, dude. I hate it. I hate it. Meters are even worse for groups. They do so much more harm than good. Yup. Yup. Meters don't really matter if PvP's solid. Bro, you'd be surprised how many people, even in PvP, as soon as they have a meter, will completely disregard the fact that, like, scenarios evolve and change, and player agency, you pressing your buttons in the proper way at the proper time, being in the proper place, is what gets the most value, especially in PvP. But somebody will still come into chat and go, Dusty, if you switch to this in PvP, your build would hit slightly harder. And I'll be like, brother, I'm one comboing people. Why do I need to hit harder? Why I gotta do that? And they'd be like, well, the damage meter says you hit harder. Bro, I can already see it. It happens in every game where there's a meter. It's fucking awful. Even in PvP. People just turn brain off and they just, like a lobotomite. And then they just look at what the DPS meter says. It's so sad. You don't even need meters for this mentality to take over TBH. Look at any RPG, you can clear all the content on pretty much any build in most of those games, but the percentage of people who play, only play the stuff in the top few percent is really high. The path of least resistance. Yes, my friend, I agree, Eddie. Always a cultured take. I appreciate you, brother. I hope you're well. Yes, yes. The path of least resistance. And it very much becomes less about creativity, cooking, and fun. And it becomes less gaming and it becomes more spreadsheets and science. And if I wanted to be in a biology lab, then I'd be back at a private college paying $45,000 a year for my education and going into crippling debt. I don't want to be in a fucking lab right now. I want to be playing a goddamn video game where I, with my eyes, look at the numbers on the screen. Where I, with my eyes, set a timer on the same boss fight on my phone, which I have done for many of these boss fights with every single build that I played, by the way, with the hundreds of boss fights that I've done so far. When I had Dominion on, I set timers on my boss fights. When I have Crab Shield on, I set timers on my boss fights. When I had my B build on, I set timers on my boss fights. This is my damage meter. I have a notepad where I write things down. That is my damage meter. Also, I drew a penis in here a while back. This is for you guys. But I don't know, man. I like the human element of exploring and engaging and discovering. And I feel like we're already on a path with this game of completely cooking that. Completely cooking it. Leon, thank you for that, dog. What level 12 to 20 weapon for Priest? Bro, any of them are good. Any of them are good. If you're just trying to level... Shit, what's my favorite leveling weapon? I really enjoyed clam slamming while I was leveling, if I'm being completely honest. One of the weirdest leveling builds I put together was clams in the main hand and then pocket hive in the offhand, in the arsenal. Spear is insane. Like, all the meta weapons are obviously OP. Ram, spear, beef fury, shit like that, right? But for a fun leveling build, I ran clams and pocket hive. And I would drop totems, I would suck everybody in, and then I would leap on it, and the totems would just psh, and then everything would fucking die. It was a very fun AoE build. Very fun AoE build. But honestly, while you're leveling, man, anything. Thornlace and clams. Oh, dude, that sounds devious for leveling as well. Yeah, Thornlace sounds really solid with clams. Clams are just fun, man. I feel like clams are one of the more fun weapons that they put in. There are some weapons that people look at as a hard meta maker. And then there are weapons that people look at as this is one of the most fun weapons in the game right now. Clams and shurikens are two of the most fun weapons that there are at this point in time. Ramulus and Ramus absolutely fuck. Yup. Yo, what up, Strap? How you doing, dude? You gonna mess around with EverQuest Legends? I don't know. I didn't have it immediately planned. Like, it's real retro, Brody. Is real retro. And like, I'm all for classic feeling titles, but I think I'm done with the nostalgia plays, if I'm being honest. I wasn't an EverQuest kid, I was a WoW kid, came in after EverQuest. EQ is OG of MMOs, I know, but it's just a nostalgia play. Like, I know it's the OG of MMOs, like WoW is based on the EverQuest model, but make it more casual. But it's also like, hey, Dusty, do you want to watch a 1996 NBA game, or do you want to watch Victor Wembanyama be 8 feet tall, shoot 40-foot threes, and block everything? I'll take the 8-foot point guard, thank you. Guy's a fucking alien. I don't really like... I don't know. I'm not drawn to the nostalgia plays after WoW killed my nostalgia plays. I went back to TBC the first time, and I was like, fuck yeah, this is awesome. And then I burned out on it, and then I went back to TBC the second time, and I was like, okay. Well, maybe the first time was where I should have stopped. If you never played EQ, EQ Legends will be all for you. Yeah, it's just one of the nostalgia plays. And I understand. EQ is EQ. EverQuest, oh, excuse you. Literally defined MMOs. I'm not into reading dictionaries. Rather watch a movie. So, you gonna try out Ragnarok Global tomorrow? I don't know much about it, if I'm being honest. Tell me about it. One thing about me is that I kind of suck at, like, following other titles. So, I stream 8 to 12 hours a day, yell at people all day about not being fucking sweaty metafiends. I love you guys, by the way. I want you to know. I just hate when we're citing meters. Like, cite your own testing, please, but just don't say, I metered it. Fuck! It's like when my mom says, I punch this into AI, and I just cringe inside. Like, Jesus Christ, Mom. Jesus, stay away from Claude. Anyways. I stream, I get off a stream, and then I vibe, I hang out with my girlfriend, I sleep, I wake up, I garden, I feed animals. We actually had a lot of sprouts today from some stuff that we had planted. We got tomato sprouts, we got basil sprouts, we have some outdoor sprouts that'll likely be a few days behind those bad boys, but everything's looking absolutely beautiful with those right now. So everything's wonderful type shit. But I don't really stay too up to date on every upcoming MMO. I very much, when I go on Twitter, it's NBA Twitter more than it is video game Twitter. So, yo, Willow, what up, my go? How's everything been? Oh, peachy, dog. Absolutely fucking peachy. Just fucking balling out, vibing over here, smacking some shit, waiting for them to fix my goddamn B build, and praying to God that every single DPS meter gets obliterated. Bro, this game will be so fun if damage meters don't make their way into the hearts of everybody. And the more damage meters make their way into the heart of this game, I think it just completely contradicts the point of this game, which is like a player explorative element. Oh god, dude. At least I have a fight to fight over here. I got something to believe in. I don't really care if these DPS meters, dumb people will always be dumb. I just... unfortunately think that DPS meters extrapolate the dumb and unfortunately make the dumb a lot more confident. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate, but New World had gear gating and they didn't have DPS meters. If you think there was never a DPS meter for New World, I have bad news. People got crafty with shit. Anything that logs any form of damage is capable of having a damage meter, I'll just say that. I might not have taken a lot of hold over there, but there were actually resources that, yes, could compile DPS. Other than that, though. Other than that. New World had gear gating, correct, but that was off of gear score, typically, and that was also built into the systems of New World. So they literally said, hey, you cannot do this level of mutation unless you are this gear score. That's the system. That's New World basically trying to have a, you know, vertical scaling and make you stop at one place before you go to the other. That's less player-driven behavior. And in terms of actual player-driven gear checks, I can promise you that was not, like, every run. It's unfortunate that it did happen in some runs that were extremely easy. But realistically, if we look at New World's raids, Worm wasn't a gear check, it was a build check. And it was block, 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 block. And then everybody hit. And then it was lights, red, blue, red, red. Block, 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 block. Lights. Blue, red, red, blue. And then people learned how to self-check their lights. Stupid. I miss New World. I miss New World. What's your talent tree looking like? This! It's basically all built around sunlight I think sunlight procs are just the bee's knees. If I'm being honest, they heal, they do damage, they empower you for 6 seconds after. So if you're proccing a sunlight every 6 seconds, then every single attack that you have just does 15% of your faith as extra damage. It's really fucking strong. It's really fucking strong. Part of me today... Oh, shit. That's what I wanted to do, actually. I wanted to put a fiery on my Amon Ram, so I could try that instead and see what kill times were looking like. And no, I'm not gonna download a fucking damage meter to test the fiery. I'm not gonna do it. Yo, Press, what up, dog? Gonna attempt those bees? They're fucking scary. They're scary! And I gotta fill up my water. Bro, it's 87 in the stream room now. Terrified. Terrified. Already downloaded my numbers to see if it was more Fizz or Magic damage type shit. I want to lean for more pendants in a row on a dollar for stream last night. Yeah. That's the good thing, right? The bad thing is that I'm already dealing with a bunch of goobers that are just meter brained. That you know, the people that will like cite the Bible as if it's like definitely going to happen. They're like, the rapture's coming. That's the people that see a damage meter posting once and then immediately say, well, this is the best build in human history. It's a slippery slope with mentality, etc. Yup. And in a game like this, I'm gonna be honest, brother, something I said earlier, all of the content dies in under a minute anyways with any reasonable build, and there are 20 builds in the game that can clear content exceedingly fast right now with zero risk of death. This is not a game that needs a damage meter. This is a very stylized, cutesy, explorative, single-player-esque game at its core that's akin to like Pal World and Palia more than it is World of Warcraft. And we're out here fucking coming up with like damage meters. One thing I've said is like, right now it's a damage meter, sure. But how long until there's an add-on that's like, okay, here's your 0 to 100% map completion, taking you through the most efficient route, because I fed everything into AI and I said, hey, make the most efficient route to complete all of these objectives while completing all of these orbs, source data from all available YouTube guides, text-based guides, compile everything, and the AI comes back with a step-by-step guide of, you take 5 steps here, take 5 steps here, kill this, take 5 steps here, grab this chest, go over, grab this orb, go to the top of this thing, jump here, jump here, jump here, turn right, jump here, glide down, undeploy your glider, redeploy your glider. At what point does it become that? And then we literally just have people that are robotic, that are running through the prog. Bro, that's what it's gonna be. Add-ons don't just stop at a damage meter. Add-ons don't just stop at the first add-on. WoW Questy, basically. Yeah, WoW Questy, but brings you through the entire route, including optionals to grab on a 100% route for world exploration, including all the mounts, all the chests, all the orbs, all the optionals. Yup. Literally an Azeroth autopilot or a Questy. Yup. At what point is that in? Then at what point do we have deadly boss mods? Where any boss mechanic is now... anytime there's a mechanic about to go off. So that way you know to pay attention. The jump for the Ratsar slams? Jump now. Jump now. Jump now. Pop, pop, pop. Jump now. Jump now. Bro, like, come on. We know it's going there. We literally know it's going there. And I just gave them all the voice lines that they actually need for their add-on. I swear to fucking God. We're gonna be seeing fully AI-controlled bots soon. I mean, it probably already happens. I don't need those PTSD noises. Brother, I'm sorry to bring it back. I'm sorry to bring it back. Thank you, add-ons cooking now. Sub to Dusty. Are there audio cues and shit for WoW and add-ons? Never played WoW, never will. You think it stops at audio cues? What if I told you that with the suite of add-ons that WoW cooks up, it will tell you every single mechanic before it's about to cast. It'll put a big pop-up on your screen. It can tell you exactly which direction you need to move, how far away you are from every other player if there's a range check. If you have to soak a mechanic and use one of your defensive abilities, it'll tell you exactly what defensive ability you need to use. It'll pop it up on your screen nice and large when you're in place to use it and exactly when to decast it and stuff. The add-ons are remarkable these days. Remarkable. Old Week Wars were wild. I mean, we want to say old, but the war on add-ons has not gone the way that they wanted the war on add-ons to go. Let's just call a spade there. Like, their war on add-ons has effectively been as bad as that DARE program that probably resulted in me smoking a shitload of weed. So, all things considered, I think WoW's too far gone, Brody. It's too far gone. It's like already the zombie, and we're like, I wonder if it was bit. On 6th and last raid, we literally had a weak aura pack that legit would tell you step one step further to the right or pre-step. Yes, bro! They were insane! It would literally tell you exactly like 1/2 step left. Bow, 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 bow. Bro, unreal. The way that I talked about weak auras with actually learning the mechanics, right? It's like training a dog to shake your hand so they get a treat. And anytime that the dog hears the word paw, registers that you're holding your hand out, and then puts their paw in your hand, and you go, yeah, good boy, and then you give them scratches and a treat. They don't know that paw in English means paw, and they're not translating roof to paw, becoming a lexicon of language and a barrier between worlds. You're conditioning them to get a reward for completing an action. It's the same thing with WoW players. They're not humans that are learning and deciphering and getting a wrinkle in their brain and learning the fight and knowing what the mechanics do and knowing how hard the mechanics hit. They just know shot caller and treat. And if beep happens and they don't do something, they get in trouble and they die in the raid wipes. If beep happens and they do the right thing, then they get rewarded because damage meter go up and boss health go down. It's so simple. It's literally just the simplest of psychology, but people don't even understand that most WoW raiders that have cleared content outside of Mythic could not articulate to you what the actual boss mechanics are. Like if we're looking at phase 1 of Midnight, going on to Paladins, the number of tanks that couldn't articulate why you need to taunt on Paladins, but can definitely tell you that you need to taunt on Paladins is fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous. People just don't know the mechanics that they're trying to do. It's one of the craziest things that I've ever fucking seen. Looking back at it, I really did expect more of a classic experience without add-ons. And within a week of playing it, I was downloading add-ons again. Yup, it was really bad. Mythic raid group always had weak auras to download each week, and I literally never downloaded them. They'd be talking about them during the raid, and I'd always just brush by it, especially since I was our main DPS, so they never questioned me. Yeah, I was main tanking. I went back for TBC, hated TBC, checked out Midnight. Midnight was fun, but then burned out on it. I was tanking and I was telling everybody, listen, if you actually learn the mechs, I'm never going to be upset at you. And if you die to something and say my bad and then try to improve off it, then we're not going to yell at you. If you feel like you need a little supplement, please feel free to download add-ons. But like, you're not forced to run them, and I'm not going to force people to run with them type shit. It was just, it was quite unfortunate. Quite unfortunate that a lot of people immediately, as soon as there was one thing that went wrong, they'd be like, all right, let's check the add-ons. Instead of actually like reviewing what went wrong, finding a POV of the fight, which if it's prog, somebody should be recording the fight so you can look at what went wrong. It's just the easy solutions that people skimped over, and I really dislike that. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta fill up my water because it's hot as fuck. Un momento, my boys. I'm back. My apologies. Bro, it's so fucking hot out. Like, it's deviously warm. My room's 87. Yeah, mine's 86 right now. This shit's cooked. Pretty still as fuck. You can do any content solo. I'm gonna be real. Every class in the game has multiple builds that can do all available content in the game completely solo. Not every build is functioning entirely properly, but like, I even have builds that are bugged in like a bad way to the point that they're not functioning as intended, and they can still do solo content. I think Rogue's underpowered right now. I don't even think you've hit level 20. Or the hardest fight is Rogue, but it's still okay. Yeah, like everything's incredibly strong. I would say, as of right now, really the only class that doesn't have something that's coming off as insanely strong is Mage. But even Mage has really good builds. So like, I think the actual balance on the bottom end is pretty solid right now. We also have to keep in mind that just like architecturally, things are going to functionally play different in a solo environment. I know this is a shocker to some people who like haven't really played video games before, I guess, but like a class that is systemically and schematically designed to self-sustain and heal, that can self-sustain and heal, is a little cooked, if I'm being honest. I find it incredibly hard to believe that people will look at classes that have self-sustain comparatively to classes that like don't have a ton of self-sustain. They'll be like, oh my god, this class with self-sustain is clearing bosses easier in a solo environment when self-sustain is literally the most consistent way to survive. I'm not really empathetic to that argument, because like people that play Rogue, Rogue does have really good sustain options, right? Like it does have really solid sustain options. Rogue can clear every bit of content that like any other class in the game can. I don't know, man. I truly feel like, yeah, there are some builds that are weaker. There are some builds that are stronger. But if you are playing any of the classes right now and functionally can't clear content on any of the builds that exist, then it might be a little bit of a different issue. And I feel like some people have been acting as if the balance is like the most horrendous thing in history, where Priest is out here and Warrior's out. Well, Warrior sometimes literally one-shots things, but like they're acting like the best builds in the game that aren't bugged are out here like just one-shotting everything off the face of the earth. And we have to keep in mind, this isn't the hard content. Like, this is hard mode, but this is still easy-ass content. Like, this is really not hard content. So I would definitely encourage everybody, if you're feeling like your class can't really succeed in a certain type of content, examine the build deeply from the ground up, figure out where your gaps are. If you have proper weapons, but you don't have any armor whatsoever, and you don't have any stats around that armor whatsoever, then I think it'll be a little bit tough. Yo, Willow, you give 4 months, dog. Type shit. I appreciate you, Miko.
Forgot about this too.
Much love.
Call me hand emoji. Only time people should be worried about balance is when PvP comes
That's
out
truth.
emo.
That's truth. Truly agree. And even then, PvP balance is a completely different beast, because balance in PvP isn't just built around this build does more damage according to the meter. Balance in PvP, that's up to the characters, like the players. That's up to the actual actors in the PvP. Balance in PvP is a complete game changer for what people think they've established right now. Because you could have a very meta build in one region or from one guild because of their matchups. It's like the rock, paper, scissors of sports in PvP. Some teams, some comps, they match up better with others. Some matchups are just bad. It's kind of the beauty of it. Rogue's gonna cook everyone. I do worry that, like, fast damage is definitely going to be the best. But what about those other kids? Oh, you're not getting open world PvP. Yeah, I've terrible news for you there. You're definitely not going to be able to just run around the world ganking people like it's Rust. Most of the open world is likely going to be no PvP at all, from what we've gathered. Opt-in at best, but they plan to eventually have an open world like PvP zone on the map, where you go and you opt into PvP all the time that you're out there. It's a force flag zone, and there you'll be able to gank the freak out of people. The ever-loving fwick. Because we don't swear at this house. But yeah, you'll have a lot of fun out there, I think. That's where you'll get your largest sense of ganking and shit. But the open world, honestly, in a game like this, bro, I try to keep in mind the type of game that I'm playing and, you know, adjust my expectations for systems around that and knowing what I'm actually playing and, you know, accommodating for that. Because truly, I feel like a lot of people almost get into games and they expect every MMO that mentions world PvP in any capacity to be like Rust. And I was like, whoa, hold up, brother, hold up. Let's discuss this just from a realistic standpoint. And there's this level of, oh, wait, I can't gang people? So this thing's actually insane. Did they fix your B stuff? No, while I wait for B stuff to get fixed, I'm running a different build. I switched over to a more, how do I say this? Optimal for, I have to sneeze. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh, my apologies. Woo. Ugh. This sneeze is so manly. Bro, I've been told I scare the whole block when I sneeze. Whew. All the cats get terrified. Wowee. So I switched over to Amon Ram in my main hand. It has a shitload of fervor on it from baseline. That stat roll is insane. For perspective, it's armor pen and magic pen on B Fury and much lower. Granted, it's lower because it's an arsenal slot. But it's armor pen and magic pen on Pocket Hive as well. So it's either pen or fervor, depending on the choices. But with Amon Ram, you also get 10% crit, 10% fervor, which again makes those go high as shit. Your one can come off cooldown a lot, and you can effectively just force crits because your blessing makes your weapon skill empower your next 3 attacks. Your next 3 attacks always crit. So if your final attack crits, then you refresh Ramveil. So it's basically like if you really want to go after it, you can wait for 1 hit, and then you can weapon ability, and then hit, reset, 1, weapon ability again, so on and so forth. On top of that, you have Hive Sunder in my arsenal. Hive Sunder is Fizz, but it strips 40% of the enemy's magic res, gives it to me. So I take 40% less magic damage straight up. Swarm Lord, anytime I use a weapon skill, I get a 10-second shield around me. It lasts 10 seconds and also heals me for the amount of damage that it does every 2 seconds. So every time I cast an ability, I'm getting that shield around me. Increase my armor by 10%, and then has a chance to poison enemies, dealing more damage. Then my shield, final combo attacks and blocks, any blocks, even non-perfect blocks, give me a stack. At 3 stacks, my next block blows up. And then I do damage to nearby enemies. So realistically with Crab Shield, it's kind of funny. If you have an AoE pull, you can just block and hold your block and then get stacks, and then it'll just keep blowing up. Crab Shield's really fucking strong, but for whatever reason, people are still using Dom instead. And then Depth Shield gets its cooldown reduced by 5 seconds every time you have a shell blow up. And then from there, it does magic damage and then heals you based on your faith. So, just really strong. A lot of instances of damage. Also, Willow, what were you about to say about Fiery? Because honestly, I had Fiery on my B Fury back when I was running B Fury main hand. I had an epic one that I was running in my main hand. Fiery was solid for that. I feel like I don't need Zealot because I'm forcing my crits so much. But also, ability crits, very important still. So it's not like Zealot's a bad thing. I just kind of like, still didn't get a legendary. No, I got one yesterday. I got a legendary Bee Fury yesterday, which it's in my arsenal slot right now. But they haven't fixed my B build yet, like the bugs with it. So basically, right now, I'm waiting for them to actually come through with bug fixes. Legitimate bug fixes, because it's my bees that are bugged. Haha. Anyway, sorry. So, I'm waiting for them to come through with some bug fixes. Hopefully, when those are in place, I will have a much smoother route with the builds. Because honestly, like, I think they're pushing fixes quickly. I'm not too worried about if it's going to get fixed. It is truly just a matter of when. I do think the B build is going to be very good. Like, I think there is a shitload of strength in the B build that's possible. I think the amount of summons that we can put out, the amount of damage we can have rolling is quite solid. But depends on a few things. Do I think it's going to be as strong as this? I mean, it's going to be hard saying. Because I literally just, I get so many stats. I get everything that I could possibly need from this build. It is truly insane how much I do get from this build that all is extremely synonymous. Or, sorry, synergistic. So, like, I do try to keep that in mind at all points in time. It's just, it's a strong build. And even when B build's up and running, I think it's going to be hard to replace this. And hard to have, like, a better feel than this provides. Because it checks every box. It's got damage, it's got sustain, it's got shield, it's got healing, it's got AoE pop, it's got single target pop, it's got everything. It's fucking wild. Done a decent job considering weapon combos. Definitely some that could use some refining, like Shuriken's awesome, but it's basically impossible to Arsenal. Too many of its effects require the full package to function. Oh, yeah. I do also think that right now there are a few outstanding, like, hey, these are the strongest arsenal weapons by far that are being utilized in a lot of builds. So on the pre side, the obvious one is Spear. Gorgon Ratsy's Toothpick is just present in pretty much every single priest build as an arsenal, unless you're looking at mine. I haven't run it because I think it is too overly used and I want to make builds that aren't depending on it. So just a little personal preference there. On the warrior side, you have Judgment used in effectively every single build because for boss killing, it gives 25% increased damage, sorry, to anything that's immune to CCs. And bosses just happen to be immune to CCs all the fucking time. So strong. So strong. I was thinking about going Devotee, but gotta farm some mats and try that out. I have on mine right now Zealot, and I don't think Devote's bad for the Fervor. Fervor is always incredibly consistent. But, oh no. Fire was bottom up for damage. Yeah, the thing about Fiery is that with other things... Which one's Zealot? Zealot's crit. So I have the crit stacking one right now. The thing about Fiery that's nice is with other builds, it's another instance of damage. Which even, like, when we're looking... Less applicable with this build, right? But when we're back on B build... that's going to give me another instance of damage every time that it procs. So combining that with the sunlight and power for the instances of damage, my entire thing with the B build is going to be trying to scale up as many instances of damage as I can as quickly as possible, because then I'll be shitting out bees. It'll extend the duration of all my other bees type shit. So I'm hoping that Fiery has an application there, because I definitely have heard from many people, and honestly, even in my testing, right, it's a 30% proc chance for some damage. And when you look at how many guaranteed procs and pops that I have in the build right now, it's almost like, it's almost silly to think that a 30% chance is gonna be reliable or competitive whatsoever. It just won't be. So, like, you know, I think there's some validity to it with certain builds, but I definitely think that either Fervor or Crit with this build is probably going to just be the more consistent option. Tried Fiery first time on Claudia since Wild. Oh yeah, certain builds it does pop. It really gets the instances of damage that it needs to activate. And with builds like, goddamn piece of shit. with builds like my B build, where it's literally dependent on a lot of instances of damage going out, truly is a game changer to have. But over here, where it's just like I already do all of the damage that I actually need to do, I'm not worried about jack shit in that realm. It's kind of just give me more main stats and let me cook. Cook also has a chance to double attack on basic autos, and the Claudius combo can double hit as well. That's nice. Yeah, that's kind of what I liked about it with B Fury too. B Fury also, when leveled, has a, or when upgraded, I should say, has a chance to proc a second hit on attack, which is kind of fire. Now, it wasn't like the most consistent. My purple B Fury was a 6%, so Lego will be 7%, which, hear me out, I'll take it, but it's nothing to necessarily like write home about, you know what I mean? So, all things considered, like, I still definitely need to cook a little bit more. Wind Fury. Wait a minute. Wind Fury onto B Fury? Hold on. Wait a minute. We got Wind Fury onto B Fury in 2026. I actually hadn't connected that before you pointed it out. Because, like, all my Amon Ram has is a stupid stun chance. And, like, I don't really need a stun chance for anything because I'm just killing bosses over and over again. It's kind of, redundant, I guess. The fact that I can't stun any bosses. And I'm simultaneously trying to stun bosses with half my kit. But it just chunks, dude. It just fucking chunks. I wish I could get the double hit over here, though. Now, it does apply in your arsenal slot as well, right? Yes. Yeah. I need to make an ult. I've reached that point of weapon upgrades where I ran out of my blue mats for upgrading. So before I can even upgrade my Lego to 3, I need more blue mats. I've upgraded too many weapons while cooking over the course of this character's existence so far. And it's one of the most sad stories that I have ever heard. But it's a reality that I live as my nightmare every single day. So there's the impending doom of, like, not only do I have to do my ephemeral heart farm, but I also have to go back and farm those goddamn stupid fucking shards. And part of me was coping about, like, oh, maybe they'll fix it today, haha. They didn't. They didn't. 3 home runs right now. Recommend doing it in batches. This is a lot. What do you mean doing it in batches? And what do you mean this is a lot? Oh, like trying to just run the ults all, like, around the map to get your ephemeral hearts done? Yeah. Yeah, there are definitely some, how to say this nicely? Some grinds that will definitely need to be adjusted in the mid to long term, I think, for the game's success, especially as more people get into true endgame. But I mean, most people aren't going to get to the point where they're actually interacting with the scaling on that level yet. So is it really the end of the world if we have to grind it out if we really want to? I mean, maybe not. Is it bad when the casuals all get there? Yes. Yes. What do they need to be adjusted if it's an MMO-like type of game? Because it is the complete lack of accessibility around it that's forcing people to make numerous amounts of alts to actually level their weapons and progress in any way, shape, or form. And you cannot play the game how you want to. You have to play the game how you're forced to, which is leveling alts if you want to progress at all. It's something that functionally doesn't work, which is why it needs to be addressed. That's like the simplest of reasons to address something, honestly. You cannot progress in the game without a workaround to the system, which implies the system is not working properly. So, 18 alt runs for one weapon. Yeah, like, you literally have to make 35 alts, 36 total characters to get enough ephemeral hearts to upgrade one weapon. Part of weapon upgrading do you need alts for? You need to have ephemeral hearts to turn into Levan Glyph, which will then give you your crystal, which is your purple material, which you need 18 of for one weapon. It's 3 of them to get it up to 4-star, and then 15 of them to get it up to 5-star. Without those crystals, you can't do it. The crystals will eventually come from heroic dungeons, but we don't have heroic dungeons yet, and it doesn't come from anything else. Also, that quest isn't repeatable. Easiest fix, make the quest repeatable. I don't know how hard that is. Said they're dropping another patch this week. Yeah, they did say they're dropping another patch this week. But I don't know functionally how hard it is to just make a quest repeatable. But just turn this on as a repeatable quest and let people get the reward multiple times. Seems fine to me. And then from there, we can actually upgrade our weapons off one character. And then from there, you also can only get the blue weapon upgrade materials, which if you've upgraded any other weapons before getting a legendary up to 5 stars, which you probably have, then you will likely run out of your blue materials in the way that I have. So, like, I could just grab some from chat if I wanted to. I don't want to be that guy, especially on my first character. I really want to farm up my own stuff and embrace what the gameplay loop is so I can give organic feedback. But yeah, so basically, as of right now, I'm going to have to make, you know, X amount of alts. Not too many, but I'll have to do some alt farming just to get the blue shards for weapon upgrading until I have enough to upgrade my shit. And then from there, I will have to farm up 360-ish ephemeral hearts to make sure that I have enough for upgrading both of my legendary weapons, which I'm farming for my ideal second legendary weapon right now. And this is also kind of an all-in on B build actually getting fixed and functioning, all said and done. So if that doesn't happen and B build is, you know, continued down bad, then I'll have to do it again for another weapon, which means that I'll have to make another 18 alts for that weapon, because you have to have an alt for every single crystal that you want to get, and you can't repeat the quest. So you have to make an alt, mount up, run all the way across the map specifically just to do that one quest, which you're farming up the hearts on your main and then giving them over to your alt to turn in. It's just not good accessibility, which in an MMO light, I think the emphasis is at its core accessibility, and you can progress how you want, not how you feel you have to, which having to make 36 alts to complete your weapon upgrades through normal vertical progression is kind of antithetical to, hey, come as you are, play as you are, but just my opinion. Do we know if they fixed the warrior one-shot builds? Nah, that's still in. They didn't do any crazy balance fixes or anything like that today. So strong builds, still strong, everything like that. They did say with today's patch that they'll be bringing in another patch later in the week. So fingers crossed that that's going to bring in some bug fixes, some balance fixes as well. That would be incredible. So I thought they did fix it. It was negative magic resist. Oh wait, was it the negative magic resist? It wasn't just some other OP scaling? I don't know if that was going to be enough. One-shot build had to do with the pen. Okay, cool. So one-shot builds fixed, but they still have giga-strong judgment builds, which are like 4-shot builds. But those ones are ethical. That's good. I'm glad that that was fixed. I feel like I have a bloody nose. It's so hot, dude. It's 87 in the stream room. I'm literally fucking dying. Holy shit. Okay, cool. Well, that's good that that actually confirmed nailed the fix. So you would just drive everything down into negative, and then it would scale up the damage like crazy. That checks out. That checks out. That's good. So now everybody's probably just running what? Judgment Arsenal and then Ram? Or like Cheese Moon or some bullshit? What y'all running now? Judgy Cheesy? Yeah, probably Ram second option if you don't want to run Cheese. Yup. We really run the same circles out here. But yeah, I mean, Warrior's still OD strong, if I'm being honest. Even with the broken build in mind, Judgment Cheese Moon was so stinky in terms of its damage. And you just get a flat 25% increase on anything that's CC immune, which, go figure, all of your shit, all the time, that you're fighting in endgame is CC immune. So, you know, blessed be the makers type shit, but You tell me with all your buffs up how much armor you have. I just looked and I have 3k on mage. What, just smacking shit in combat? Hold on. Let me throw that up. And then more stats. I have 1700. Because I don't have a lot of added armor scaling. I'm not running too much. Also, B shield armor doesn't show up in the character paper doll. Why? I don't know, but I don't get the 10% additive when I put my B armor up. It's a little strange if I do say so myself, but mage has 200% armor when shield is up him. Oh yeah, you're literally cheating. The fuck do you mean? Brother, that's insanity. That's actually insane. Didn't realize it was 3k. I mean, listen. So all you have to do, smuggle your armor over in your prison pocket, including that rune. Hop over to a warrior, make a dom build, and then you're up tremendous. What I'm really understanding is that you just need to play dom somewhere. Imagine if mage had dom and he didn't have to smuggle it. Dude, it'd be so nice. It'd be so stinky. That's one thing, like, can you imagine the amount of cooking there would be in the game right now if weapons were unlocked? But I do feel like to a certain extent, if weapons were unlocked, it would ruin a bit of the class identity that they've established as well. I do really like the hybrid feel of warrior paladin weapons rolling into, or sorry, warrior priest weapons rolling into a paladin-like feel. It's just nice. It all kind of makes sense and lines up. I have 4,400 on mage. God damn, fatty. What the hell, Yante, are you running? Are you, I'm assuming, flamethrower build? Ooh, mount. I think locks on mains is fine, but they need to unlock the arsenal slot. Ooh. That's an interesting one. That's a really interesting one. Because you'd still keep the class identity, but then you would have different complements. That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. MMO genre, though, there really is no class identity. It's all just different flavors of smack a hoe over and over. I think they should just unlock. I mean, we say that until there's actually content that may force groups. So when you're looking at heroic dungeons, world bossing, shit like that, we don't really know. Again, this is all theoretical, hypothetical, just kind of theory crafted. But I have an inkling that when they bring in rifts, if in the event it is similar to a Diablo 3 rift structure, where you can just do like the greater rifts, oh, this man always breaks my ankles, where you can just do greater rifts over and over and over again, and you can push up the level of those for increased rewards. I feel like in pretty much any MMO structure, it is natural that you will see those best completed within a group. Maybe they truly do just shy away from any bit of group content whatsoever. But I would be kind of shocked, if I'm being real. We're going for rank 1 then. Depends if it's fun. I used to like leaderboard hunting in Diablo. Ladder launches, I used to, on Diablo 2, try to see how high I could push into the first few days of a ladder, because I was, you know, growing up most of the ladder launches, so I didn't exactly have the most time to compete with all the unemployed people. Look at me now, Mom. So, I liked ladder launches on Diablo, really enjoyed that element of competition with it. Really enjoyed when I went into Diablo 3 for a little bit, trying to push up leaderboard there in Greater Rifts. I even ran some 0 DPS stuff. It was actually quite fun. So I do enjoy a good grind, but I'm a big, like, you know, the grind has to be enjoyable. And when the grind starts feeling like WoW did for me, where it's less a game and it's more a bunch of people showing up to their job that they take super seriously, and, you know, they feel as though if anything goes wrong, it's the end of the world and it's this big blow up. I didn't like that. Like, there were people that took it more seriously than I did, who literally do this as my job. And, like, it was life or death if anything went wrong in a raid. And it literally wasn't even that they had nothing riding on it whatsoever other than having to re-pull the boss. I didn't understand a lot of the WoW mentality. It's part of why I hope it doesn't find its way over to, over to here. And I know inevitably it likely will. And it's one of those where it's almost impossible to keep out of the scenes at this point in time. But man, I really hope that we can keep WoW mentality out of this shit. Because really, it's so detrimental to games. And I think, like, we look at WoW as an absolute titan of the industry. But we also look at how many players are actively in MMO limbo because they don't enjoy the WoW mentality of trying to keep up with damage meters and tier list this and meta that. And hear me out, once there's content to worry about metas for, I will absolutely be worrying about every single bit of scaling that I can physically get. It's just not required right now. It's not necessary. When PvP comes in, maybe we'll be looking at something a little bit different. But man, I'm not gonna lie, there's no real reason to sweat right now. No real reason to sweat. Leon, thank you for the hydrate. As I'm literally sweating. Oh my god, dude. It is 87 in the stream room. I have a fan going, but like, where I fucked up was opening the windows earlier in the day today. If I had never opened the windows, then we would have been perfectly fine. But now it's just too hot to compete with anything. Either they didn't anticipate the success the game would bring, or they're in over their head. I mean, why do you say that? What do you think with the, like, they're in over their head thing? Because honestly, I've been having a lot of fun, despite the issues, if I'm being honest. This isn't really, like, this isn't the developer's first title. I also feel like them dropping multiple patches already is great. Today's patch, albeit not a lot of lines of fixes, did cover a very important dupe fix and allegedly other exploit fixes, which in my opinion is a very important fix to get pushed. And they said we'd get a second patch this week. Not a lot of games are dropping multiple patches a week, including an exploit patch and then a quality of life patch, like right back to back. That's really solid. I've actually felt like for a dev team the size of this dev team, at 15-ish people when the game was put into early access, they've been doing better than I really thought, if I'm being honest. Most MMOs will still be having server issues, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, their server issues have been completely resolved for multiple days at this point. Like, no issues with servers whatsoever. I think there was a problem with the SA server, like, earlier today or something after the patch went out. But I'm pretty sure that's since been resolved. So, yeah, more or less, it's business as usual, you know what I mean? Just hit 20 on my priest, working ahead to start looking for level 20 armor pieces. There are a few good pieces from Crab Gantua, if you like that. If you want to start super easy, then you can do the first dungeon on hard, like Cruz said. I started out doing, actually, Hanizabeth early on, because Hanizabeth fight's relatively easy when you take your time with it. There's honestly no enrage timer whatsoever, and you can fill up the entire floor with her AoE and not really have to worry. So honestly, a few good options. But Crab Gantua does have a few really solid pieces that are just pure vitality, faith, and then one of them's fervor, a couple other pieces. But we're gonna smash it with this game as a middle class side. This is a big issue going forward. Oh yeah, I don't know enough about that shit to comment on that, honestly. I'm a gameplay guy, not a game developer guy, which honestly may be seen as like an incompetency to some. But I definitely know enough to know that I know nothing about that. So, when people have been talking about client side versus server side, stuff like that, I don't really know the difference, if I'm being honest. So basically, Crab Gantua is gonna be... Why am I over here? It's like, why does the map look so weird? Crab Gantua is gonna be over here. And then your first dungeon is outside of... It's outside of here, right? It just go right over here. Lost City Beta. Wait, not Prime Valley? God fucking damn it. Whoa, wait. Is it outside of Prime Valley or no? The beach?
Count of Abs is absolutely S tier.
Beach on the right. Right. Cuddle, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Ready? Right. Over here. First dungeon is a giant circle on the right of Meridian. This? There's an icon. The icons are transparent! The fuck do you mean? The icons literally are transparent. Further right. Oh. Motherfucker, you said the island, not right of the island, in all fairness. In all fairness, I got slightly baited by you saying Meridian, and I'm like, okay, let me look here. I'm like, I don't remember a dungeon over here. If you would have said the giant, we said the beach. This is a beach! You said the beach where you first start was what chat said. This is the beach that we first start. And then to the right of that is this circle. Fucking forgive me. I shouldn't be trusted to navigate. The whole area is Mirrodin. I literally, listen. This is why consulting happens in face-to-face meetings, either in person or through Zoom. Communication through just text when you're communicating to a fucking idiot is really hard. You guys have to keep that in mind. There's got to be an extra step in every bit of communication here, where if you say something literally, I will take it literally. If I ask for directions on how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and you say spread the jelly, we will have a problem. We will have a fucking problem. But people have been exploiting the game by duping, flying, and stop boosting, which is just as the case. Oh, I have terrible news. I have terrible news. Every MMO runs into those same issues. It just sometimes impacts the gameplay loop more or less than others. Like, WoW still has dupes, bugs, exploits after 20 plus years of live service titandom. It, like, unfortunately, John Pounder, what up, brother? Have you seen Legendary Radiance? I've heard them miss, but I haven't seen one myself, no. Parkside, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, dog. But I, respectfully, I don't think that there's, like, a multiplayer game that is completely free and void of dupes, bugs, exploits. Fupo! What up, friend? How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Is it warm near you? Because it's hot as fuck where I'm at. It's 88 degrees in Maine right now, Fupo. I've been sweating all day. I am uncomfortably warm at this point in time. I really fucking hate it. Yeah, so Guild Wars 2, wow, even the Titans are exploitable or have cheaters, teleports, etc. Yeah, time and time again. Bots, RMTing, exploiters. It's really, like, it's unfortunate, but it's commonplace. And it's not just here. It's not even just MMOs. It's ARPGs. It's cutesy-wootsy games that aren't even... That's not true, but I don't want to be a hater. Wait, what? What part of it is not true? Brother, WoW literally has acknowledged dupes, bugs, and exploits on the daily. Yes, the world first kill for every raid has been a known exploiter group that finds ways to exploit through the raid, no clip, and then kill the bosses via exploits every content deployment. WoW literally had duping bugs. Midnight launch. Parts out, thank you for the follow, dude. Alright, thank you for the T1, Jesus Christ. The heat's got me. 92 in Delaware. Oh god, tell me that's not coming up my way, dude. I'm already delirious. Parts out, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. But, like, what's not true about it? Because I just played Midnight. So I can tell you, I watched the known group of exploiters exploit into the raid that wasn't available yet. Get in, see the bosses, kill bosses before the actual race to world first groups. And it's become so commonplace over there that the people aren't even like hated. It's just kind of this like, haha, they're at it again. It's just quirky over there. Like, it's unfortunate, but I really do hate to say, but there's a reason that like cheat engine exists for so many titles, and there's a reason why so many third-party software packs are sold for so many titles, and there's an entire like international business around it. It's unfortunately a cat and mouse game where some developers are just quicker to respond to those things than others, and over X amount of years of combating it, their safeguards have risen because you fix one thing that's not possible anymore, and then you fix it again. You know, you kind of evolve the game, so to say. But starting out at ground zero, they're gonna have ground zero exploits and shit. You know what I mean? So I'm playing Priest, just started yesterday. Thinking about using Thornlace and Toothpick build. Is that okay? Yeah, Thornlace Toothpick is great. I will be one to happily tell you that in this game, especially right now, so many builds are completely viable for all content, and it's extremely easy to switch builds as well. All you have to do is level up the weapons, which takes a few minutes, literally a few minutes, like 10 to 15, if that. And then you can switch things out. If you have something in your arsenal, you can change your arsenal skills on it just by clicking. You can change your talents, you can switch out class skills, change all your runes. So yeah, I definitely am a big advocate for run whatever while you're leveling and just starting. It sounds fun. And then if you get into content at a certain point and you're just like, oh damn, I'm really struggling to clear, then look at your build a little bit more and see where the synergy is not lining up, because there are some builds that are very, very, very synergistic, but realistically speaking, pretty much every build can clear a lot of content. This, for example, is not a, you know, the #1 priest build or anything like that. This is just a build that I thought would be fun to run while I wait for my actual build to get fixed. So, 18 to use any point on that. Oh no! Oh, you'll like the talent points. You'll like the talent points as a priest. That's where a lot of my damage and healing is coming from. So remind me in between bosses, and I'll show you after this one. Anytime a game becomes foolproof, you can bet your ass someone out there is looking to be the one to crack it as an achievement. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely. I think it is. I think it's borderline crazy to think that small games like this are the only ones to have duping exploiting issues. But you want to know what's really funny? You want to know what's like really funny? Every small MMO that I played that has had duping, bugging, exploiting, everything like that, right? It's been every MMO that I played. And everywhere, people act like it's only prevalent there. Not saying there hasn't been any bugs in the game that's over 20 years old. To say that every game runs into the same issues is a crazy take. I think every game runs into issues. I don't think they're the same issues, but I also think that this dupe is not necessarily, nor do we have any quantifiable data, that this is the same dupe as another game caused by the exact same line of code in the exact same place. Therefore, even though it's a dupe, it is a different dupe and a unique circumstance to this game, because this game's code is this game's code. The dupe pops up somewhere. So with that, it's going to be a unique fix and a unique take on it. So every game runs into issues. If you think that there are any games that have come out that don't have a singular bug, any problem with them whatsoever, and nothing that ended up being unintended, then I'm more than happy to discuss. But I would be willing to bet that that is less than 0.01% of the total gaming catalog delivered all time. I don't think it's a realistic thing to expect games to not have problems of some capacity. They're not always going to be game breaking. They're not always going to be dupes, bugs, exploits in a player driven economy, which even this isn't a player driven economy, just first things first. But I'll be real, like every fucking title has problems with it. Diablo 2 is regarded as the pinnacle of ARPGs all time, maybe PoE if you're a lobotomite. But PoE is a close second. And even those games, both of them, a ton of issues. Like the pinnacles of ARPG gaming. However, still a ton of issues.
And how far have we seen Diablo fall now?
What is seeded and how generally depends on the game and level of popularity. Botters don't bot dead games, for instance. It's a business at that level. I think people forget, like, RM tiers and people that are making legitimate hacks. Not just like, oh my god, I gave somebody my Steam password years ago and now my account got hacked and my character's gone. More like legitimate, actual, like, hacker man hacks, right? Those people are doing it for money. Those people, some of them might just be in it for the love of the game, but they're putting, like, actual risk on the line by doing what they're doing. And career RM tiers, people that are making legitimate, like, third-party hack software that goes deeper than just, I figured out how to dupe in a trade window. Those people are actual professionals. Whether we want to call them that or not, those are professionals that are working a job. Helen Wong in New World was a professional that was working a job that was probably making more money at peak than I have ever made in my life. And probably after New World, continued RMTing elsewhere and selling gold through any system that they could. And one important note is that, as we've talked about a lot this stream, the path of least resistance is the path frequently taken by many people. And when we're looking at gold sellers and software developers, they are no different. If you're doing something for money and there is a way to make the money easier, and I say you gotta spend 24 hours farming up this gold, or you can spend 1 hour farming up this gold and you can make the same amount of money, what you gonna do? If I tell you that, yeah, gold's worth a little more in this game than this game, but your gold takes a week to sell, you could instantly sell your entire inventory over here and have consistent sales. Brother, you're a salesman at that point. I worked at Mattress Firm and sold Tempur-Pedics. You bet your sweet bippy that I would do whatever got me the path of least resistance to a sale, especially if it was a large ticket sale. I would absolutely try to secure that however I could. And when you're in sales, your goal is to make money because you're doing it to make money. You're selling product to make money. Otherwise, you'd give the product away. People that sell gold want to make money. And if their money making is hard, then that is a step inherently in reducing the amount of that is there, right? And that, again, it's a cat and mouse game. People sell gold. You have to figure out a response to it. You put in that response or enact it however you deem is necessary. And either that does or doesn't have an impact, and then you either try to police it down the road and throw in further responses if it continues, or you just New World that shit and be like, that's fine, probably not that big of a deal. Probably not that big of a deal. Meet him by the church. Johnny, no. Brother, I felt like the cop whose entire family was fucking buying Fent from the local dealer, but everybody was so hooked on the Fent that they would die if I turned them in or arrested the dealer. So I couldn't stop my family from getting the Fent. I couldn't say anything about the dealer because everybody was like, man, why don't you just do some Fent? Loosen up a little bit. Like, I don't want to do Fent. I want to earn my shit. Like Diablo 4 in a great money state. Bro, Diablo went out the window as soon as D2JSP became a prevalent factor. I hate to say it, but that shit's been cooked since the early 2000s in terms of the Diablo franchise. There's just no avoiding it. How soon do you think we'll see a major content drop? August is my guess. I don't know what their immediate... Fuck ice. I don't know what their immediate plans are, but I wouldn't shit my pants if it was a 3-month content cadence. That would give us 2 major updates before the end of this year, which would allow them to pick away at their roadmap, which is... No! I don't want to review the game! Yeah. So stuff in blue is expected before the end of the year. Stuff in purple is expected, during EA. So when we're looking at stuff in blue, rifts, additive content, seasonal events, new content, but short term, fishing, new gathering for new content, new regions, but those aren't those are new content, but it's not a new system. Rifts and seasonal events are new systems. Enemy factions and reputation. Reputations down the road, but more factions is cool. Guild systems, new content. Duels are new content. So honestly, just basing off of their will come this year, I think this is going to be one major content deployment midway in between now and the end of the year, which would put me in the August-September range for a large content deployment with smaller content deployments and bug fixes and quality of lives throughout. What do rifts entail? Fucked if I know. I'm hoping that it's like Diablo 3 Greater Rifts, where you basically have a level of rift that you start out at, and it's like an instance thing that you can do with yourself or a group. So basically Diablo 3 Rifts, it had tile layouts, right? And those tile layouts basically could be populated with different mob sets. So you combine a tile layout and a mob set that determined your maps. You'd go through and you'd clear those mobs, and you'd clear enough of them. If it was a greater rift or like the challenge rift, then you'd have a timer where you would have to beat the timer and kill the mobs. And then once you kill enough mobs, it summons a boss. You get a boss out of a random pool of bosses. You fight the boss at the end, and then your rift is complete. So it's really, you know, you don't get the same experience twice type thing. And you just have 3 RNG rolls on it. It's tile set, mob set, boss. And then within that, you can populate a near infinite number of possibilities based on your factions that you have in the game. If you want to do it per floor of the rift, or you want to have one big rift floor. If you have a lot of bosses throughout, you could also incorporate juiced up name mobs or something like that. So that's my hope. Fingers crossed. Probably like that, or just open portal rifts in the overworld. That would be the disappointing thing, yeah. I also do think open world stuff with this game is inherently kind of square peg round holy, even to the point where, like, I really want to be excited for the open world PvP area, but the open world PvP area in itself is probably going to be a little interesting in a game that has very small layers, right? I could see extremely quickly a set of circumstances. I should just enchant these. Stop being a cheap ass. I could see very quickly a set of circumstances in the PvP area where players are not even able to get in with any sizable groups that they want to play with. You get a group of 4 people, that's what you roll in with, and nothing else. And then you just see a few other people in the PvP area, but mostly I could see it as like an incentivized mob grind area if everything goes poorly with it. So layer sizing is a large thing for open world areas, at least in my opinion. If layers are supportive of larger groups down the road, then that could be great. However, if it's a smaller layer system like they currently have planned, then it's gonna be a little rough. Bro, I'm just gonna start vendoring linen. I swear to Christ. I swear to Christ, I have too much of this shit. It's just like, what the fuck do I even need it for at this point? I got too damn much. I don't need anymore. I don't want anymore. It's so fucking cooked. 600%. They should just let us use gold to buy additional tabs in the bank. Or buy slots that we can put crafted bags in the bank. My personal take on it. I would absolutely spend a lot of my money on that. Like, not my IRL money, of course, fuck that. But, like, I would happily dump my character's gold on that multiple times over. The accessibility of that is huge. Could flex how much linen you have. I just make linen alts. Yeah, I just think it's low-hanging fruit. There aren't a lot of gold sinks in the game right now. So when I go bank, first 2 tabs are free, and they just add on to the bank at the bottom. And then you can just keep adding on tabs, and they get more and more and more expensive up to a max amount of tabs or up to a gold cap, and you can just keep adding on more tabs. So it'd be a great gold sink, especially if they really wanted to make the, you know, the pinnacle tabs extremely expensive, so to say. I think that would be very, very, very low-hanging fruit that would take some gold out of the econ, because right now there's no use for gold. Gold has 0 use. Yeah, there's no durability. I don't even know if there are crafting fees. No, there aren't crafting fees or taxes. It's just craft points. Like, gold genuinely only serves the purpose of interacting with the merchant so far, which is just to buy baseline crafting mats and stuff. So I'm not quite sure. But point is that the game isn't backed by a big publisher. They're a small dev team. Exploits are inherently different within this context in comparison. Can you tell me how many titles this dev team has launched? Just out of curiosity. Like this studio in general without Googling. Because this isn't this development team nor this studio's first title that they've ever worked on, nor the first that they've played it. And they've actually, like, they've shipped multiple titles before that have been regarded as quite successful, and they're really well loved in the RTS scene. This is their first step into, like, MMO-esque content, but they're actually regarded as a really successful developer. It's just in an outside MMO genre, and this is their first time stepping in. You're missing my point, pal. No, you're just getting angry because everything you say is wrong, which is why you're trying to call someone pal. When you're countered with facts, you just get angry, and you want to move on. I think it's okay to overreact, but when you're countered with logic, then I would probably just engage in that. But I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm just asking you questions to counter because you're essentially shitting on the developers of this game, saying that them having exploits in their game is an extreme red flag when it's not, if I'm being honest. You brought up the credibility of the developer being a small developer, not having the capabilities of fixing on the par of a larger entity. And when countered with the logical fact that they've shipped multiple titles that have been regarded as successful, you said, let's move on. I'm just trying to engage you in, like, actual discussion. And when the actual discussion is there, you start dropping pals and get angry. I'm just trying to present you with facts and let you articulate your side of things. But all you keep saying is exploits are bad and Shiro doesn't know how to handle them compared to other developers. But I don't think that's a solid take based on factual information. It's early access? Yeah, it's early access. It's also the first 2 weeks of early access still. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks of it on Steam. I'm not shitting on them. I think you're being overly dismissive. I mean, it seems like you're being very critical of the fact that the game has bugs and exploits. Like, I think your entire thing so far has been that the exploits and bugs are going to kill this, right? I think your very first thing was, if this game has been built client-side, that's a big issue going forward, was your first thing that you brought up. And then I brought up that despite being client-side or server-side, pretty much every project runs into some form of bugs, dupes, exploits. That's a multiplayer loot drop table driven project. And then you started to say that other projects are different because they have a reputable developer. And then I brought up the reputation of Shiro. And that's where we're at right now. That's your entire conversation. I can pull it up and bring you through it if you'd like so far. But, like, that's what you've been on so far. Is that Shiro has a lot of issues being client-side built because that introduces bugs and they're not as capable of handling those bugs. I'm just reading the conversation at face value, and I do apologize if that's been taken wrong, but that's really what you're letting on. If it's not that, then great, because they are actually a really well-respected developer in RTSs, which is part of why I have the confidence in them. But I don't really like when people can't articulate why the things they think are bad, and when presented with stuff, it's like, we'll move on. World of Warcraft had so many bugs and exploits that break the game, and it's still the largest one. Bugs and exploits can be fixed and won't destroy a game. Yeah, Midnight, I literally was just mythic rating on Midnight before I did Scars of Honor playtesting and came over here for early access. And there were still bugs, dupes, exploits, and the game was broken every Tuesday because of the war on add-ons. And that's the Titan, exactly. Like, it exists everywhere, and I unfortunately don't think that, like, there's much of a thing, you know? My first thing was I have no idea what the difference is between client and server side. Yeah, in terms of actually preventing bugs, because every project has bugs. Exactly. Like I said, I'm not a game developer, so I don't know the differences between client side and server side authoritative for preventing bugs, but every single project has bugs, dupes, and exploits. And then you said to say that every project runs into the same bugs, problems is dumb. I feel like you just don't like discussion. I have everything recorded. You can go back and watch the VOD, dog, but I'm gonna let you think and try to work something out real quick while I fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Bro, I'm fucking dying. Hello, noob. It's like 87 degrees in my stream room today, brother. I can't be sipping stupid juice today, too. Please, for the love of God, if you're gonna blow wind up me, at least don't make it smoke up my ass. Let's have some mutual respect today. It's hot as shit. I'll be right back, boys. Un momento. Chad, is there any functional difference between a photocopy and a scan? I think it's just that the photocopy is kind of like the standing there photocopy type thing. I think photocopies are like the less portable, right? And it's like analog, and then scanning is digital and puts it into like a digital database. I'm pretty sure that's the difference. Anyways. Well, as long as servers kept crashing and rolling back because they weren't able to handle them. Further abuse this by figuring out how to crash the servers, but before doing so, trade people golden items and tell them to leave that region that specific server handled. You get rolled back and get your stuff back, and your friend would also keep the stuff you gave him. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, it's something that, again, like, it can be a similar end result with the bug, but unfortunately, every time those bugs pop up, it can be new to them. Can you show me the talents? Yeah, of course. I don't intend to be combative with people. Whoops. It's more that I feel like people are so quick to like poop on devs and be like, man, can't believe they got fucking bugs in this shit. It's fucking early access trash. I'm like, man, and it's not just one person. It's a lot of people that have come in and I think been you know, flaring for the dramatic, so to say. So I always try to kind of like point out it's not just this game. It never has just been this game. It won't just be this game. Even if they went fucking authoritative through the White House and the NSA, dog, it's still not gonna stop duping and shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? My fat ass cat ate a whole plant today. Why are you being mean to the cat? And what kind of plant? What? What do you mean? What kind of plant? There's nothing gonna be dupers. Testing's gonna be so much worse without them. I wouldn't say there's no shot. They put a very, very, very strongly worded sentence in their announcement today that said, "We do not condone bug exploits and other abuses of game systems," which is the start for many devs of saying, hey, in closed tests, it was fine to break the game and take advantage of it. But there's a certain level of the people who find something and report it to get it fixed would effectively have zero to worry about whatsoever. Typically, the ones that would have anything to worry about in that standpoint would be those that were throwing together, like, multiple inventories worth of gear type shit. Which is, I think, relatively fair. And ads. Fucking Twitch. Fucking Twitch. Gosh dang it. On Reddit, people posting images that got banned. Didn't they? Not sure if that was for duping or cheating, though. Oh, I don't really check Reddit. If I'm being honest. I tend to not check Reddit, nor do I check the general chat in any video games Discord, because the average person is incredibly fucking stupid. And I'm no different from that. So when you combine stupid with stupid, it's a bad combination, dog. Major Priest? Shit, what are your goals? You like sustaining and healing a little bit more, or do you just want to be, you know, raw pew-pew damagey? Where the fuck am I even running? Why did I come all the way over here? Why the fuck? Because I can bet them if I want to. Yeah, I mean, that's just the thing, is like, when do they draw the line of do they want to, right? I think that's the thing. Earlier in playtesting, there's typically more lenience and forgiveness with it than there is later in playtesting. And I've said before that this particular game is a lot less subject to player-to-player driven economy stipulations. Like something, people don't like when I say this, but like Ashes of Creation, where every single thing, bitch, why can't I teleport? Where every single thing was player-made, player-driven for best in slot gear. Like, it was a complete game changer. If there were dupes and things like that that existed. Over here, I'm gonna be real, it doesn't really fucking matter. All the gear is farmable, and really, there's zero competition around the gearing whatsoever. Why can't I recall? This is slightly unfortunate. But I think over here, this economy is a little more insulated, is how I would choose to say it, from the effects of dupes and exploits and shit like that than some others. Which is again why coming over here after playing some of the titles that I have, I'm just kind of like, oh, okay, another dupe. Well, that's cool. Doesn't bother me at all. At least in this game, I'm not having somebody with a fully duped inventory and a fully duped guild inventory on every one of their people running around dropping guild versus guild declarations on me. Not that that really happened in Ashes that much. I actually lived quite well in Ashes. But the possibility of that doesn't even exist here. What's someone gonna do? Try to find the layer that I'm on somehow and then follow me around and contest my mobs that would give me and them both loot with their duped gear? Oh no. Oh no. Like, there's no punishment in this game, and there's no friction. There's no, you know, player to player. Which I think is really not a big thing. They should wipe. Why? Like, how does that change your gameplay loop whatsoever? Like, honestly. think it's troll if they don't wipe. I've been saying it's likely that they wipe at some point, but you also have to realize if they wipe any time that there's a dupe or a bug or an exploit over the course of this early access, then they're going to be wiping a whole fucking lot. I, again, think with a game like this, the player-to-player economy is effectively zero incentivization, there's zero friction, and there is zero player-to-player interaction that's consequential, so dupes don't matter. It's like wiping a Diablo 2 ladder because there was a bot that started running. I think it's troll if they don't wipe for a 1.0 launch. Hold on, I'm gonna have to sneeze one sec. I had a fuzzy, like, right on the border of my nose. Like, right on the brink of my nose. A little fuzzy. Oh, goodness gracious. But I think a wipe going into 1.0 is fine, but again, this game doesn't really have me versus you conflict, head-to-head friction, or anything like that. If you dupe and I don't, that doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't impact my gameplay loop whatsoever. If I'm trading for an item, the act of you targeting the item and trading something else for that item does not change because the item is duped or not. I'm sorry to say, the action is still the same. It's like buying crack, whether it's manufactured from the local dealer or the government, it's still buying crack. It's the same thing. Doesn't now, but maybe it will launch. In what system? The zero open world PvP that we're gonna have outside of our PvP region, the instance battlegrounds, or the PvP dedicated gear that's going to wipe out all of the open world gear. Like, it just, even with the systems they're bringing in, everything is solo accessible right now. I pray up and down that we get difficult content that requires groups and is somewhat exclusive, so the top gear does matter. But I just, like, I think we have to remember that we're playing something that is inherently, like, Pal World without the combat pals, Paleo with a combat system, Hello Kitty Island Adventure without the Hello Kitty IP. Like, this is, it's a great game with depth to the combat system, but it's an MMO light that's meant to be inherently very accessible and soloable and insulated. It's a glorified, like, single player plus game where you don't have to be in a group for anything. And the incentivization, excuse me, I can't say that word, to be in a group is even quite light. You get slightly more gear for being in a group at the risk of people in your group not carrying their weight for the mechanics. So, if you listen to the music so you don't get copyright on YouTube. Oh no, this music's still copyright. You can listen to whatever you want on stream if you're not silly with it. So, the way to do it is to run multiple audio tracks. My YouTube doesn't have any, like, backtrack musically. Twitch does have music backtrack. So YouTube is literally just like game sound and me yapping. And then my VODs don't save with any music as well. So in Twitch's mind, I have no music going right now. So I can play literally anything. It's kind of funny. The only thing with this setup that actually gets me in trouble with like copyright stuff is when people donate money, because my donation sound is like a clip from an actual song. Twitch doesn't mind it, but YouTube will demonetize. Cody, thank you for following. Much love. YouTube will demonetize my entire VOD anytime somebody donates money, which it doesn't really matter. I make like an average of, I think, $2 per YouTube VOD. So, you know, $2 a day bonus is pretty fucking sick just for having that live. But definitely would like to avoid the ongoing lack of monetization over there. Might have to change that at some point. Cody, thank you for the bribe, dog. Absolute legend. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. And most of us are assuming that by the end of EA, there still might be important items that can be duped. That would be better off without an econ wipe at minimum for a 1.0 launch. Oh yeah, I'm on board for wipe for 1.0 launch. Hear me out. I would love a 1.0 launch wipe. Do not get it twisted there. I am with you guys there. But I think acknowledging that early access is early access and pre-1.0 is pre-1.0, and it's not going to be perfect or ready for a 1.0-esque state until it's ready for 1.0. We just sit here and hope that the fire doesn't make the entire building collapse and that they can control the fire enough to keep it playable, in my opinion. They had said that they're very, very staunchly on, like, no wipes. and they want to build this into concurrency. But hear me out. Hold my dick for a minute. What if they say on 1.0 launch, your existing testing characters through early access? Denny, thank you for the follow. Become legacy servers on legacy characters on a legacy server that is not your most up-to-date server, and then they bring in launch servers which are fresh starts. So then people have access to their old characters if they want to look at all of their shit. And then they also have the option for a fresh start. Dual Part 2, I think legacies and freshes are great because then you have the option for the people that are like, I spent X amount of time, I don't want to lose that, to stay on that character without it becoming completely invalid. And then you just have a new round of servers for people that do want the fresh start, want a level of kind of like competition or race, so to say, with the 1.0 launch. Just splits the player base. Why do you need the player base together in this game? Splits the player base for what, brother? The 4-person groups? Like, the player base is split into groups of 1 by the dungeon, or by the system. The layers hold 20 people. PvP, raids, etc., things that'll be added. Raids are nowhere on here. PvP is a duel, a PvP region, which is going to be based on layer size, which layers are currently 20 people. 20 people. And an instance battleground, which could be as small as 1v1. We have no indicator that there will be any content that has raid in it whatsoever. Anywhere on the roadmap before a 1.0 launch. Thought they mentioned raids before, maybe in Cannon's interview. The developer said, and I quote, if we were to do raid content, it would likely be 10 to 20 person massive scale content. So that's what they think is massive scale. That has a lot of people hitting one boss. It's paraphrased because of the language. But quote as much as I can. I watch that shit. I love staring at Cannon's face. They said down the road, raids may, if they were added, be 10 to 20. There's no need for fresh server. I think there's more of a use case for a fresh server than a full wipe. I think a fresh server keeps players happier than a full wipe does. Nah, what's the difference? So a full wipe cooks everybody that doesn't want to lose their character. And we've already had somebody in chat that says, I don't want to spend 80 hours to get wiped. Splits player base. Brother, this isn't an MMO. I need to get it across to you. You can't split the player base. This is a fucking solo game. Please do not be brain dead. The layer size is 20 people. The group size is 4. This isn't an MMO. This is a co-op game that you play with your friends on a couch. You can't split the player base here. You can only force people to quit. Holy shit, this isn't an MMO. Fuck me, guys. You can't split a player base that is already solo. Layer size isn't set to stone. They said they want to scale it up to 50. Brother, I cover this game full time. This is my job. I know this shit. Please. They said they ideally want to scale up to 50 people. My guild in Ashes of Creation had 500 people that were actives. My brother in Christ, this is from the developers. They want to work up to 50. This is not an MMO. From the developers. This is an MMORPG. This is an MMO light. This is not an MMO. It's not. Like, we need to stop treating this like the player base is split. There aren't servers, brother. It's an NA realm on a region that gets split into a million different shards, a million different layers. The player base is already inherently split. The fuck do you mean split the player base? The player base is literally split 24 hours a day right now with nobody interacting. The most interaction that I see in the game is if somebody happens to be standing at the instance that I'm going to. You're making no sense. Brother, articulate, you dumb fuck. I'm gonna put you in the corner for 10 minutes so you can think of a response. Because I'm making perfect sense from the word of the developers' mouths that you should not worry about splitting a player base as if it were an MMO in a game that's not an MMO. It's like saying having a race league for Path of Exile splits the player base from the seasonal league and the legacy league. This is Path of Exile with a slightly different guild standpoint. Brother, you can have more people in Path of Exile playing together than you can here. You guys are making no sense. This isn't an MMO. Holy shit, I can't. Bro, it's 87 degrees in the stream room and people are so brain dead. Crashing out, this is why I'm not a teacher. Holy shit, bro, this is why I'm not a teacher. I don't have the patience for people that can't grasp what's said by the people that create the thing. This is like an ARPG from a different camera angle. Yes, holy shit, you're sucking my cock right now, thank you. Oh my God. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. MMO is when everyone is running in the same realm and interact no matter how many players. People don't run in the same version of the realm and interact here. I just like this isn't just rage baiting you. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I love you. You're here enough, bro. I just don't understand like the blasphemous takes. People's brains are wired weird. I just bunch of children when they ask silly questions. No, I like being an uncle because my brothers, like I have nieces and nephews. When they ask dumb questions, I can just say, go ask your parents. I don't have to have an obligation to anything. I can just say, hey, go ask your parents, fuck off. I don't want to deal with it right now. It's the goddamn greatest. Holy cannoli. That's also one of the beautiful glories of this. When someone's brain dead, I can just put them in a corner for 10 minutes and I can have a little bit of solitude. Oh, it's so fucking beautiful. Dude, I just don't understand how people cite the developers' words and then ignore the developers' words where they say, hey guys, this is not an MMO. Like this is like a multiplayer adventure game. It's like if Crimson Desert were cartoony and had 4-person groups and less to do. Terrible news if you want a full MMO. I don't know what to tell you guys. But I feel as though this is very important to actually get through to people. Thoughts, thank you for the follow. The game's fun. The game's amazing. The game's phenomenal. But it's not an MMO. This isn't a WoW killer. What if I'm the WoW killer? Can't even choose your shard? Yeah, you don't even have a fucking invite players except through Steam, which is a quality of life update that they're gonna add. Do you think they could increase the layer from 20 to above? They said that they want to ideally increase layer size to 50. So, Amo, no need to announce your departure. I will help you. Thank you, brother. Nobody gives a fuck about Chi here. I'm gonna be honest. Please, for the love of God. You do not need to announce that you're clicking an X on your browser, big dog. You can hit an up for an unban request, but I promise you nobody fucking cares. Thank you. Thank you. I was gonna kill myself in the end. No, it won't. You stop being a silly goober. WoW will never die. WoW will not die. WoW is like the first like super rich person to upload their consciousness into one of those AI like robots that are gonna be walking around. We're gonna have like fucking Elon Musk bot when he finally croaks. I swear to God, WoW outlives the fuck out of us. It's crazy. And people think the WoW craze is wild now. Wait until Classic Plus. Wait until WoW 2.0 if that ever drops. Once Classic Plus hits, you're gonna have all the dads ignoring their wives and kids, all the boomers in the fucking wheelchairs, all the Vietnam vets coming back. Brother, you're gonna get like 7 million players that are living in retirement homes that boot up a pre-built PC for the first time in 36 years. The Red Sox won 4 World Series before these people booted up a PC last. Already doing that with TBC? Yeah, TBC. TBC is just kind of like nostalgia driven, but first 3 phases of Classic Plus almost make me single. Classic Plus is going to be a bloodbath if they do it well. Can you walk us through your build very quickly? Running a build with a hammer and the fire stuff that's pretty tanky, but the damage is not as much as I see here on your build. Yes. I'm on Ram, Crab Shield, B Fury. I did get a legendary. Yes. On Amon Ram, the enchant is for crit. I've considered changing this to Fervor or experimenting with something else. Fiery is technically the lowest damage, so I mean, to be determined. Other than that, talents, it's all sunlight scaling. So sunlight damage by 25%. Sunlight heals for half its damage. Empowers you for 6 seconds after you use it. And then reduces the cooldown of your weapon skills by 1 second. 20% chance to crit on sunlight. And then if it crits, it leaves a burn for 50% of the damage. You can, if you want to play less around sunlight and you want more you damage and you're playing something more physical based around your attacks, then you could go with these if you want more crit chance or crit damage on your attacks. I just prefer to have more sunlight damage myself. Why green rings and neck? Oh yeah, so basically with the blues, fuck, I salvaged my blue. So with the blue ones, I can show you in here. You'll notice that they are a stat split. So even with the neck, it's like you get every stat, but it's kind of spread throughout. So if there is any value, it's honestly in the blue neck itself. But when you're looking at singulars, you get a very high split of those stats focused into one stat. So when I look at when I go back into Jeweler here, and I look at the rings, for example, the necklace, you have a level 20 version. The rings, you only have level 15s. So with the rings, you're looking at 3 Vit, 13 Magic Pen, 13 Fervor, or Crit Armor Pen, which, honestly, probably gonna go this on a caster. So I don't need the Vitality, because I'm tanky as shit. Magic Pen, I think there's a spot for Magic Pen, but I also think with Priest, you're putting out so much constant healing, shielding damage. Magic Pen is just one direction damage, and it doesn't complement the entirety of a Priest, which I think clearing is all 3 of those facets. It's how much can I tank, how much can I heal through, how much can I damage. So basically with that, more Fervor, more crit, stuff like that, I just find higher value in. So when you're looking at the rings, I have double crit ring, and then I socket crit Fervor in those bad boys, and then I have a Fervor neck. I want to find a level 20 Fervor neck at some point in time, but unfortunately, has not happened yet. The lower level one is more than good enough for the time being, though, if I'm being completely real with you. You can farm those up from Crimson mobs. So the level 16 stuff, you can get like necklaces from the Crimson 3. Those lads are... It's getting shifty out here. The Crimson 3 is when you come across this bridge for the first time. One spawns here, one here, and then one over here. Kill those 3, and then they will drop you a shitload of loot. Just bunch of loot. So, like, I would do that for your neck, and then go over to Benjamin. Ben is another one of the Crimson mobs that roams in a pack. You go up here, and he spawns over on this side of the road, and then kind of, like, patrols down this way and around. And he will drop level 20 rings with relatively solid frequency. I went there for 20 minutes at the start of stream or something like that. I think it was like 20-30 minutes until I found a ring, because I only had one ring at the start of the day. So that was one of my goals that I wanted to finish up. I have been very heavily focused on the Lego grind as much as I possibly can. That has been a big point of emphasis for me. And I have my first legendary, and as you guys can see, I am not grinding a Lego Amon Ram. Some would call me stupid for that, and I very well could be. However, I have a feeling in my heart of hearts, once my precious B build is fixed, it's going to absolutely fucking smack. It's absolutely gonna slap. It's not spicy, noob. People are just silly today. I think it's because it's hot out. Not on my end. I think that's why people are coming in all silly today. I don't get it. Running from like Aswan, I read that as Aswan, whoops. Amon was a miserable experience with how buggy the trains are. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to fucking talk about it, brother. The number of times that just like out of habit, right? The muscle memory kicks in. And it's just, oh, I'm gonna jump off this train now. Yee! Or, okay, well, I'm not gonna jump. I'm gonna calmly walk. Better get close to the edge. Yee! Bro, I don't want to go back. I'm not going back. No one can make me go back. I'm not about to do it. I just want to avoid it with everything that I possibly have. It's a traumatic experience for everybody involved, especially me. I hated that shit. Generally not been able to get level 20 gloves. They literally won't drop. The fuck? You just having bad luck? Are you a priest? I got mine from... I think they come from here, actually. If I'm not tripping. They need to fix that flying kobold. I don't know who the larger asshole is between that fucking rat and the other rat. Hayden Seek. Fucking hate that, man. I swear to God, if I could turn one NPC into a fight, it would be Hayden Seek, and I would kick the shit out of him over and 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 over again. I hate him. Brings me only anger. Warrior build's pretty sucks. And I think you can complete that dungeon faster than I do. Well, they took out the Warrior one-shot build, which is fucking great. I think part of the benefit with Priest, especially with this build, keep in mind, this isn't even like, you know, the spear secondary that everybody looks to run. This is just magic scaling Paladin of Doom, right? I'm so secure. I can just tank everything. I yap to you guys, I cast my abilities, and then when I'm paying attention enough, I throw out a block. And I genuinely just feel like I do an absurd amount of damage comparatively to what I expected to do with this when I put it together. And if my B build is any semblance of near this power, I'm going to be a very, very, very happy person. Because this shit is stinky, brother. Stinky. On the highest of levels. Leon, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I got you in un momento. Dude, I've been drinking so much water today. I drank 2 liquid IVs before stream. And I'm still like, I'm fucking parched, man. The heat is hitting. And I'm not meant for it. I'm not meant for it. It's that part of the weather cycle where, like, Carla and I went shopping today. And we live in Maine. And all of the old Caucasian people are very sunburnt right now. Like, very, very, very sunburnt. Oh, dummy came back 10 minutes later with a paragraph. Hold on. He's trying very, very, very hard. Live what you want with an MMO-like feature, but it has MMO architecture. Highly disagree with the MMO architecture. It has ARPG architecture. They have NAEU servers just like WoW. Regional servers exist in ARPGs as well, and pretty much every game that has a multiplayer structure, including like cozy online games. In ESO, where even if not on the same shard, I can invite anyone on the same regional server and join them. Yup, same thing that you can do in Path of Exile as well. Adding another aspect of Legacy and Fresh Server, the 100% splits the player base, but they're meant to play with each other and trade, etc. But they're not meant to be forced to play with each other and trade. That's not the core loop of the game. That's an accessibility feature. Like, trading with people isn't the forced gameplay loop, nor is it the core, nor is there any content that forces you or even highly incentivizes you to play in a multiplayer aspect. Therefore, it's not an MMO at its core, because you're not forced into a massive multiplayer standpoint to complete anything in the game right now. So, unfortunately, it's more akin to an ARPG. Like, I don't need to come up with a counter argument because you're just trying to force MMO so heavily. Like, it's an ARPG with extra steps, dog. Key point being right now? No, this is a roadmap. Literally the roadmap. What is forced grouping in here? Can you explain it to me? Because heroic mode doesn't say forced grouping. Max level, new attacks or bosses, unique rewards, challenge mode with modifiers to tweak the experience. There's no forced grouping. There are guilds and ARPGs. They're called clans. People ran clans in Diablo 2. An auction house existed in Diablo 2. In Diablo 3. An ARPG. An auction house front exists in Path of Exile. An ARPG. A friends list exists in every game. PvP modes have existed outside of MMOs in pretty much every single genre, like all around. The PvP region, again, is the most MMO-like thing that they have, but again, that's structured around their layering. What are you arguing against? You seem so set that this is an MMO at its core, but you're arguing against the developers directly, not even me. I'm just giving to you what the developers have said, that this is not an MMO architecture and that it's not an MMO at its core. It's a co-op adventure game. Like, I'm giving you the debate that you asked for. You said word for word, time me out or whatever again if you can't come up with a good argument, and I'm presenting you a debate. How does one go about trading in this game? You literally have to add somebody on Steam, invite them to your party from Steam. They transfer over to your shard of 20 people, and then you drop them items after you invite them into your party off of your Steam friend list. And you can be in a group of up to 4 people. So, original point about Legacy First servers not submitting the player base is what I disagree with. I genuinely stand on the fact that you can't really split a player base that is already inherently split by the systems. There are no systems that force a player base together, therefore you're not splitting the player base. If everybody works in a cubicle and I add more cubicles, then that's not splitting the workforce, that's just accommodating more workforce. If you wipe servers, then you lose people. If you don't wipe servers, then you lose people. If you go fresh start servers, then you'll still lose people. But the people that would be vehemently upset about, there's so much progression that other people have that I don't, those people could stay on their old characters. The people that are like, I put so many hours into my character, rah, they would have their old characters. Like, the people that want something fresh could go to fresh. The people that wanted to retain the legacy could retain the legacy. It's the entire point of it. Now, regardless, I wish I had a cubicle in the office. I'll get you one. If you really want one, I can make that shit happen. No Lego? I got 1 Lego so far, which I am exceedingly happy about and thankful for. Not today, it was yesterday. I got my Lego Bee Fury yesterday. So, Legos where? No more Legos. No more Legos. Please. For the love of God. What are you farming for from this dungeon? I am farming for my Pocket Hive, which a lot of people are sleeping on right now, in my opinion. There are a few bugs with Pocket Hive builds, not necessarily Pocket Hive directly, but things that you'd be likely to run with Pocket Hive that are making the bee builds as a whole a little bit less than desirable right now. So when we're looking at the, the Bee Fury main hand Pocket Hive in the arsenal slot type shit, Bee Fury isn't consuming our sunlight stacks as a priest, so we're patiently awaiting that change, hopefully in the bug fix later this week. Was hoping that we'd get it, this patch, but obviously this patch was more around the exploits. So definitely, worth waiting for that change if that's their priority. So hopefully later this week we'll see that fixed. Another thing is that our Bee Trinket does not have any recorded instances of actually fucking working at any point in time to summon the bee. So, you combine those two things with losing out on a shitload of damage because we just functionally don't have our, we don't have our actual, whatchamacallit, like our sunlight consumption, which is a lot of our sustain, a lot of our damage. Thought that trinket was bugged, but couldn't tell. Yup. So, my build that I had put together was Crab Shield, Bee Fury main hand, and then Pocket Hive offhand, because with Pocket Hive offhand, you summon the bees off of the stacks of damage that you do, so you want to get as many instances of damage out as you possibly can, which is where Bee Fury Shield, Fiery Enchant, and the talent tree itself with Sunlight also come in handy, right? Sunlight crits put up a burn, it's an extra instance of damage going out all the time, you get the Empower after. So, if you're scaling around, I need to do a lot of instances of damage to stack up this bee buff, well, here we go. And then you're putting out a lot of weapon abilities on top of that, so you're then able to scale a shitload of bees. Every bee summoned extends the duration of other bees that are summoned by 3 seconds. So, fuck! We got the Lego Wing Sabers. No! No! Humanity! that's so sad. No, it's the wrong one. Fuck, man. This is the equivalent of doing a gender reveal and some other dude comes and pops your balloon and it's his instead of yours. Fuck. Been working 9 months for this. God damn it, man. Dibs. I'll do a giveaway on him. I'll do a giveaway on him at some point. Need that for my mage. I'll do a giveaway on him at some point. I will. I'm saving a bunch of mounts and shit. So I definitely like hooking people up. I don't have any intent to trade or anything. I'll give it away to you guys. We like to do marble shoutcast from time to time. Gosh dang it, man. Well, chat. I think a legendary deserves a quick Rapinski. Goodness gracious. How balanced do you think PvP will be? Can't see anyone beating Priest. I feel like right now damage is really high. It just depends. There are so many factors. How balanced do I expect PvP to be when they first add it? None. I say this as a PvP lover. My last like 10,000 to probably 13,000 hours at this point of gaming have been in PvP-esque MMOs, which, as you know, are just destined to die at this point. So I love PvP as much as the next person does, and this type of game has become such an adaptation for me because it is out of my wheelhouse, which is part of why I'm so like, guys, the devs are telling us exactly what it is. All we have to do is listen, because I, too, at my heart of hearts, want a PvX open world massive multiplayer title. This is not that. And to anybody thinking that this is that, I will happily be the one to inform you, like a family member that cares, that you have the wrong expectations, per the people who are creating it. And we can bitch and moan and say, we want 1 million person layers, rah! Brother, if they literally don't have the tech for it, they don't have the tech for it. They've told us they want to scale up to 50-person layers at, like, ideal circumstances. It just isn't that. So, like, I personally, I feel like the expectations have been laid out in front of us with this. And we definitely need to realize that PvP is going to be a side in this game. PvP is not going to be likely consequential in any capacity. Maybe the PvP area has some consequential PvP, but I don't really see that route. I don't know that Battlegrounds will have any impact on anything. It'll likely just be go in, kick the shit out of each other, leave. Duels are duels, right? And in the roadmap, they also have dedicated gear for PvP eventually. As we look here. Dedicated gear eventually. So with that in mind too, balancing is going to hinge on what they decide to give us for gear. I don't really know how that's going to go. We'll see though. This game's fun to watch. This game's fun to play. I'm glad it's fun to watch as well. Any game in development's fun, IMO? Yeah, there's just a level of mystique, I think is a good word to describe it, surrounding the title and around the further progression of everything. There's a level of unknowing with it, where you are following the guidelines that you've been given, but trying to set your expectations that they could deviate from those guidelines at any point. And they could just say, fuck it, we're going full MMO. Forced group content, raid content for the world boss. You've got to have an entire layer full of people to take down the world boss, or that shit's not dying. I don't think it's going that route. I think a group of 4 will probably be able to kill the world boss, but may sound crazy coming from me, but slightly more guidance would have been pretty nice for a new player. Like a more thorough first-time user experience with the hand-holding to systems. Yeah, that's one thing as well. We had somebody come into chat today that they were asking about my build, and I told them about my weapons, and I was like, and for my talents, and they were like, wait, we got talents, dog? I love new players. Like, it's so funny that everybody goes through the same problems, because we've had so many people, like, over the course of it that have run into that exact same problem. That was me. No, dude, it's happened to so many people, and it's important that those things happen, because now we can realize that it's a pattern where, not we as in like I'm a developer or anything, but we as a community to provide our feedback to the developers, realize it as a pattern, and then I'm like, hey guys, if you're running into it, bug report it, you know, come up with solutions for potential ideas, an introduction to the talents, maybe like a talent quest to unlock the first one. But got a level 10 was just like, where am I? What have I done? And what do I do? Yeah, I definitely agree there. I mean, part of this as well is that the exploration is very horizontal. So some people started out and they went here, right over to here, up to Krabby, all the way over to here. I didn't even hit this dungeon right off rip. I ran around and I cleared this, and then I went to the beach, and then I went north, and then I ended up going to this town, and then I went over and I did Crab, and then I bounced over to the Hive a little bit because at that point I was leveled. I ran up to Enderpit and I did a mob grind up here. I did a mob grind under the falls over at Talitha Falls, and I was like, okay, well, what do I do next? I feel like I've got this area almost done. And chat was like, no, Dusty, there's a whole second area for you to go to. And it's only connected by this bridge, and there's nothing that really brings you to that bridge that I interacted with. Enderpit is pronounced intrepid. You stop that. If I say that too many times, I'm gonna get flown out to a fucking court case, not to a studio to consult. We're trying to go the other route with it. Anyways, yeah, it's definitely non-linear. And to a certain extent with non-linearity and accessibility, I think hand-holding is typically more well-received in a game like this than it would be in something like a Rust, so to say. But stuck at 96% on the first zone. Is that normal? First zone over here. Which one of these bad boys are you missing? Are you talking about the completion objectives, or are you on the, like, collect the balls? Or what part of the first zone you talking about? Because... Let's go, Ryle. Oh. Are you talking about in your, this thingy? Scover, 96%. Activities, probably monsters, if I had to guess. 20 out of 20ing every monster. And then collecting any of the balls that you might be missing. I don't know how many you have in your little, like, Pokédex. But if I had to guess, that would be it. Let's see, activities-wise, make sure you've done all your dungeons. Like, I have one dungeon still to do in Honeywoods, because the last time I was around there doing dungeons, the servers were borked. That was like a week ago, and I haven't gone back to that dungeon yet. So, missing 2 monsters. That's the worst. Never in video games 100% his own. Fuck that. I don't have the patience for it. I admire people that are willing to comb over every single aspect. Did you do your vote part and vote in the Pennsylvania primaries? Fuck. Hold on. I gotta drive down, chat. Hold on. I'll be right back. But yeah, no, I'm detail oriented in some things, but when it comes to 100%ing a zone, the devil's in those details. And I don't fuck with the devil. That's some satanic shit. 93 balls and I have no idea where the remaining 6 are. Oh god, wait, did you keep track? Did you do your Wordle? Yeah, I did. I've had so many people asking. Chat, if you guys haven't done your Wordle today, make sure you do your Wordle today. No spoilers. Dude, Carla got a DM of like, hey, make sure you guys do your Wordle today. I got DMs, I got tagged in Discord. And I still didn't, like, I didn't make the connection. I just thought it was gonna be something funny. I thought it was gonna be, I'm not gonna spoil it. Tell me you got it in 2? I got it in 5, bro. Carla picks my word to start, and I pick her word to start every single day. So, I got it in 5. What's a Wordle? Word, and then LE at the end. So it's a little letter puzzle where they give you 6 guesses to determine what a 5-letter word is. It could be any 5-letter word, but you basically submit your word, and if it's gray in that, like, letter slot, then that means that letter's not there, and you don't need to re-guess with that letter. If it's yellow, then it means that letter exists in the word, but is not in the right place. And if it is green, then that means the letter is in the right place in that word. So sometimes you have double letters, sometimes you have double letters. I've even had a word with a triple letter before. It's really unfortunate. So, how do you 100% Wordles? Just don't be stupid. Just be a lexicon of eloquent vocabulary. Like many people that I know, not me. Dude, my entire body's getting covered in this like thin layer of sweat. I need it to cool off. It's 83 degrees outside. Wordle's an MMO. You wouldn't want to split the player base of Wordle, dog. Heaven forbid if they did daily resets and split the player base. Game would fucking die. You imagine if they did that to the crossword as well? The fuck, man? Taking all those words and pulling them apart? God. God. What faction are we running on Wordle? 5-letter Andes can't even do a 6-letter. Okay, hear me out. Apparently Wordle added a hard mode where you have to use all of your letters from, like, that you've uncovered so far in your future guesses. I had been doing that all the time regardless. Like, I'd just been doing that all the time regardless. Apparently some people will just get a letter and then spam a bunch of different letters with their next word to try to uncover as many letters and then unjumble that shit. I don't know which side of it is, like, you know, the tismatic side. But one of them definitely is. I'm too dumb for Wordle. I love Wordle. Every morning we wake up, sit on the porch, sip coffee or a morning refreshment of some sort. I smoke a bowl. We throw birdseed out for the birds and the animals. And we do Wordle and hang out. It is a beautiful start to our days. Bro, honestly, I'm gonna be cooked because she's gonna be working like a 9 to 5 soon. And that means if we want to do Wordle on the porch type shit, I'm gonna have to wake up before she goes to work. I'll be getting on stream. Ugh. Tired of shit. YouTube short series doing Wordle guides would be so funny. Bro, on God, I have tech for Wordles. Like, not necessarily tech, but they're just like, it's like an LLM. I have different protocols for when letters are in certain scenarios where it's like based on the rules of the English language, you can discern that certain letters are supposed to be in certain places. Watch this video to get today's Wordle. Brother. You'd be surprised how many websites there are that already do that. Tell me you don't start with a do? No, Carla picks my word every day and I pick hers. So I have no control what my start is. Prior to Carla being up here and picking my words though, I was a big canoe guy. I fucked with canoe heavy as a starter. Because N and C can go in multiple spots, can start words, can end words in the 5-letter realm, can be fillers as well, can be second letters. So very high value letters there, and then you're also getting 3 vowels. It's just, I feel like it's an incredibly, incredibly solid word. A do bis IMO? I feel like with a doing bis, Jesus Christ. With a do and canoe, you're kind of going for the same things. I just like the N and the C a little bit more than the A and the D in terms of my consonants. But both are good. You could even start with something like today and you could get your Y out. You could start with a quest every day. And you could try to cover the absolute outlier case of a QU because you know if there's ever a Q, it'll be followed by a U and it's likely to be at the start of a word or potentially at the end of a word in like a QUE type shit. But morning rush, get up, get tacos. Rush to work, get there a little late. Tacos? How the fuck tacos? Saw Ludwig start with penis once and get so many letters. That was when I started for Saw like 2 months after that. Yeah, penis, not a bad one either. Not a bad one either. I go crane into moist. Moist is a solid one. Yes. Yes. Yeah, mine changes every day. We'll just throw each other a 5-letter word based on like what we're seeing. So it'll be anything from like birds to smoke to... God, what was today's? I'll tell you what I started with today. Wordle. Today, I started with sweat. Because it's hot as fuck. How could I have forgot? Dude, I kind of stink. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I'm genuinely kind of unpleasant to be around right now. I'm not ready for hot weather yet. Go-to used to be table, but now I just gotta think about what I was dreaming and go with that. Voids. Every single day. Voids. That's Fupo's start. Probably should be. Okay, hold on. I need to go get water again. Corner store is a woman cooking different kinds of tacos every day. Had chicken with peppers, beans, and cheese. How much per taco? Because hear me out. When we were in Phoenix, we went to El Rancho Market, which were like fresh made tacos. Like they're rolling out the tortillas themselves in store. Everything's made from scratch and delicious. And it's like $2 for 2 tacos or like $3 for 2 tacos or something like that. And then up here in glorious Maine, I saw a place recently that we ate at that I did not get the tacos from, but it was like 3 tacos, $16. Oh no, that was in Boston actually. It was 3 tacos for $16. And I was like, you are actually fucking insane if you think I'm about to drop 16 bones on 3 tacos. $3.50? That ain't too bad. That's what, $10.50 for 3 tacos? And are the tacos like the double? Where you get like the 2 tortillas and they're supposed to split the half and half? Are they done traditionally or are you only getting singles? 16 tacos for $16. Are we talking like Jack in the Box tacos or are we talking like the authentic shits? Because if we're talking authentic shits, I will take 32, please. Singles. Oh, knife through my heart. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, no, you got to get those doubles, dog. Every authentic taco that I've had is 2 tortillas that are cooked up. They basically dip them in fat, cook them a little bit, flip them, and then you get 2 torts. They slap the toppings on 1 tort, and then you split your torts like you would the player base of this game if you added fresh start servers. Bam! Sorry. That's my bad. Anyways, then you have 2 tacos, and then you just slap some lime on that shit, and you're good to go. That's my bad. I'm so fucking petty. This is morning tacos, not lunch or street tacos. Why are tacos inflated because it's the morning? If I sleep now, I'm clapped. Oh yeah, no, Nin, you're better off staying up for another like 5 hours and then just going to bed at a reasonable time tonight. Wake up at like 8 and then call it good tomorrow and then ease your way back into it. It's 5 p.m. here. Yeah, just stay up for another 5 hours and then go to bed at 10 and then you'll be chilling. That's honestly, that's my recommendation. Maybe some FAREVER. May I interest you in maybe some grinds? The zonk till 2 a.m. Rub one out. Back to bed.
He doesn't jerk off anymore. He has a missus.
Stop. He doesn't have to do that. Larger tacos? I fuck with that. What happened in the other game? I killed it! Sorry. No, it was just in temporary playtesting. It was just up for a little bit. So, you said that was your routine? Well, wake up at 2 a.m., rub one out? No, I wake up at 2 a.m. and I shit my brains out because I eat after stream. I threw up this morning. Just in case anybody's curious. Not when I was awake for the day, but like early in the day. I, yeah, unfortunately had a sicky tummy today, so that wasn't the greatest. But here I am for you putting on a show. You're 2 to 3 pounds lighter yet? Bro, honestly, between getting sick this morning and also sweating so much today, I am probably dropping to like, I don't know, 110. 6'5", 110 by the end of the day. No doubt in my mind. Crafting question. I don't know what I'm missing for the Minor Alchemist Cauldron. I have all the mats, but it says I don't. You are missing swag, my friend. So what you were fucking up there is with the Cauldron. You have to get your Riz up and then scroll down and select these, which don't work right now. So thoughts and prayers that that's included for the bug fix. Manny, who's 5'6", so take this with a grain of salt, asked AI what these were supposed to be for, and AI said that you were supposed to specialize 2 stats to actually get the boost instead of all of your main stats getting the boost. I don't trust AI, nor do I trust 5'6" men, so take that with a grain of salt. It could also just be a bug in the crafting UI itself, which I think is more likely than AI being right when AI probably doesn't even know what the fuck this game is. But, all things considered, I digress. Not craftable right now, so I wouldn't stress too much. Need to take my after work nap. Yeah, what, you crash for like 3 hours and then like respawn or some shit? Such a shortophobic. I just think 5'6" men are creepy. It's like, why aren't you... Like, where's the rest of you? I'm leaving? No, that's okay. You can be here. Just know that I don't know, you'd probably be cooler if you were at least like, I don't know, 6'1" or something. I feel like when there are dogs taller than you, it becomes an issue. Right? Hold on. I have little man syndrome. Well, no, you don't have little man syndrome. You're literally just a small man. World's tallest dog ever. Okay, hold on. The world's tallest dog ever is actually Victor Wembanyama. So, his name was Zeus. Cute. Let's see. 7'4" when standing on his hind legs. He was a Great Dane. And then there was another Great Dane, also named Zeus, from Bedford, Texas, that was 5 inches shorter than the other Zeus. God damn. How much does that motherfucker eat? Okay, hold on. That one's dead, though. Hold on. Currently. The current title for the tallest dog alive belongs to Kevin, an American Great Dane from West Des Moines, Iowa. They breed him different out there. Verified by Guinness World Records, Kevin measures 3 feet 2 inches from his feet to his withers. I don't know what that means. I think that means... Hold on. On hind legs. I have to get the correct unit of measurement. Let's see. Okay, Kevin is only taller than me by a few inches. Kevin's like 6'10". Kevin is almost 7 feet. So I could probably square Kevin up. But hear me out, when dogs are more than a foot taller than you. Withers sounds like something British people would use to talk dirty. Honestly, it sounds like something they would use before a fight. Gonna get all up in this bloke's withers type shit. I just can't say something angry without saying type shit after. You're shorter than a dog too. Okay, I can explain. But like, you're about to catch these withers. Shiver me withers. Jesus fucking Christ. Old sport. You've overlooked my final wither move. Prepare your fisticuffs for one final fracas. What if I'm under 5 feet? How? Like, you're an adult? Genuinely, what's it like? I stomped at 4'11". Huh. Yeah, my girlfriend, I'm pretty sure she's 5 foot nothing. But she wears tall shoes a lot, so she's like 5'4" at least. But her mom is also like shorter and smaller than she is. I went to give her mom a hug at like 4'10", and her mom came up to like here on me and was like this much of my like width. Very, very, very tiny human beings. I don't know how it's possible, but if that dog is that tall and you score up on him, he can probably fit your head in his mouth. Yeah, but I bet Kevin's a good boy. The large ones are always lovers, not fighters. So I try to keep that in mind. I don't have to worry about anything hitting my head. But I also never reach the top shelf easily. I clocked my shit on a chandelier at Carla's family's house. Apparently nobody in their family has hit their head on it. I rocked my shit. Like, we're talking NFL running back levels of CTE from that. Bro, I smacked my shit. I'm not gonna basketball anymore. Don't worry, neither am I. We can assemble the old squad and go to a local YMCA. I've been telling people, TwitchCon this year, we can have a 50% speed pickup basketball game so nobody gets hurt. None of this actual, like, you know, full jumping. Everybody's playing below the rim. I catch and I have a nice fundamental step through into a baby hook. Nothing above the rim. If you're coming down for a layup, I'm going straight up like I'm in the WNBA. I am not swatting at shit. I'm taking a charge, but I'm not going down. We gotta protect the bodies at this point. Go being center, I got rebounds. Bro, I swear to God, it's always the 5'6" motherfuckers. It's always the 5'6" motherfuckers that want to rebound. And then it's always the tall ones like me that sit outside and are just like, I shoot threes now. Okay, hold on. I'm getting water real quick. And then we found one legendary so far, boys. The Lego Wing Sabers have been acquired. Take the over-under at 0.5 for tourniquets. Oh, don't bring that in. Don't bring that in. That is my ultimate fear. I'll pass out like that one day that Nin told me gross stuff. Oh, God, no. That's my ultimate fear. Hit an exclamation vanish for me. Bro, I have been so blessed, knock on wood, to play my entire, like, athletic career through college without connective tissue stuff. I had meniscus issues in my knee, but it was non-surgical, which was great. I never had any, like, surgical connective tissue problems. I just dropped my lighter, Jesus Christ. Whatsoever. I had bad luck with, like, sprains and breaks, clearly. My wrists are held together by screws at this point. But, oh, dude, connective tissue terrifies me. Ah! Yeah, you're gross for that. You're gross for that. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm taking a bong rip. I gotta fucking forget that nastiness. I'm in a glass cage of heat. Chat. At what temperature do human beings start to melt? Cause like, I feel as though I am basically at that temperature. I might not make it out of today's stream. This might be the end of DustyWhy as we know it. And I regret to inform everyone that I have loved my time here. I know a lot of people praying on the downfall. Hasn't happened yet. It might at some point. Honestly, probably due to melting. But, is it just college football? Yep, nope, pass. Pass and gross. Pass and gross. This is why I play video games now. Worst thing that happens to me is my mouse dies. Which also, I have a slight tangent about my new mouse. I don't know if anybody else also has a Super Strike, the new Logitech mouse. But every wireless Logitech mouse that I have ever owned has had charging and playing capability simultaneously. But for whatever reason, this one does not have the capability to simultaneously charge and play. And I'm not quite sure why. if I'm being honest, but I haven't been able to figure out if it's something I'm doing wrong or if it's like an actual thing with this mouse, because it is, I will say, slightly an inconvenience, if I'm being honest. It's not the greatest. I went to just do some stuff while my mouse was charging at the start of the day, and I just couldn't do shit. I was super stuck and I can charge while playing. The fuck is wrong with me then? Am I just a pussy? This is why I wanted to ask chat. It would have been the only Logitech mouse that, like, I have ever got that couldn't do that. Hold on, like, same mouse, right? Just to confirm. We both got Super Strike, by the way. Absolute fire mouse. Love the fucking mouse. Actual 12 out of 10 mouse. Yes. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna try this bitch. I swear to God, if my dumbass just had the mouse off while it was charging and didn't realize it, I will actually probably stop streaming forever. But I feel like that's entirely possible. I think it's much more likely to be a me thing than a them thing at this point. Okay, hold on, let's make sure I have the right dongle. That is for my keyboard. This is for my mouse. This is me, not you. Alright, it's in. Oh, you fucking rat whore. Oh, you piece of shit. You did not do that the other day. You literally did not do... Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, fuck. I just knocked my Air 58 off my desk. Whoops. Hold on. Be right back. Un momento. How do I get back there? That's not good. Bro, I'm like fishing up an Air 58 like it got lost in a well right now. Oopsie daisy. Ugh. We're back. Aren't all Logitech dongles like universal now? Yes. Yes, the newer ones are. My OG G Pro Wireless was the last one that had the non-universal... No. The Superlight version 1 had the old dongle. Because this is a G Pro Wireless, this is Superlight version 1. And then I want to say like the Superlight Dex 2s had the universal dongle. So I don't remember when they transitioned exactly to it. Last year or two? Yeah, I want to say it was like with the Dex 2s. Does this mean tomorrow is day 1 of the Corduroy Cowboy? I do need some more cowboy. Some more corduroy. I need all of the corduroy. I need to start like rocking all corduroy all the fucking time. I just don't have that much corduroy. I only have like 2 corduroy fits worth of corduroy, which is not enough. It's nowhere near enough.
Cat with abs is absolutely.
Yo, Fiddless, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, much love. Bro, if I had on the corduroy fit right now, I'd be dead, by the way. Like, I am hot as shit. I don't know if you guys can see on camera, but I'm actually sweating. Just sitting here. Like, I feel myself being too hot. The stream room is actually not a made-up number, 87 degrees Fahrenheit right now. I am cooking right now. That's not your sweat, you're glowing, glistening. Doesn't fucking smell like I'm glistening, dog. I'm about to shower after stream before I hang out with Carla, or she about to leave my ass. I'm fucking stinky, dog. I showered this morning too. It's been hot all day. Shit don't evaporate up here. It's bad. It's bad. Can't find a YouTube video with the build I was following. Priest with thorn lace and toothpick. I mean, honestly, there probably won't be the most like YouTube content out right now. Thorn lace, toothpick, really anything toothpick is good right now. Toothpick as an arsenal is so strong and sought after. Basically, there are 2 weapons that I think are by and large the best arsenals in the entire game. Right now, for warriors, it is Judgment, and I think that is the strongest overall arsenal. It's just a 25% increased damage buff to things that are CC immune. So, incredibly strong, just inherently. Because everything in here is CC immune, because it's all bosses. So, Throw that on with any weapon as a warrior, and you're just doing 25% more damage for literally free. And then on the priest side, I guess also not exclusively priests, but in terms of the concentration of priest builds that use it, spear is pretty much everything to most priest builds right now. I'm kind of like doing something off the beaten path a little bit with Bee Fury offhand or Arsenal, but even then, Bee Fury Arsenal is still a pretty popular option. And I think it's just going to continue to go up in popularity, if I'm being real, as people realize there are alternatives to Spear that can still work exceedingly well. So, like, Spear is still very, 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 very good. It's just like, I don't think it's the only option for an Arsenal. So that's why I always tell people, like, feel free to explore while you're leveling. If you have, like, questions about the build, or if you're running into any difficult content that you can't clear, we can definitely get that taken care of. But there's so many synergistic weapons. So many. It's good to use for Arsenal and Spear. Passive gives you shield. Yeah, the Spear passive is the largest facilitator of everything. It's so fucking stinky. I don't have one on me. I can look it up on database real quick, though, so people that don't know can see it. Gorgon, Ratzi's toothpick. Bro, I'm so sweaty. Let's see. Yo, Nagi, thank you for following. Much love, dude. Okay. So basically, you're looking at your skills and attacks increase your armor by 30%. This is 2%, stacking up to 15 times for a max of 30 at rank 2. So you get 30% armor, and then at 15 stacks, critical strikes grant you a shield equal to 30% of the damage dealt for 3 seconds. So you effectively just slam Omega Shield up all the time, and it just stops you from taking damage in the first place. A lot of people have loved that side of it. I think Bee Fury's better Arsenal than Toothpick for Priest. Me too. I also think Crab Shield is better than Dom, but don't tell people with meters that I said that. They'll tell you I'm fucking crazy. They'll tell you I'm making it up. But hear that statement too? I think people don't realize in a multi-target scenario, you can literally just hold block, and then you can insta-stack up 3 stacks of your block, and then you can spend those stacks immediately. Crab Shield is worse because it's ugly. I think Crab Shield looks nice. But you can build and spend your block buffs so fucking fast on Crab Shield. It truly is insanely strong. And people just like to see one big number from Dominion. And people will say, oh, well, meters say Dominion higher, when people are smacking a goddamn dummy. It's so sad. All I know is Priest with Amon Ram. Ram's really good, if I'm being honest. There's a large reason why you're seeing Priest with Amon Ram. And, like, this is why, if I'm being completely honest. Amon Ram is really strong. There's a lot of damage, there's a lot of sustain, there's a lot of healing, shielding, stripping enemy resist, there's AoE, there's single target, there is movement buffing, there's CC, there's everything, man. It's just, it's unbelievably good. And I really feel like it's the most likely thing to get tweaked. Where I personally think there's gonna be a longer internal cooldown added to the refresh on my 1. Because right now, I can just proc that shit like absolute mad. And I can just spam my 1s as soon as I get a crit on the final hit of my combo. I get my 1 back up. So they'll probably add an internal cooldown to it, if I had to guess. Because you can just get that, spam it on an instant, and then it's just GG's. A lot of damage. Outside of that, they may adjust the stat scaling, if I had to guess. Because it gives you 10% fervor and 10% crit, which is fucking stinky. If I'm being completely honest, like, 10% of both of those is ridiculous. So, 18 Spark Crystals obtained, legendary leveled. Oh no. Oh no, what do you mean? How the Crab Shield work exactly for the block thing? Anytime you block, so any block, even if you're holding it, doesn't have to be a perfect block, gives you one stack each time you block, or every time you hit a finisher on your weapon combo. Easiest way to get it up is, in my opinion, blocking. At 3 stacks, the next time you block, you boom and blow up. My crits with this build only being at 84 faith right now, with no consumes or anything like that, are hitting, well, I have a scroll up, are hitting for like 400 plus. So it's obviously not the 1500 damage that you're getting from Dominion procs, but as frequently as you can get 3 finishers or blocks in any combination off, you can blow up again with that damage. Each one of the blow ups also removes 5 seconds off of Depth Shield's cooldown, which does another 250 damage if none of them crit, because it's 50 per and then double damage on the last one. So you have 3 ticks of 50, 1 tick of 100, 250 damage pre-crit. And that's not factoring in anything else, right? So any crits, any additional scaling that goes into those, and you're immediately looking at, between the combo, 500 plus damage easy, approaching like 800 without crits, maybe upwards of 1,000 with higher scaling and some crits along your side for luck. But even from a consistency standpoint, that's also healing you, which is just, again, insanely valuable to have constant heals ticking out on that short cooldown. I fucking love Crab Shield, man. It is so strong. So this guy will go up in the air, but before he does, I block, and then because of that block, all of those the bees around me died. He took big damage, and then I wait for him to come back down. I get my shield up, and then block again. More damage goes out, and we block again, and then that built my stacks. So now first block of all 3 of them that comes out, once I get them out of the honey, I'll be able to blast them at this bee. So attack comes in, we'll throw a block out, additional 300 damage immediately. And if I want to right here, I can just hold block and then wait for them to hit me again. Obviously, you want to be smarter with your stam than I just was. Very terrible demonstration. But you can chain the shit out of that bad boy. Bee shield when? Oh my god, I need the full beekeeper kit. I do. That would be the game changer. A bee shield that's also summoning even more bees. Although, based on our experience with the build so far, it probably just wouldn't work. So you really hate to see that side of it. But, all things considered, yeah, bee shield would absolutely fuck. More bees being summoned in any way, shape, or form when that build does come online is going to be absolutely large for me. I really see a whole shitload of potential in it. But it is truly a matter of getting the bugs fixed with it first, seeing how many instances of damage I can actually scale up with those 2 weapons. Because honestly, I don't know if I'm going to be able to put out Amon Ram levels of, like, you know, damage instances, which is a little bit of a concern because this is keeping the constant empower up on me from sunlight as well, which is huge. That is absolutely massive. But this is also putting an empower on me because of the blessing there, which empowers my next 3 attacks after one of my abilities. So I'm going to be losing a damage instance there, inherently dropping 1 instance of damage on pretty much all of my attacks to get bees out. So then I'm wondering, like, what is the trade-off even going to be? Once I ramp up plenty of bees, that'll be great. But I have a fear that Amon Ram genuinely might just be too good. Like, it might just be too strong. Tried range build on the priest with the water weapon. Oh, clam slamming? Yeah. Heals insane. I think for groups, this will be best healing build if we ever need so much healing. I hope and pray that we get difficult group-based content. Despite me swearing up and down that this isn't an MMO, because it's not, I would really love it if it felt more like one. It's just not within the design for it to. Which I think is inherently okay, right? But, God, man, I would love it if Heroics came in and brought along group-based content. Ram can trigger magic trinket on every auto attack. It's okay damage. Right. Right. The crafted one? The lightning bolt one? When I used it, I just felt like it was not the craziest damage. But I also wasn't using it with RAM, scaling it like crazy. I was using it with a different build that probably wasn't the best facilitator for it. Be interesting to see how it scales with RAM for sure, since you're getting more frequent procs of it. Because the largest issue with it was that indeed it took a very long time to actually ramp and proc. So if that's not a problem, could actually see some validity to it. I just think Raclette Pan is super consistent as well. It has Fizz Pen on it, which is slightly wasted, with the one exception of like my attacks. But you know, not the worst to have the extra crit coming in, all things considered, until I get a little bit more setup. About 200 damage, but if you turn the RAM buffs, like 10 seconds. Honestly, it ain't too shabby. It ain't too shabby at all. Part of me just wonders with how many instances of damage I have going out that are ability based and aren't going to be under the guaranteed crit of like, you know, my attacking power with RAM. If that would bring more damage or not. Because crit's just so stinky. Especially overall crit, since I can't force crit my abilities like that. Can imagine being able to solo heroic, that'd be pretty boring. You'd think! What up, class in the game? Yo, talk to you later. What up, dude? The classes currently in the game, they have Priest, which is what I am currently playing. Then they have Mage, Rogue, and Warrior. There are a lot of different weapon types in the game, so pretty much every class, I believe every class does have access to ranged and melee options. And then the weapons will bring in a few different abilities for you to choose from as well. Not like choose from, but each weapon has their unique abilities. So you kind of like combine your class and your weapons to get the total output of your build. So pretty fun customization system there. I'm currently running a one-handed mace and a shield. And then they also give you what's called an arsenal slot where you put another weapon that you can just take abilities off of that. So pretty fun customization system, like I said. A lot of room to cook. And as of right now, pretty much every build that you could possibly fathom is viable in some way, shape, or form for content. So, I hate Cheese Station. Why I hate Cheese Station? Just got Legendary Beef Fury on the first run. I'm not mad anymore. I have mine. Now I'm happy for you. But if you have enough blue shards to upgrade it, that's when I'm angry. And then the purples. I'm thinking about trying it out. Yeah, I mean, depending on what you're looking for, I'm someone that's typically an open world PvX MMO enjoyer. This is not that. The max group size is 4. So I could have a group of 4 people with me right now. And at the end of the dungeon, instead of me getting 2 pieces of loot, we would have 4 pieces of loot, 1 for each person that drops. And then we'd be able to kind of like gear share and technically have more rolls on each run. But you aren't forced into groups by any mean or measure. It's early access as well, so they're going to be bringing in a lot more systems, a lot more refinement to the things that we have. And it will get more social with guilds coming in, but we also don't know exactly how social it's supposed to be, as the developers have said, like, up and down and all around, that really it's like not an MMO. So what do you think about the Ashes of Creation situation, and primarily what do you think of Steven? Ashes of Creation situation sucks, very simply put. I'm not the only one that got impacted by it. It sucks that the game had to die. It sucks that developers had to lose their job. It sucks that communities, you know, lost their place to game. Very simply put, I'm the person I feel the least bad for in the Ashes of Creation situation. But I think for everybody involved, from what's come out, at some point in time, there were genuinely people on both sides that wanted to make something great happen. At one point, the investors, at least Jason from what's come out, does seem to have had passion about the project and really wanted to see it succeed, despite it not being his, you know, his primary forte. And, you know, some of the texts that are coming out truly show that they were at one point extremely close and were in this together. And we don't know what happened to shift everything in between one point and the other. But it's a shitty situation, I think, to say the very least. And for everybody that's involved, I can only imagine it's an immense amount of stress. In terms of what I think about anybody that's involved, I think an immense amount of pressure on people is always a game changer. I think personally, my thoughts on Intrepid as a whole, because keep in mind, this is more Intrepid. Like, this is Steven's business practices more than anything else. My personal thought on it is that Steven, as a creative director, probably would have been the ideal person for Ashes of Creation. Steven as a person to do the financials and run the company and have all that additional stress on him while trying to effectively have a software tech startup in today's day and age in San Diego, California, from absolute scratch, while trying to make an MMO, which is like the most competitive game, was probably a lot too much to handle all at once, while also trying to manage life and being a creative director. And on the investor side, they probably wanted to put in money and help the project succeed. And then at a certain point, from what we've gathered through the development of the game, it just got delayed and delayed. And then the investors, instead of being like, oh, fuck yeah, let's make this happen, it became, okay, where's my money? Which they're investors. It's their job to make money. It sucks on both sides. I think there are so many things that could have gone different all the way around. I'm far past harboring animosity towards anyone personally. Like, it sucks the way that it went down, but from my personal perspective, I still got more out of Ashes of Creation than I've got out of many other games. I played it for over 3,000 hours. I grew one of the largest guilds that has translated to other games. I mean, shit, we still have active WoW branches running in retail and TBC. So for me, I'm more in like, you know, is it better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all type shit? And I'm not really like the, oh, my ex was a bitch type person when it comes to the games that I've played. I'm more grateful that I had the opportunity to put in 3,000 hours with Ashes, and I just wish that the business side would have gone different. But I'm not a businessman, and I guarantee that I also would not have made the best decisions all the time when I were running that company, nor would I have had the most level head if I were an investor involved in something that heavy. I kind of empathize more than anything else, man. I think nobody in that scenario had a, you know, an easy route, right? But all in all, just sucks. I think in many alternate timelines, things probably could have gone much different than they did here. And maybe they did somewhere else. But here, unfortunately, we got this one. We got the bad pull. Actually, thought I was gonna do well. I was so excited for it. Oh, dude, nah. I mean, me personally, I fucking loved, like, the premise of Ashes. But WoW, I think, truly is never going to die until they decide to kill themselves as a game. I think WoW at this point has so much investment from people within the IP, within the, you know, the sunken cost fallacy of, I played WoW for 20 years, I've raided with the same people for 10 years, we've met up and gangbanged this one dude's wife in the guild every year for the last 8 years. Like, how am I supposed to leave this, right? It's something that a lot of people feel invested in when you look at WoW and the, you know, the older existing titles like that, to where people truly have a sense of connection that to newer titles they don't really have. And even then, Ashes was a very punishing structure for a game that I think along the way was going to be met with a lot of critiques, a lot of criticisms. Riven, thank you for the follow. And dude, to my core, like, if Ashes went down in any other way and it was still existing, I'd be playing Ashes. Love that game, very much enjoyed it. But it was a punishing hellscape of an MMO, and if you didn't come ready for anything to happen, including the strongest guild punching the weakest guild, then you were going to get upset at some point, and you were probably going to end up quitting that game. So, like, I really enjoyed the totem pole element of it, where, like, you know, you know your place in the world, you play your place in the world type shit. But, like, it just, I don't know, it went down in a really bad way. Oh, yeah, I'm not doing, like, the add-on stuff. Honestly, I'm very anti-add-on with this game. I really hope that the developers pursue add-ons and take them down and actively take measures to stop them from working in the game, because add-ons are such a slippery slope. I was talking about this towards the start of stream, like the very start. But the thing about add-ons right now is that they start as cute and nothing too fancy. And then it eventually turns into, here is Azeroth Autopilot or Questy, except FAREVER Autopilot, where you turn it on and it puts an arrow on your screen and says, run this far, interact with this, kill this, gather this, run this way, arrow turns with you, adjusts, directs you, 100% clear route, every orb, every chest, every collectible, every quest, most optimal route by steps, batches quests together and objectives together. How long until it goes to that route? I think add-ons should be nipped rather than supported. And like, thank you for following myself. For that reason, personally, I'm out. I don't necessarily like fault people for wanting those things, but I definitely don't support add-ons in their baseline from this. Pretty easy to prevent that all by removing APIs. You don't need APIs. Eventually people will just hand compile it. Like, guides are made by people who aren't doing API polls to determine the most efficient routes, but they're compiling all of their information as they go. And they will genuinely handcraft all of their guides. So not only will it be an add-on, but some of the highest level guides, I guarantee you with add-ons, some of the highest functionality, some of the highest level guides, if player base takes off or is consistent, becomes monetized. And there's always a, you know, a very different route once money is involved with these. And instead of it being something as simple as here's Dusty's leveling route, it becomes you can have my short route, you know, that only includes quests, or you can have my fully compiled route that includes the locations of every single orb, every single chest, all of the drops that you'll need to level smooth along the way for each class. Somebody will grind that information out, create the route, and they will have the resources to do that, whether it's hand done or you're able to extrapolate it through any other means. And that add-on isn't something that it's like, oh, turn off API for it. If there's a damage meter that's creatable, if there's a mini-map that's creatable, there is an overlay that's also creatable that will bring you around the world in an optimal manner. It's only a matter of time until people find that optimal manner. I also, personally, in my heart of hearts, I feel like this game plus damage meters is effectively like going to church to get your dick sucked in the pews. Some people might really think it's the coolest thing in the world, but I think it's kind of like antithetical, you know what I mean? I don't think it meshes very well. I think this game inherently is meant to be very explorative in nature, very cozy in nature, and very accessible in nature. And I think damage meters are the first step in inaccessibility, especially if they do ever end up adding more group content. If they went full single player, I wouldn't give a fuck about damage meters whatsoever. But the second damage meters are brought in with group content on the line, I think it takes away more than it provides. Certain builds get devalued when those builds aren't even at fault for their low damage because they're bringing in support. Like, there's just, I don't know, I just feel like it's such a slippery slope. And I know add-ons have been so incredibly successful in other titles, depending on how we want to say successful. But Dota literally got slammed by League. Just look at the numbers. League kind of killed a lot of Dota. Did it? Dota 2, 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 Fortnite. Dota 2, 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 CS2, Dota 2, Dota 2, CS2, Dota 2, 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 CSGO, Dota 2, Fortnite, Dota 2, Dota 2, CSGO, CSGO, CS2, Dota 2, Dota 2, Dota 2, Dota 2, CSGO, Dota 2, Dota 2, Dota 2, Dota 2. Faker's 75th. League wins casuals and marketing. Dota wins esports. And Dota is the best esport in the entire world. I stand on that business. I don't even fanboy Dota esports like I used to. But man, Dota 2 esports just bring in something amazing about them. How the fuck is Magnus Carlsen 82nd from chess? Is that counting all of his chess earnings, or is that just online? Wait. Dota 2's also been at the top or second of Steam for like, what, 10 years or more? Okay, well, hear me out. I don't think Dota exists on the level that it does without League's success. And I don't think League exists on the level that it does without Dota's success. Because A, League doesn't exist in the first place without Dota being a spin-off, like a custom game for Warcraft, and then getting the actual hype that it had, becoming a standalone, getting sued by Blizzard to not use their IP, having to change all of their character names and lore, becoming Dota 2 eventually. And, you know, those two have synonymously developed the MOBA genre, with all of those along the way that haven't made it as large. The Smites, the Heroes of the Storms, the Heroes of Newerts. The fuck else is there? The fuck else is there? A lot of other shit. A lot of other shit. CS? CS is old man geriatric boomer shooter. I stand on that business. If I wanted to watch a shooter esport, I'd want to watch something where it's not just, he's holding a peak, he's holding a peak, he's holding a peak, he's holding a peak, he's holding a peak. I want to see raw mechanics that nobody else in the world can pull off, instead of strats nobody else in the world can pull off. It's like the difference for me between watching golf and watching basketball. If I go out to eat and golf's on a TV screen, I'm not like, can you turn that off? But I'm not going to pick to go watch the Masters over go watch the NBA Finals type shit, you know? It's just, it's a different pace. I respect it for what it is. It's the same thing as like my thoughts with League. It developed its genre so incredibly heavily and weighed in on so many other games so incredibly heavily that you have to give it its respect. But I have no problem admitting I would actually rather watch shit come from a butt than be forced to watch an entire CS event. It may just be my ADHD showing through, but dude, I can't do it. Same thing with Valorant. Valorant's a little bit better because they have more flashing lights and abilities, but like, I don't know, it's still slow. How to win when League's played much more. Dota is a far superior esport. Literally paved the way for the entire genre to exist, and League wouldn't exist without Dota 1. It's like the whole like LeBron Jordan argument, except Dota is both LeBron and Jordan, and League is like Wemby. Oh, this has just been here for League and Valorant by far. Oh yeah, it's personal preference. I think in the League and Dota realm too, like both are incredibly successful and wouldn't have the success of one without the other. I think that's the most important thing to recognize. A lot of people in MMOs have this like tribalism where it's like, if this isn't my game, then it's no game. And I think that's just such a detrimental mentality. I talk my shit on League, but I played League with Carlo one time. I suck at it compared to Dota because it's a little bit different muscle memory and you got flashes and heals and all that shit. But it's a MOBA, right? And MOBAs genuinely all complement each other, and the player base of MOBAs recognize that other MOBAs also paved the way. It's like, well, people are arguing about the whole LeBron versus Jordan GOAT debate. LeBron and Jordan have probably had more conversations behind closed doors, squashing the beef and acknowledging that, you know, Jordan paved the way for LeBron to be as good as he possibly was, with the comparisons to Jordan in the first place that set up the hype for LeBron to exceed all expectations. And if LeBron came around without Michael Jordan, then LeBron would have been the Michael Jordan of, you know, that day. If you switch the eras, then LeBron would still be, you know, that Michael Jordan-esque, but he wouldn't be able to surpass the hype of, you know, the airness, so to say. You need the different eras to complement, and you need the steps to build and succeed. You wouldn't have the streamers of today without the OGs that streamed in the early days of Justin TV. You wouldn't have anything without the walk before the run. And I think so many people, especially in MMOs, forget that. And when it's talking about, you know, different games, different titles, it's so funny how the mentality is always like, man, I really hope this is a WoW killer. I'm like, motherfucker, why would you want WoW to die? That is a billion-dollar company that would then leave MMO development for good if their baby died, and we would lose millions of total players in the MMO industry as a whole. Why wouldn't we want WoW to flourish and blossom and then hope that other MMOs also flourish and blossom as a result? and maybe some have the potential to appeal to multiple players, but we all kind of like skip around that. I think you watch a lot of League if you have that opinion. There's no comparison when it comes to entertainment in the MOBA space. Dota's nowhere near League. Let's watch World's Final last year and you'll understand. No, I've watched a good amount of League. Also, I don't know if you were in an ad or anything, but I can pull up one very clear and simple statistic for why Dota 2ski is the single greatest esport in the entire world. And I can summarize by saying your God King Faker is 75th in earnings from tournaments all time. And Dota has the highest earnings of any esport by far. The largest esports support, viewership peaks. It is the peak of esports. Dota esports is unwatchable literally. If you don't play Dota, then that's understandable. But I can tell you personally, I have been to multiple professional Dota events. I have played in amateur online tournaments. I have spectated multiple professional events live and online. It's just your attachment. Like, if you prefer League, you'll prefer the League tourneys. If you prefer Dota, you'll prefer Dota tourneys. It's literally all just preference on things. If I'm being real, they're both, again, incredibly successful games that have paved the way for each other to succeed. So when we talk about the consistency and the actual esports potential of it, Dota in itself is the NBA to League's WNBA. I hate to put that out to you, but the numbers speak for themselves. This is literally the WNBA equivalent. Faker is Caitlin Clark. His money comes from endorsements, not tournament earnings, because League tournament earnings pale in comparison to Dota 2 tournament earnings. It's just facts. They can't exist without each other, and the marketing for League is absolutely phenomenal. And the casual pull of League is absolutely insano style, beyond many other games of the world. But when we're talking esports, it's inarguable that Dota 2 has established itself as the peak of esports. It is the pinnacle, it is the creme de la creme. If you make it as a Dota 2 professional on the highest level, you are at the peak of what esports has to offer in terms of potential careers. It's just statistics. But attachment to games is something else. There will be people that are like, oh my god, the last time I watched a CSGO tournament and I saw a flash go out and then somebody moved 3 steps and shot their gun 3 times, I got a fucking boner. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, how do you watch this shit, brother? And again, it's the tribalism. It's being able to sit back and acknowledge this is for somebody and it's not necessarily for me, but somebody enjoys it. It's like, if you don't like country music, it's the difference between being like, oh, all country music should fucking die and they should stop making country music. Or it's like, all right, well, somebody likes it for some reason, probably a little scary. But I want to say more money equals better, then you got to speed to that. Longevity of professional scene, careers provided by professional scene, framework established by the game. League of Legends would not be League of Legends without Dota existing. And that is an inarguable fact. Dota paved the way for every MOBA title to exist. It's like World of Warcraft players disrespecting EverQuest and not acknowledge that, like, EverQuest had to be there for WoW to be EverQuest. Trust me when I say that you'll hear nothing on Dota unless you go looking for it. Brother, you don't hear shit on League unless you go looking for it. You live in an echo chamber of an algorithm that's catered to you and your friend group talks about the same things. I haven't heard shit about the League Pro scene since the last time I talked to Carla about the League Pro scene. And that's because she follows the League Pro scene. I look at stats about the League Pro scene. Like, you literally have to branch into any game. You won't hear about World of Warcraft unless you go into World of Warcraft. You want to know what's crazy? If we're going off of casual player base numbers, Minecraft, Roblox, and Fortnite gap every single game we're talking about. That's just the truth. And you won't hear shit about those unless you go out and actually seek them out. Oh wait, no, you actually do, because every motherfucker knows about a dress to impress. Like, if we really want to get into success, we talking about the wrong tree, brother, if we're talking about casuals only and player base only. Entered a league until Tyler 1 joined OnlyFans. Yeah, I mean, it's everybody's echo chamber. If you play MOBAs, you'll know about League. You might know about Dota. You might know about, you know, Han. You might know about, you fucking everything. You might know about HOTS. You might know about anything. Can confirm, don't follow MOBAs at all. Never hear about any of them. Yeah, it's extremely reasonable. You're lying? No, you're just an actual riot brain dumb fuck. Like, genuinely. You hear about Roblox all the time because it's the largest game in the world. Yeah, Roblox actually is the single largest game in the world. So if we're talking about size, Roblox takes League and says, hey bro, and kills it. Murders it. People get paid actual IRL money to work jobs in Roblox. Mobile games cook everything from a monetary standpoint. Everything is far past MOBAs. Like, if we're just talking about evaluating games off of that, every MOBA's dog shit, every shooter's dog shit, every MMO's dog shit, every ARPG's dog shit. Everything is dog shit except mobile games, Roblox, and Minecraft. If we want to go down that route, like, we can. But, dog, I promise you, League is not a zeitgeist for people outside of MOBAs. Genuinely. Everything that's targeted at kids is insanely big, from YouTube channels to videos, games, etc. Amaranth. Yep. Roblox is kind of dying recently, or at least I've heard. Let me see if I can find a total active user for it. Roblox total active users. There's an active player IO. I don't know how much I trust this. I don't know how much I trust this at all. That doesn't seem very reputable. I don't think, other than the developers sharing insights, there's like there's a total active user poll for me. As of February, it was reported that they had 85.3 million daily active users. And 8 months ago, Roblox hit 47.3 million concurrent active users. Just keep in mind, 47.3 million concurrent. That's a higher peak than, like, League, Dota, and all of our other games combined. 47.3 million concurrent users. Steam itself was 41.2 as its all-time peak. I'm telling you, Brody. It's all subjective. It's all subjective. It's like my joke about how I, like, hate things. I just really like League. Well, I know, but bro, calling someone a liar is gonna get into a personal route of things. I'm trying to explain that we need to be less tribalistic, and you're out here like, you're fucking lying. I'm like, nah, dog, don't be stupid. Don't call someone a liar if you don't want smoke. Do not hit that. 180 million League players peak 2022. League did not hit 180 million concurrent players, brother. Concurrent players. Check it out. Concurrent is not total. 180 million total players in 2022. Touchkata is smaller than Roblox's monthly active users of 380 million. So their yearly in 2022 was smaller than Roblox's monthly. For perspective, if we're going off total users. We're talking peak concurrent all at the same exact time in one place. Not total. Not total. Because total Roblox also cooks it. Roblox is the highest peak that a game has ever had. The most that a singular platform has ever had. Because Roblox is so large, it's a platform now. It beat all of Steam's concurrency. Roblox even unlocks Minecraft. Everything. Bro, it's all Roblox. Roblox IPO'd. It's publicly traded! Like, Roblox did better than FaZe Clan in the market. They say Roblox is larger than all of Steam. Steam's all-time peak as of March was 41.2 million active concurrent users. Concurrent users all at once. Roblox hit 47.3 million concurrent. Maybe I do have to tap into Roblox. Bro, I'm telling you, we're looking at the wrong shit, man. Everybody in MMOs is tribalistic as fuck when we're actually getting mogged by so many other titles, and we bitch that a game with 10,000 players is losing to a game with 25,000 players when our entire genre fucking sucks. And everybody is just like hoping something good comes along at any point in time. It's just, dude, it's a sad state for MMOs. And everybody's so like tribalistic and like eating people apart. Currently, popular Roblox is 95% of games are slop on there, like actual garbage cash forms. Yeah, but they still pull a shitload of players on each of their singular games. Roblox isn't a single game, why are we comparing it? My brother in Christ. Are we not going to consider that if Roblox has different game modes, then League of Legends having ARAM, ranked, unranked, is also not considering all of the different game modes as unique game types? Because they could be separated entirely based on player base as well. It's all Roblox, it's all League. It's the same way that Dota 2 Arcade counts as Dota 2 peak population. League in itself is a platform as well. It's just a less supportive custom platform. Terrible news for you. League's not just one League game. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Roblox has over 10 billion registered. Wait, what? What? Wait, repeat that? Roblox has 10 with a B billion active users, registered users. Isn't that more than there are people on Earth right now? See, this is one thing I've said about MMOs. People die. People get responsibilities. People get jobs. Like, people have things that take them out of gaming. MMOs have not broken into the next generation. So when that happens, they can't replace players as much. Now, keep in mind, some people aren't gonna like to hear this, but kids die too. You still have to replace the accounts all the same when they die. Roblox has been doing that, and this goes to show that. Everybody dies in player bases. You have to replace the concurrency somehow, and Roblox has been doing that extremely well. 8.29 billion people on the planet. Yeah, but people die. There are bots. People make multiple accounts. There are bots. People make multiple accounts. There are bots. Bots. But still, as Dev said, still speaks to the sheer size of the platform. I don't know many other platforms in the world that would have, I just checked, it's actually 11 billion. Jesus Christ. My child alone has 3 accounts on Roblox. For what? Are they fucking smurfing Roblox ranked? The fuck is your kid doing? Alts to do what? Farm money? Are they working 3 8-hour shifts at the Roblox 7-Eleven to make ends meet? What the fuck is this? What is their rent? $7.50 a month? What are you doing? He's making 30K a month. Parents are tired. You can keep playing Roblox as long as you show up to your shifts, honey. Yo, on God. That sounds like fucking tech. She has her main account, one to all for the others, and one just to roleplay on. Oh, that's dope. That's dope. That's dope. Why let kid play on that? Because as much as bad things happen on online platforms, there are innumerable more interactions that are completely non-problematic whatsoever on every single platform. Craigslist had the Craigslist killer, and it doesn't mean that every single Craigslist interaction was going to be, you know, a killer. Prostitution had police stings. Didn't stop them from picking up prostitutes. Not every hooker's gonna be a police officer, and even if they are, you get a 2-for-1 on the deal. So, you gotta keep in mind, like, a lot of us started gaming when we were also wee lads. I myself started gaming when I was 4 years old. I think from a perspective of somebody that, you know, learned the internet as I grew because the internet grew as I grew, I myself had to educate myself and had to be educated by many people on how to keep myself safe on the internet. And I think that's the most important part of it. It is inevitable that people will access technology nowadays. You cannot prevent it, and it's stupid to try to do so. If you have a kid, as soon as they go to school, they're going to be accessing technology, they're going to be getting all the references, they're going to be getting everything, and they will find a way, the same way that we, when we were kids, used to say fuck, thinking that we were super cool because our parents couldn't hear us before we were allowed to swear. It's just gonna happen, dog. You just gotta educate the youngins on what to look out for. I was walking myself to school in elementary school. I knew not to get in any strangers' vehicles, and I knew who lived on the route, so that way if anything happened, I could go to a nearby house. Never had any incidents other than one time I fell off my bike when one of the school buses was driving by me because I went to wave to one of my friends and everybody made fun of me that day. That was quite literally the most horrific moment of my childhood. At least one of them. But, it's fucking terrible. All things considered, though, I fell right outside of somebody's house that I knew, so they came out and helped me up. So, it was nice. For sure to like show the educator, she'll learn how to use tech, and if we get around parental controls, she will too. Oh god, yeah. Oh god, yeah, absolutely. Like, I feel like this is something that I used to think of as like a super boomer conversation when I was a kid. But like, it's just cyclical, man. Everybody that's an old adult now at one point in time did something super edgy with their friends because they thought it was cool. We used to have a garage in the backyard that was converted into like an extra room for my older brother to stay in when he was home from college. And one time there was like an 18 rack of, it was Oktoberfest, I think, out in the room, and I had a friend over and we just cracked some Oktoberfests and we drank them. And we put them back in, like, it was one of the square ones where every bottle was standing up. And we put them back in, like, the slots standing up, just empty with the cap on. And my mom was like, hey, did you guys drink beers last night? And we were like, no. She was like, weird, your brother says, like, half of his beers are gone. We're like, weird. Maybe he got drunk and forgot that he had them. That's fucking crazy. Like, bro, kids are gonna be kids. You can't stop it. It's inevitable. I got reported when I was I 9? I think I was 9 the first time I got reported on WoW because I said STFU pervert to somebody because they came up to me and said some sus ass shit about how my brothers and my dad weren't around to protect me now because I played the game with my brothers, and by the way, it was their dad. We have a different dad. Mother was a whore. Kidding, love you, mom. Anyways, but we have different dads. So I used to play the game with my brothers and their dad, and dude came up to me and he was like, your brothers and your dad aren't here to protect you now. I was like, STFU, perv. And then he reported me. And my dad got the report email because my account was linked up to his email address because I was a child. And he's like, he comes up to me and he's like, why are you getting reported in this game? What are you saying to people? And I told him the situation, and he goes, oh, okay, no, that's fine. That's fine, you're chilling. It's like nothing to worry about. Drinking beer is boring in Germany, drinking age is 16. Drinking beer anywhere sucks, because beer fucking is awful. I'll be honest, beer sucks. Child rules are made to be broken, but we evolved to be the rule maker. I remember sneaking out my window when I was one of the kids when my daughter tried. I was waiting outside for her. MLG'd that shit, hit the parenting skill shot. Nah, that's crazy. Just cleared Honey's about hard solo first try. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Are you trying the same tech that I am? Because I have a trick for you that if your build clears a little bit slower than mine while you're waiting for gear, you can drag all of these ads. I'll show you real quick. You can drag all of the ads further away, and the devastation, watch my health, it's proximity based. So the closer you are to the boss, the harder devastation hits. The further you are from the boss, the less damage devastation does. Really cool tip for when you're just like learning the boss, your gear might not be as good type shit. Helped me a lot when I was first learning this fight. A kind chatter helped me with it because I was fighting for my life anytime a devastation went out. And when you get tankier, it's not as large of a deal because I can just sit here and smack all these lads, right? And it just doesn't really impact anything. But let me tell you, when I had 200 HP and that was hitting for 300. And I got a legendary. What? What legendary do you get? Something pocket. Bruh! They gave you my legendary! What the fuck? That's what I'm trying to farm up. You rat. That ain't too shabby if I do say so myself. I have a build plan around that. That's what I'm trying to farm up. I got the other weapon. However, I did not get my pocket hive. I have a purple version of it right now that I have in my inventory. I have a build that's gonna be really fun with pocket hive. Unfortunately, it is bugged right now, no pun intended. But there are a few bugs with it. It's gonna summon a shitload of bees. And then those bees are gonna hit hard as hell, hopefully. Hopefully, TM. If we can pull it off, then everything's absolutely beautiful. If we can't pull it off, then I'm a sad, sad, sad panda. But I'm hoping it's at least somewhat competitive to the massive amount of damage that I'm putting out with this build. Cause like this build is fucking stinky. But they fix loot tables, just want to grind for Dom and Glory. Wait, you can't get Glory from loot tables either? Yeah, I really hope loot table fixes are at the forefront of it. Got another Lego last night. Too, but unfortunately I got another web for a class I don't play. Yo, that's fine. I mean, if you want to engage in player to player side, you can trade it. Like, that's always a very, very solid route. The Discord does have a very active trading community, despite me not really going the multiplayer route with it. There are some people that'll invite people in, pop over, and all that stuff. So, yo, North Sky, what up, dog? Loving the game so far, but crazy weird FPS drops. What are your specs? And what are you running on for graphics? I would personally, I run on borderless. If you're not on borderless, I would try that. If you're on borderless and it's still fucky, try to switch to full screen exclusive. Mess with some of the settings a little bit and see if it's one of those that's causing it. There were some frame drops that I was getting hit by over the weekend, but that worked itself out, or those worked themselves out for me, I should say. My game's been running pretty fucking buttery since then. So, using a 4070 Super, good computer, but don't know why it's choppy as heck. Yeah, no, that's reasonable. I have a 4080 Super, so same vibe, 7800X3D here. Yeah, try to mess around with your full screen exclusive or windowed full screen or anything like that. What's the badge thing you tweeted about? That active hour, what's it all about? Oh yeah, so Twitch basically dropped the ability for content creators to make badges for their community to grind for, basically. So it's like a form of monetization from what we've gathered. So the example that was given is like, you know, you have a birthday stream and there's a limited birthday badge that you can design for your chat, that if people gift during the birthday stream, like, you know, a certain amount of subs, then they get your birthday badge type shit, which it's kind of cool. I could definitely see it getting weird really quick, especially with people just making their badges like, you know, PNARs and stuff. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if it's custom badges or if it's preset. I didn't look into it too much because it was 90 degrees outside today and I enjoyed the outdoors today. And I regret absolutely freaking nothing. It was just, oh, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous day. I even got on stream a little late, man. It was so beautiful. So beautiful. But, yeah, it's it seems like a cool little system, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know too much about it. I'll research it tomorrow during morning long rips, but some dungeons have frame prone moments. Lady B in the AoE attack or cheese string with the trains moving between areas or something kind of mine. Yeah, in the patch notes. Also, Ood, what up, dude? I don't know if it's several. Again, I don't really know what several is, if I'm being completely a buck. Several to me seems like maybe more than we got, but I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. So run so many dungeons. Never got a legendary. What's the actual drop chance? Some say 1%. Some say 0.1%. I played 85 hours before I got my first legendary literally yesterday. So I can vouch it is not common. I would believe 1% or under. Just straight up. On top of that, you also have to get your legendary of choice. So today I got legendary wing sabers from this area, which great, amazing weapons. Everybody wants legendary wing sabers. I could immediately trade those for whatever I wanted if I did want to trade. But it's the wrong Lego for me. I want to try to get my damn pocket hive, so 1% for normal players, 0.1 for Dusty. Yeah, that's what it feels like sometimes, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Most definitely feels like that sometimes. But it's okay. One thing I always say is, like, in my line of work, more grind is perfectly okay. Can't be 1%, I've done more than 100. Well, no, it can be 1% if you've done more than 100. That just means you're getting bad luck on the 1% roll every time. So, unless there was a pity timer, which there's not, and I really hope they never add a pity timer because it also took me multiple hundreds to get my first one. But you basically roll every single time that you run it and hope for the 1% chance to hit. And if you don't hit on the 1% chance each individual time, like, it doesn't increase your odds or anything like that. Like, each dungeon that you run, you're trying to get that 1 in 100. Like, no pity timer, no guarantee, anything like that. Every time I click on this chest, 1 out of 100 chance for those dice to roll a Lego. But they're heavily weighted for blues, sometimes some purples. But I hope they don't do a pity system with it, because then with a pity system, it almost becomes like a quest until you find your guaranteed legendary. Where if you run really cold, that first legendary that you find, like my Bee Fury, is going to be amazing. I was screaming when this dropped. This, my second legendary, I got it a little quicker. It's also the wrong legendary for me, and I had a bad feeling I was going to get this one first. So for me, I guess I won't be grinding legendary. See, I think that's one of the big things too. Now, there are things that you can do to trade for legendary in a player-to-player standpoint as well. Despite it not being like full auction house and everything, there are still player trade opportunities, right? So one thing that you could do if you like grinding but just don't want to do boss grinds, you could farm up a lot of ephemeral hearts here or down here, and every player will need those to upgrade their weapons to 4-star and 5-star. So you need 18 hearts for sorry, not 18 hearts. If only. You need 180 hearts for one weapon. So when I have my double legendary, I'm going to need 360 hearts farmed up just to get them to 5-star. And then if I want to change up my weapons, everyone after that's another 180. It's fucking tragic. So if you don't like the boss farming route as much, then you could almost take the RNG out of it a little bit, and you could farm the consistency of a very in-demand material like ephemeral hearts, trade the ephemeral hearts to players in batches of 180 to fully upgrade a weapon, and then trade that for a legendary weapon at baseline, and then you'd also have your ephemeral hearts already stocked up. Just kind of an alternative there. But it's all preference on things, if I'm being honest, which I think is important for people to recognize. This grind sucks. I don't want to hit this grind right now. I'm gonna do something else for their own mental, and then also a game that presents different opportunities for people to, you know, make it up to that grind spot is quite nice. So I'd recommend the ephemeral hearts. I think that's probably the most in-demand thing right now, and you could probably trade batches of hearts. So hearts dropping very often. I never thought of it. Never underestimate the laziness of man. We have allegedly landed on the moon and flown around it. Some people also lay in bed all day doom scrolling on their phone. The dichotomy is what makes us men. People want the crystals more, they dread the run back. Yeah, that's fair. You could definitely go the route of just farming up the hard crystal as well. Wait, pause. You could, if you want to go the extra mile, farm up the hearts and then make an alt, get your hearts, 10 of them over on the alt, run all the way out here to Lee Van Glyph, because as of right now, this quest isn't repeatable. Now, The easy fix to this, which I hope they do with the upcoming patch this week, is making this repeatable. 10 hearts, crystal, 10 hearts, crystal, 10 hearts, crystal, over and over and over and over and over again. I'd love that. That would be a super simple quality of life fix until we can actually get crystals from heroics, which we're supposed to be able to eventually. We don't have heroics right now. So until then, make this a repeatable. I think that's the simplest fix. Only problem is that also is going to cook your farm. So if you're trying to capitalize on that, I would do it sooner rather than later and try to find somebody that's willing to buy the crystals. Because you will be able to grab it before they make it repeatable. Once they make it repeatable, I'll just go out, I'm going to farm an entire inventory full of hearts, and then I'm going to convert it on one character, and I'm not going to make the alts. I'll be fine to wait a couple of days until they make it repeatable. We don't have any confirmation that they're making it repeatable, but I feel like it'd almost be a little silly for them not to at this point in time, if that makes sense. So, can I trade you for another Lego? I think I'm doing a giveaway on it at some point. I feel like that's appropriate. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I have to pee very badly. Un momento, chat. I shall return.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
God, it's so hot. Killer, thank you for the follow. Much love, dog. It's so hot. Trying to farm armor and accessories. I liked a few pieces of the crab armor, if I'm being honest. Crab Gantua, he drops some of the Fisher King stuff. I don't know what his entire loot table is, but this chest, just things that are structured like this chest, quite nice. I think this game is better than Ash's was. completely different games, honestly. It's like, do you like fucking steak or toothpaste? Like, they're completely different categories, not even food. Honestly, like, this is no semblance of an MMO whatsoever or anything like that, nor will it be. It's just entirely different. Do a daily quest or something like this. I don't really have a reason to return to the game at the moment if I don't try to grind legendary items. Well, do you have all of your mounts and your gliders and stuff like that? Because there are companions and there are mounts and there are gliders. You do? 100% of all of them? Every single collectible that there is? Yes. Can you provide screenshots of this? Can I see completion logs? Because I think there are a lot of, like, people rushing to try to be one of the first to collect everything, and to my knowledge, I don't think anybody has. I think that'd be, like, a big deal. To my knowledge, that's not something that's just, like, casually being done. Guys are trading? Maybe. But then you would have to probably have duped enough to trade for that. That would be a substantial amount to trade for. But I mean, maybe. Maybe. It's doable. Because with companions, you can just go to the area and then layer hop for all of them. And as more information gets sourced, then maybe. I just don't necessarily know that I see anybody at this point having 100% completion on everything. But if I'm being honest, if you've reached the point where you genuinely have completed everything, then congratulations, you don't have anything else left to do unless you want to fuck around. Second zone is 90-something%, and I didn't want to finish it. Oh, are you just talking about going through and doing, like, this? No, I'm talking about hit Y, and then scroll down. Do you have any question marks whatsoever? That's what I want screenshots of. Because if you haven't done that, then you're not 100%ed. That's what I want screenshots of. I don't care about your, like, journal. I want your actual completion. Do you have every Steam achievement? Do you have everything associated with the game? But those aren't even in the game. Do you have all the ones that are? Yes, I do. Then congratulations. You have played an early access game, probably an extreme amount. So, now you wait for more content, make an alt, grind out the stuff you haven't done, like finishing your journal, any companions, mounts, gliders that you may not have, different builds that you may want to run. If you are treating it as a live service, then you can prep for the future by stocking up on materials, everything like that. There is honestly, like, a lot that you can do, but again, none of it's really forced. It's just if you want to do it type shit. But I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt just for conversation's sake and say you do absolutely have 100% of everything discovered. You can just wait for more content. Like, it's very feasible that a live service early access game that just came out doesn't necessarily have 1,000 hours of content. I myself am approaching 100 hours of content already. And I still have a ton to do, partly because of the legendary grind keeping me so entertained. But I'm nowhere near, like, collection 100% or anything like that. So if you've played, more time than that and you've done everything, then great. But also at that point, we do have a realistic expectation where the developers, yeah, they're supposed to develop content, but we also have to understand that they work a certain amount of hours a day, and their rate of, hours translation to content that's playable is far worse than 1-to-1. They have to invest many, many, many hours to give us 1 hour of playable content. So when we're playing games like this, I think we definitely got to remember that, like, especially in early access, if you play every day, there will be a content wall that you hit type shit. So, 170, not even close to completion. If you didn't do it this time, there's just no way. Yeah, I mean, that's aside the thing, Just from a personal motivation standpoint too, right? If you feel like dailies are your only reason to log into a game because the game says, hey, make sure you do this or you're missing out, then I think you're playing the game for the wrong reasons. I have my own dailies every single day when I log in. So today when I logged in, instead of going out and doing my Crimson 3 farm that I've done every single morning that I logged in since I've been max level, I instead went out to farm Big Ben so I could get myself another ring. Upon getting myself another ring, I did some storage management like I always do. Double checked if I had to craft anything, made my gem for my ring, organized for the day, and then got off onto my boss grind, because boss grind is what I'm currently working on. As soon as this secondary boss grind is done and I have my pocket hive, then I'm gonna move on to some ephemeral heart grind, sorry, which is then going to take me a probably decent amount of time to farm up 360 hearts, and then also make all the alts and run the hearts out type shit. I don't really see that being a fast route to completion for me, but maybe I get lucky. But yeah, I'm nowhere near done. And keep in mind, this is a live service. So, yo, Miller, what up, dude? Let's go do stuff for rings. I have crit on mine, just generic level 20 crit rings. I haven't seen fervor rings yet. If I do, I'll let you know. I run a fervor neck and crit rings with the fervor crit gems in them. You can run the blue jewelry if you want to. It's not the worst by any means, and it's not like gonna break your build if you don't. Or if you do, I should say. It just has vitality on it, and it spreads out the stats a little bit more. So if you're looking at already being tanky, like I'm just under 400 HP, I effectively feel 0% threatened at any point in time. I'm starting to drop vitality for more raw damage and starting to get into the, you know, the min-maxing and the conversion of that. So I replaced all of my jewelry that was blue crafted jewelry with this stuff. You got them out? Yeah. I already have multiple to give away, which is what I'm doing with all of my legendaries and all of my extra mounts. So I'm basically going to stockpile these bitches, and then I really fancy myself shoutcasts, just screaming my head off while marbles roll down a track. We play marbles on stream, we do some races for it, and I'm gonna probably try to get one of those bad boys soon. I love myself some marbles, let me tell you what. I think it's God's form of giveaway. So we will definitely be hitting that with some of these mounts, some of these Legos. I've had people come in with very generous offers to take them off my hands. And I'm like, brother, I gotta give it to the people. I gotta give everybody the opportunity to see it organically. So there will be giveaways, there will be opportunities. And I don't even care if people already have theirs. I'll just trade it to them regardless. But I like doing fun shit with it instead of taking it super seriously. At this point in time, through the generosity of my chat, I could have been full legendary 5-star bis everything and just not having to worry about any of my builds. I could have had my shield, both weapons, other weapons in case I wanted to change up the build later on. Like, people offer to take such great care of me, and I do greatly appreciate that. But I would just feel so unsatisfied if that was how I did it my first time around, you know? I would feel like I wasn't giving myself the actual feel of what the game was supposed to be like, and that would make me sad. So I gotta earn it this time around. Only play priests, always played healers in all the games. What are your thoughts on priests feeling more paladinly than priests? I feel as though we don't really play like a priest. I feel like we play as a paladin more than a priest. Like, my weapon choice aside, I feel like our actual just ability kit to me screams paladin much more than it screams priest. I may be crazy for that, but coming from 15 years as a paladin on WoW, it's 100% closer to paladin than priest. That's what I think. I do not really picture a priest when I think of something where all of my abilities are like up in the thick of it, no KSI, doing damage and healing around me while also being CC heavy. I don't really picture that as a priest. But maybe that's just their class design, you know what I mean? As far from priest feels like paladin's not even close. Yeah, personally, I think they should rename this as a paladin redevelop a priest, add the priest onto their future classes for the roadmap, and say, hey, it appears there was a translation issue from French to English on priest paladin. We've given you a paladin instead of a priest. Oh, my bad. And then they make a priest later on down the road. Anyone is considered priest with a skill name / buff like Crusader? Judgment? Crusader? What's this one? Radiant Verdict? Faithful Wind seems kind of priesty. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, dog. I definitely get paladinly vibes from this. And not that it's a bad thing, it's a really well-designed paladin. I'm actually having a lot of fun playing it. Wouldn't be playing it if I wasn't. But when people come in, I don't think the first thing this screams to them is priest. Maybe future talents, it'll make more sense. None of it makes sense, and it's not gonna make sense, Astro. Yeah, maybe with talent choices down the road, I feel like from a core, like, ability standpoint, talents aside, it's still just so paladinly. It's so, you know, get fucked by the radiant dick of the light. I don't know, it screams Paladonger to me. Geralt, what up, dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day, man. I wonder if this truly was intended to be a paladin, or, oh, sorry, a priest, or if it was intended to be a paladin. I honestly would put 20 bucks on it being a translation issue. Should have kept the cleric name. Was it called cleric previously? And then they renamed it to priest? God damn it. No, I'm not gonna be able to stop. Not gonna be able to stop doing it. We're cooked. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. In database is cleric. Cleric could make way more sense. Cleric would make a lot more sense, yes. Yeah, cleric would make a lot more sense. Paladin would make a lot more sense. Definitely agree with that over priest. Yeah. Now you're talking my language. Because this is a melee-oriented toolkit. Not my weapons, but when I'm looking at my actual class abilities. I have a Consecrate that pops up on the area that I call in my Radiant Verdict, where I then have to keep the mob here. Paladin in French is paladin, so I don't think it's a translation error. I don't really know French that much. Okay, well, definitely not a translation error. What's priest in French? If that's priest, I'm shitting my pants, I swear to God. French is easy as fuck if that's the case. Paladin in French is really paladin? Huh. Priest equals pray, tray. Treyway. Interesting. Okay, so that one could definitely be a translation issue. Cleric sounds like you'd have armor with a shield and mace. Priest sounds like you will have staff for tomes and robes. I think from just an ability standpoint as well, I don't really see priest as a pop it in rage and then do more damage and have abilities that call for you to be in melee range all the time with, you know, close vicinity attacks and shit. I see that, you know, more of a paladin. I see priest more of a, I want to sit in the back line at range, comfortable, cozy, casting at targets while they make their way over to me. And then when they get to me, I probably have some shielding. I probably have some healing over time. Something that I can throw on myself to mitigate some of the damage. But if I'm not playing around my active cooldowns for Mitt, then I'm a squishy little whore. And I don't really get that from this class. It's like, priest is supposed to be wimpy, and instead it's hefty. And I don't necessarily know that that's the intent with it, but that's definitely how she's playing at this point. The Normans conquered England in 1010. They left its marks. Who the fuck were the Normans? And how did they beat England? Wait, what the fuck? You're telling me before England took the L to us, French? Why did they call themselves the Normans? It sounds like a rap group. It sounds like when Travis Scott and Kid Cudi made the Scots and then released like one song that was an absolute banger and then never did anything again. That was kind of sad. Kind of sad, but unique weapon also doesn't really make sense right now for builds. Nothing else does flamey stacks as far as I know. Plus the pop, you need to be in melee range. Yeah, the flamey stacks are a melee range pop. That is entirely true as well. Yes. That was their name. They came from Normandy. Was Normandy just founded by a motherfucker named Norman? Because I swear to God. Oh God, Norman. Norman, please, I'm in a boss fight. Oh, Norman, stop. Got me fucking Robocopping in this shit. Jesus Christ. Huh. That kind of worked. That kind of worked. I can see enough. Bless thee. Thank thou. Thank thou. Fucking spirit of Norman coming for my soul, dog. Trying to snatch it out of me. It's an old dukedom in France. Duke Norman of Normandy. So it was deadass Duke Norman. And then they had the country, and then they named it Normandy. So there's a bunch of fucking Normans, huh? That's crazy, actually. That is lore. People just name stuff after themselves. It'd be so weird. It'd be like if I started a town and named it Dustopia. I feel like you have to just come up with something a little bit better that's not just this, like, named exclusively after you sociopath level of selfishness. Selfishness. I feel like it's got to be something for the people. Metropolisy. Metropolisy. Switch from rogue to a priest today. It's not even close. Just standing there is crazy. Oh yeah, I mean, warrior can also just fucking stand there. Turns out, the class that is built around self-heals and shields has a lot of self-heals and shields. Who'da fucking thunk it? Ain't it crazy? It's almost like it makes sense. Yeah, if you're a rogue, I feel like you should probably be praying for forced group content. Because otherwise, as a rogue, you are always going to be down bad comparatively to a class that is built around self-sustain at its core. And rogue does still have options for self-sustain, but priest just sustaining through everything, throwing out a block whenever an attack comes in, having heals out the ass. It's just, it's a different level of things. It's also part of what we're here to test, but pretty good sustain build now. Ooga booga. What are you using for sustain build? What you be running over there? Because it's not the first time I've heard people say that rogue sustain is leaving like a lot to be desired. So I do want to be able to help people with it. It's just like, I feel like it's hard to tell people, hey, your rogue is fine. You just need to make a build when I'm sitting here just doing this on a priest through everything. Like, I just don't do mechanics. Iron fins, poison heals, and spear perfect AoE and survive. Is it good for bossing or is it boo-boo for bossing? I think I'm more sustaining your left toe than your optimal rogue build outside of broken spear or ram. Okay, well, hear me out. I'm running ram. So, like, caveat to that, this is a broken ram build. Sustain was fine even before ram. Yeah, but my damage was far lower. Far, far, far lower. I think the thing about this build that's catching a lot of people off guard is the amount of damage that it has while having the amount of sustain that it has. Like, people definitely noticed. Granted, B build is bugged right now, no pun intended, so it's not putting out near optimal damage. But even still, I don't really think B build will match this amount of damage going out because I am just stacking. Oh, Ramulus and Ramus. Oh, yeah, I have Ramulus and Ramus as well. Just realistically speaking, I don't know that B Fury main hand, Pocket Hive offhand, or sorry, Arsenal is even going to provide 80% of this amount of damage. I hope it does once it's actually consuming sunlight. But it's definitely going to be tough because you're going to have to ramp up, get the bees in and enrage, drop the enrage on a shitload of bees, and then just watch them pop off. So it'll definitely be intriguing to see how it plays out. But this build's, again, it's just silly. Iron Fins gets you more shields, plus huge damage from passive of 5 stacks. Yeah. The thing is, you either sacrifice damage or survive for Rogue, Priest, and Warrior, both. Oh, yeah. This is very much a you're not sacrificing anything build. Yes. And I didn't think when I first came in, when I made the B build, that the damage of builds was going to be nearly as high as it ended up being in this game at this point in time. I expected it to be an actual, like, motherfucker always breaks my ankles. I expected it to be much more of a longer, drawn-out fight. So that's part of why I put the B build together. It was like, okay, I can summon a shitload of these little B-lings that do a lot of damage and scale off of my main stat. Always target the boss, so that way if I need to run around and do mechanics, then I always have my little bees doing my bidding for me, right? It's like a summoner build that can also do damage when it's active itself. Only thing is, builds like this exist that just completely devalue the need to run around, do mechanics, be a summoner, kite things out. I don't have to run to the back wall during this. I can just tank everything. I can kill all of the bees during the fight itself to make sure that Elizabeth comes out with less HP. It's just, it's really a no loss, or a next to no loss, so what do Ram and Ramulus drop? Ramulus and Ramus drop from, like, 2 chests in the world, I think it is. And then also 1 named mob. I can show you where the named mob is when I'm out of this. But from what I've gathered, I believe that's one of the things that only drop in a few places right now, and it isn't farmable. Because everybody freaks out about my greens. I've been offered legendaries for my greens. It's fucking crazy. I feel like I have a Beanie Baby that actually hit. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, this build, I mean, you see it, man. The sustain is crazy. The damage is crazy. The amount of shit that I'm proccing constantly is crazy as well. It just... You don't really need to worry about much with it. Small interaction that really makes it huge as well. When I pop my zoomies on the ground, as long as I stand in my zoomies, it constantly ticks up sunlight on me. So every single finisher that I put out has the sunlight damage and refreshes the 6-second sunlight. So I want to have zoomies up literally all the time and be fighting in that. It's crazy because, again, sunlight does a bunch of damage. Sunlight also heals me for 50% of the damage done and does more damage. It's stinky. I drop it on every finisher. So as long as I can just keep maintaining those sunlight stacks, it's over. It's over. Stack the spear passive before 5 by spamming auto attack. Bro, spear's so stinky good. If I ran Ram Spear, it would clear even easier than this does. A little bit different of a mechanism, but it gives you so much fucking shield that it's actually overkill levels of shield. It doesn't benefit you to have that much. But, oh, hello there. Well, how are you, my good sir? Sir Medieval, thank you for the love, Monfrere. I appreciate you. Much love, Raiders. Welcome in, my lads. I appreciate y'all being here. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting sometime around 2 p.m. EST. I have streamed over 1,050 days in a row, so if you guys are new, make sure you drop the follow if you want to follow the content. Know when I go live every single day. I usually stream between 8 and 12 hours a day. I've been on FAREVER for, I want to say like 10-ish days or something like that. I did not come over right at the start of early access. I want to say I came over on the 9th. So I play a priest, as you guys can see. Currently running Ram main hand with B Shield in Arsenal and B Shield, Jesus Christ, B Fury in Arsenal and Crab Shield in the offhand right now. So got my legendary B Fury yesterday. Now am working on my legendary Pocket Hive today. I have had a mixed bag of luck so far throughout the day. I did find a legendary. However, that legendary was unfortunately Wing Sabers. My disappointment is palpable, and you can genuinely feel the pain in the room, the emotion in the speech. Bro, it's so bad. I'm so genuinely beat up about it. I'm distraught. I'm hurt. Everything's bad. So I'm hoping that I get some good luck with a Pocket Hive out here. I will be transitioning back over to my B build once the bug fixes are in for it. I'm hoping that Pocket Hive gets, not Pocket Hive, but Bee Fury main hand gets fixed with the upcoming patch this week. I was hopeful that it'd get fixed this patch, like, today, but unfortunately that seems like it was more built around the bug, like the dupe control, more than just general bug fixes. So, you know, all things considered, not too shabby, though. Very happy they got the dupe under control at this point in time, so. The fact you didn't say you've been playing forever, I'm disappointed. Well, I haven't been. I can't lie to the people. There can't be any cap in this yap. I must be ethical. I hate you guys. I hate every single one of you that's ever said a B pun in here. I want you to know. Your family hates you. Your mother hates you. Everybody hates you. I talked to your mother recently. She too hates you. We talk shit about you. She's my queen bee. Sorry! Can't stop. Won't stop. I feel it in my veins. Time of the Ashes Discord has come to an end. Did you get banned? Or did you leave? What happened? Thanos? Wait, for what? What happened? Jesus fucking Christ. It's getting hairy out there. Somebody had the prediction early on that we'd be able to use the Discord as a tracker for the court case. And you know it's going incredibly bad if the Discord gets nuked, just like as a whole. So I'll update on that, but I don't even know what's going on. I know a lot of people have been Thanos. Dude, at this point... Oh, can you show the map? Yes, I can. Thank you for the reminder. I would have fucking forgot. You, my friend. Or a smart one. It was... Hold on. I remember off of visuals. I know the area. Let me find the little keep. It's like a little keep on the map. And I know exactly where it is when I find it. I want to say it was like up here. Near this. Chat. Chat. Y'all know the farm that I'm talking about. It's little square keepy area. Where the fuck is it? It's a named mob or like a world boss, so you can only kill it once and get loot. Why am I blanking on where this is right now? It's not over here. It's like a small square. Coast Guard's not there. Field Keeper, not him. Toothless Turnips, not him. Aggressive Goulash, no. 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 Flame in the Depths, no. Sleeping City. Groofy? No, it wasn't Groofy. It wasn't one big piece. Human bread loaf. Am I on fucking Fent? Does Groofy drop them? I don't think I got mine off Groofy. Maybe it was. Maybe I'm tripping. Increase them all near the water. Streamy Warrior? No. It wasn't Increase them all. Am I on fucking ayahuasca? I want to say it was like over here. It was a singular humanoid mob that was a one-time kill. You know, think of the Crimson Stronghold mini-boss? Not the roamers, but the one that's posted up. Where is that? Because I think we might be Crimson guy. Yeah, Crimson humanoid guy. Just in a little square on his own in the stronghold, southeast of Intrepid. Wait. Oh wait, my dumbass. My dumbass. Intrepid, yeah, my bad. Field Keeper the Pumpkin Dude? No. Not Field Keeper the Pumpkin Dude. Is he over here? The Adjutant? No, not that guy. Not that guy. This is driving me crazy now. This is actually driving me insane. Like, I could probably find it in the VOD at this point. Listen, tiny stronghold by himself is near the entrance of the zone. Over here? Because there's one that's in a tiny stronghold just by him. Coast Guard section. Is it this? You go up the path and turn right past the fields. I'm 99% certain this is the one that I got mine from. No, I know where Groofy is. It's the singular humanoid. Dude by himself in Coast Guard 2. Okay, it must be that one then. Yes, it must be that one. Sorry, it's like 90 degrees in my stream room and I can't fucking function right now. It's actually at this point 85. Dude, it's so fucking hot. I have been working in immensely terrible conditions today, chat. We're cooked. We're cooked. I wonder if I can like position my fan. Don't mind that. Don't mind that. That was a slight mishap. See your face getting shinier as the stream goes on. Bro, don't call me out. It's hot. I'm literally, my forehead sweating. It hit 90 in Maine today. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, good day. I have returned. Everything is terrible. Everything is hot as shit. Everything is absolutely fucking awful. All right, let me get back to that. Wait, so Lesh, what did you say? Hold on. This is what he said. Think his banning comment was, "This entire Discord is nothing but mental illness. A lot of people seem to think they can just flagrantly violate Discord or Reddit conduct rules and not get removed. That is not the case. What Steven said he said. I was responding to someone that brought up mental illness while talking about the counter motion stuff. Wait. So, someone was so good. It's not a wait. So somebody was shitposting in the Discord, and then you responded to their shitpost with a shitpost, and then you got banned? That's less than ideal. And they didn't. What? I feel like it's probably a very sensitive time, but like, there are many reasons why I do think Ashes, just as a core, is not going to be Ashes, even if the court case ended tomorrow. I genuinely think the most likely scenario is that whoever wins is just going to be very happy to have the rights to the IP and potentially some clams to come out of that with.
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, Benzo. It's unfortunate, man. It really is. I've been describing it as a knife fight, and it truly is. Who is it that didn't get banned with you? Are you asking about it, Ares? Uh-oh. Ares poking the goddamn bear. Golly. Golly. Gonna get me banned up in here. Gonna get me called out to a fucking court case as a witness. Goodness gracious me, oh bye. I don't want to get involved, man. I just shitpost equally everywhere. Golly. I mean, hear me out. Like, I too, eventually, I've talked about this before, but I too can get annoyed with people over the course of, you know, a long time being a forward-facing person. And sometimes one person does get the, you know, the cascading fallout of many other people in terms of a rant or a yap or something. They're like, damn, man, where's this all coming from? And I'm like, the 20 motherfuckers before you that said the exact same shit. Welcome, buddy. And I feel like there's definitely going to be an element of that that's revolving around this, where you will almost definitely see the annoyance scale up, if that makes sense. You'll be able to definitively tell how things are going by the tolerance of the shitposting, and things that are okay one day may not be okay the next day. It's unfortunate, but that's probably the state that it's gonna be over there. It's really, really tragic. Openzo, what you been up to, my boy? Just curious who it was. There were a lot of people in there that I feel should be removed. So curious if it was one of them. What about a bagel? I didn't say anything about a bagel. What the hell do you mean? That was one of those ones, but he's our first service fire back. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. The shittiest thing about it is that everybody's catching the strays at this point too, where it's not just people that are shitting on the project. At this point, even the people that were supporting the project and that were like openly following the case and trying to be informed about it are also getting treated the same way as the people that are like, oh, Ash is a scam, ha ha ha. It's unfortunate, right? When journalists start getting shot, the entire rules of engagement devalue, and it's kind of tragic to see. But, you know, it is what it is. It's probably a very sensitive, stressful time for a lot of people. Just sucks to see it go down in the way that it has. I think there's effectively, like, scorched earth, likely, at some point, if I had to guess. Maybe chips and salsa? Oh, you were asking me if I wanted to eat a bagel. Oh, no, I just want some fruit. If I'm being honest, literally just like some strawberries and grapes and shit. That'd be fucking fire. Cause I had a lot of food right before stream. I just want like some cold fruit if I'm being forced to eat something. I'm a large, happy man. But nothing sounds better right now than some grapes and some strawberries. What about yogurt? Just fruit? Just fruit. This fruit. Yogurt kind of sucks. Like, the best part about yogurt is, like, the granola and the fruit. So, I mean, maybe if you put a shitload of... Oh, wait, no, we got good yogurt. If you're doing, like, a parfait, I'd fuck up a parfait. I just don't want to make you go out of your way for anything. That sounds like a lot of extra work. But, like, I'd go crazy off a parfussy. If you're trying to... Are you trying to have an excuse to make parfussies? Is that what I'm gathering you? On a parfait for dinner. I feel like that's a snack. I feel like that's not a full dinner whatsoever. If I'm being honest, I feel like that's too small for din-dins. But you do you. Live your best life, girl boss. I will also fuck up a parfait, and then I will destroy food after stream as well. As a man should. I am growing and I must support my growth. Oh, what's up? Are those my choices? Thank you, lovey. Like, I think one thing that I've definitely learned over the course of, like, the Ashes case, no matter who wins it, it's cooked. I always kind of wanted in my heart of hearts to believe that if one side won it, and it was the right side, that somebody would save it. Bro, at this point, the investors just want their money. The original side just wants to not be getting sued to shit. The IP's probably cooked. I don't see a world where it all just blows over. Peachy, yo, Karsh, what up, dog? Thank you for 2 months. Did they ban Doopers today? There were ramblings of it, and then allegations that the ramblings were false. So, you don't really know until you really know type shit. I didn't dupe, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But the ramblings and the rumor mill were going crazy. They did confirm fixed dupes today according to the patch notes, but from what I've been told, they did not get every dupe. So probably stay tuned for dupe round 2, Electric Boogaloo soon TM. From what we've gathered, it is not a dupe-free environment. So the only way to stop a bad guy with a dupe is a good guy with a dupe by the looks of it. So dupes are still allegedly on the menu, but everything is an allegation until there's actual proof around it. I personally have not seen it. Was that thunder? Did y'all hear that? Did my mic just pick that up? Or nah? Because I just heard that in my headset. Like, through my headset. Well, this seems like it might be violent. Storms should be kicking up tonight, so probably. Bro, that was like a violent crack of thunder. That was like a get ready to lose power bucko level of thunder. I'm a little concerned. That shit was beefy. Holy man. I'm gonna give a listen. I'm not quite sure if I just heard maybe like a cannon get shot off or something instead. Maybe something more normal. Gotta like to Forever Discord. Like the actual Forever Discord. I think it's just discord.gg/forever. Just be aware that like there are many very uninformed people who want to act like they're the most informed, both in Discord and on Reddit. So, there's one of your patch notes. Oh, you can do that through Steam. Yeah, fortunately. They're kind overlords and don't force people into their Discord. They know Discord's a cesspool, I think. I got banned from their Discord for RMT. I feel like that's cap. Proved that I wasn't and got unbanned. Oh, word. Okay, well then maybe it might not be cap. Do you have proof of this process? They'd be willing to share with the class. It's confirmed that duping via the NPC and item disintegrator is gone. Okay, that's huge. So they did end up getting 2 so far. Yeah, I myself, ethical, not duper man. So I can't say what dupes are and aren't there because I do not dupe. I know. Crazy. Crazy. Pat on the back for me. A reasonable human being out here grinding on the front lines of ethicality, trying to hold it down for literally everybody. Dupes are still there. There's already a new video out on YouTube. Your mom's already out on YouTube. What do you mean new video already out? Whoa, wait. So, someone's trying to sell Dominions for $20? Why would someone pay $20 for an item in Jesus Christ. I don't understand people, bro. I don't understand, motherfuckers. I will never understand that. Is Finny playing FAREVER? Kind of look like Finny. It might be. You never really know, dog. That shit's a business. And once you know dupes in one game, you almost like unlock the dupe pathway in the brain. Where you know how to find them. You know where to look. It's interesting. Very interesting, to say the least. Once people start figuring out the source of the dupes and the repro steps on it, it just carries over to their games really frequently. Alright, we're up. Space has been made. The fact he said he's my good boy made me die. Wait, did he actually come back with that? Jesus fucking Christ. Is any hearty stew involved? I have a hearty stew for you, my boy. Flob Dubington. I hope you've been well, brother. What you been up to? Alright, let's organize that. Let's get those taken care of. We're going to salvage these. And we're up tremendous. Wanna buy less content? Brother, if only. Oh, I have hiccups now. No! How good are bows? And how soon can I get one? I just hit level 2. Are you playing a rogue? What would be the first available bow or just ranged adjacent weapon? Shurikens you're not going to get until later on, because that's going to be Lady B. Level 5 from the box? Oh, you just hit level 5 and then you get one from the box on a rogue? Word, I was trying to think dungeon loot. Well, the box solves that super fucking easy. And then after that, Lady B for Shurikens? Or is there another one in between from a ranged weapon standpoint? But yeah, level 5, and then as long as you're doing your dungeons as you explore the world, you should be chilling. Should be absolutely vibing. I'm less familiar with the rogue loot table because I play a priest myself, but SpongeBob? Oh, yo, SpongeBob is the busted bow. That shit has something going on with it. I give up. What exactly it is, I don't fucking know. But it has something going on with it. That motherfucker is not real. Sort of some type of Fervor Magic Rogue is kind of fun. What are you running on it for weapons? Bow's gonna be so OP for PvP. I think it's doing way more damage than intended right now, right? I saw somebody using that shit. And it definitely seemed stinky. I think every damage instant stacks like it has an AoE for every target hit. So it's causing like an Echo Slam type effect in Dota 2, the best MOBA to ever be created terms. I want to know is the reasoning behind some dungeons being like go platform for a bit and others just going and killing a boss. Probably accessibility in both, if I had to guess, trying to provide more of an adventure for people. Because honestly, it's an MMO light. Whenever I'm looking at the reasoning for everything, it's honestly because this is supposed to be applicable to every type of player, just in some way, shape, or form. Which I totally get. So, I mean, they kind of have to have the content where it's like you can have the buffet or you can order off the menu. And some people like the explorative. I go in, I do the dungeon, I have, you know, more of the adventure. I learned the speedrun route. Some people like to go in and see boss, smack boss type shit. Me personally, I'm down with either. But if I can see boss smack boss in an optimal way, then I absolutely will do just that. I love myself some see boss smack boss. Even if they fix damage, his first ability slows before stunning, and the second ability is an AoE root, both of which instantly make your next attack a final combo attack. It's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. Thing about PvP is we don't really know what is actually going to make it into the game for PvP scaling when they do bring in the alleged dedicated gear. That's according to their roadmap. I don't know, again, what the PvP, you know, dedicated gear entails. I don't know what they've got planned for that shit. What I do know is that could either raise or lower class customization and agency to the nth degree. No minimap or quest tracker? Not at this point in time. There are add-ons, but personally, I think the add-ons will get cooked at some point and they'll just add a minimap at some point in time. It's just spamming M everywhere you go, which if you're directionally challenged like I am, brother, it's fucking task, let me tell you what. I am a huge minimap advocate, but like, I'm not a big advocate for add-ons and third-party software to come in for the game. I just think that starts a very dangerous route of things. So I'm hoping that the developers bring in a native minimap at some point in time. They just dropped the patch this, like today, that brought in a fix for some dupes and some other exploits that were happening. And they did say they're bringing in another patch, later this week. So 2 patches, 1 week type shit. Where we will then end up getting a second pass. Oh, that looks delicious. Thank you. We'll then end up getting like quality of life stuff in the second patch, some more bug fixes. This one that we got today was more focused around specifically just the dupe fixes, which is great in itself. It's gonna be PvP server. I'd be shocked if it was. Keep in mind, this isn't an MMO. It's not. Nor is the world ever going to be resemblant of an MMO. They run the world on layers, which are basically just more versions of the world stacked on top of each other. And their layering size is currently 20, and they've said they hope that they can get it up to 50. Not an MMO. That means if both sides are perfectly evenly stacked, that's 25 versus 25 at the highest scale. And that's an ideal scenario, right? So for me, I'm looking at it as much less a true MMO, much more of a targeted multiplayer type thing. On top of that, though, the roadmap has a PvP region on it. Again, to what extent is that PvP region going to provide content? We don't know. If it is only 25-person instance content, or not instance content, but sorry, 25v25, like 50-person layer content. My apologies, I'm eating this yogurt. Then I think that's going to make it pretty small scale and lonely. Just need OPR to grind. Oh my god, brother. I hope that their PvP is fun. With this combat system especially, they have the potential to hook a lot of people. I saw DPS being abroad. Everything is great for group content and min-maxing. I don't know, people will be upset. I just don't think that this game is like the applicable scenario for a damage meter, if I'm being honest. I think when we're looking at this, this is not an optimized build. This is not a min-max build. And I'm running hard mode dungeons, which are the hardest content in the game, while I'm sitting here yapping to you guys. There's literally no need for a DPS meter in this game. And with the state of this game effectively being a single player game, with the option to play multiplayer if you want to, like, I think it just brings in more bad, man. With something like this, where your core of the game is not going to be, unfortunately, people like me that are sweaty PvP-minded players. Your core of your game is going to be very casual players. And your casual players that just want to, you know, participate, want to cook up their own build, and want to be a part of the game experience are the ones that are going to get hurt the most and are going to be the most likely to exclude themselves from that content. And if that content is at the forefront of the gameplay loop, then you'll just find people going into solo environments again, and you have a cycle of the entire gameplay loop just being devalued. I don't see much of a benefit to it in this game, and I only see a world where it brings in a lot of negatives. People have talked about, oh, well, what if I want to keep track of, like, my boss times? Like, what if I want to keep track of my DPS on bosses? I pointed out that I set a timer on my phone when I change up my builds for 5 boss fights. I do the boss fight 5 times, and I look at the timer's average over the course of those 5 fights. That gives me a real-world kill time in actual scenarios, not sitting there hitting a dummy with a DPS meter up and then evaluating the worth of a build off of that, because dummies don't hit back. Even though DPS meters meta builds will still form, they absolutely will. But damage meters break down every single aspect of a build in a much faster way than a normal person would be able to by compiling all of the information. And it also leads to, I call the epidemic WoW brain, where the second something is hard concrete, this parsed higher on a, you know, in a sealed environment. I hit a dummy for 5 minutes with this build and it outperformed yours. You're fucking stupid for running that. So, you asked about bows earlier. What if I told you that according to the DPS meter, if you're running a bow, you're a fucking idiot? Welcome to the game. As soon as the DPS meter's present, your bow build is now not going to get you invited to any groups. Terrible news for you. Like, that's just what happens. So people come in and they're like, yo, Dusty, I want to run this sick-ass build that I cooked up. I saw this really cool weapon. And then you try to get into group content, and they see you with that weapon, and they're like, nah. Like, bro, the DPS meters only existed for a couple of days, and hear me out. Before I did this, I was playing other games. My last stop before this was a playtest. Before that, I was playing Midnight. Wow. I was mythic rating and doing prog rating when I left that shit, right? So, talking about family and fun with that. Exactly! Because the meter has compiled everything, and it's a tier list made by a motherfucker like me, because people just send me the numbers on everything, and then I go, yes, according to my calculations, these are the highest performing builds of this month. Yes, give me money, YouTube. Yes, schmeckles. Bro, it's a cycle. It's a cycle. Like, I swear to God, somebody's gonna farm that shit. Might as well be me this time around, right? So, it's detrimental. Instead of saying these are the most fun builds to run, it becomes these are the builds that perform the highest when I was smacking the shit out of a dummy that wasn't moving, wasn't attacking back, had no mechanics, no armor, no anything, right? Completely controlled scenarios, ideal scenarios, and also I'm only showing you my highest pump. They're not showing you all of the attempts on the meters with that build that they pumped lower. They're only showing you their max. Damage meters are a fickle bitch, dog. I swear to God. I swear to God. The build that I'm running right now, if I was playing off of meters, wouldn't be the build that I was running. Because there are other priest builds that outperform it on meters. But I homebrew my entire build. I put things together that I want to play and I try to make them work in a fun way. And I have another build that I'll be switching to as soon as the bugs are fixed with it. That may be slightly less optimal than this build or the full meta build, but still gonna clear content just as easy because everything's so fucking easy here. You can also still play suboptimal builds in the right group of players. Did Destro and Kata and dunked on demo players chasing the meta and parsing leaderboards. I can believe they were capable of losing to a bad spec. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it too is when you look at the people that are simply just going to meta chase, you have to consider You have a lot of casual players and average players who will come in and just be like, what's the most popular build that I can run? Because that's going to give them the largest advantage in the path of least resistance to success. So you have a lot of your uninformed and average players that are taking the surface level best build. And when you get out of that, it's almost like you're looking at a meta build recruiting for something. It's like, give me a marksman hunter if marksman hunter's absolutely blasting, right? You're gonna wade through a shitload of dicks, just like Omegle, before you get to the titties. You might find the titties in the bunch, but you're probably gonna have to recruit 12 dicks before you see a single pair of titties. You're gonna have a lot of bad marksman hunters that are just playing marksman hunter because somebody said it's a meta in a tier list somewhere, even though they don't want to play that shit because they think they can't get into groups with any other class because, spoiler alert, they can't. Terrible cycle. Savo, I hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. Just hit 20. What's your first goal now? Remember when that Russian guy made a meter for ashes? Everyone collectively told him to fuck off? Everyone in the community told him to fuck off. And the developers threatened to ban him. Like, perma-ban him. They tempt him, right? And they threatened to perma him if he showed or distributed the meter again. Actually fucking hilarious. Yes. That shit was great. It's one thing that I wish would happen over here, but I don't know how hard of a stance they're going to take about it. Digital equipment? Yeah. Sorry, I'm stuffing my face. I'm on Ram. Crap Shield. B Fury. Armor's just generally looking like this. Faith, Vitality. And then whatever singular main stat you can get. Green Jewelry. Fervor Crit. Reclap Pan for my trinket right now. With this build, you can also run the magic trinket if you want to. The one that you can craft. That stacks up and bzz. I like Reclap Pan for a little more crit, but... both are entirely valid. Running Rogue and it feels rough. They can use Snatch a Spear for Survive. You'll probably want something for Survive, I'm not gonna lie. If this is not an indicator already, Survive is kind of goated. There's not really anything that you need other than Survive. At this point in time, I think any build can do damage, but not every build can just survive and ignore mechanics. And I very much enjoy builds that can just survive and play the game super smooth and fluid. And I think this is the epitome of that, if I'm being completely honest. It has been incredibly fun. Incredibly fun to be able to break out. So, now that it's working, granted, my B Fury build is the one that I really want to get to, and that one's still bugged as shit. When that one happens, I'm still gonna have crazy survive. I'll just be a little bit more dependent on summoning a bunch of bees and doing some of my damage through those bad boys. So hopefully, I do more of that. I'm gonna stop Elizabeth from exploding. Not really. When she's exploding though, keep in mind, the explosion is proximity based. So even if you're killing it slower, just fight the mobs at the back of the room and it does way less damage to you than if you're like near Elizabeth. That's the easiest tip, trick, anything with this boss. If you were right next to her, she does a few hundred damage. If you were up against the back wall, she does about 30 damage. And then when you have one ad left, like this, you can just come over and start smacking the bees. Just be aware that one's gonna hit hard. But if you're clearing it with the actual intent to prog, come over here, smack the ads that are up, and then get Elizabeth down. Make sure you kill the rest of the bees that are around you while she runs around. And then, once enough bees are down for you to actually start netting damage, you start blasting. That's the entire fight. Just fight the ads on that back wall, though. More or less. It'll save you thousands of damage taken over the course of the fight if you don't have a build that's as capable of healing right now. And if you have a build that can heal, it just makes it that much smoother to not have to worry. It's fucking peachy. Peachy. This build is just stupid, though, if I'm being real. This will probably get cooked. But when I create a cheese moon, it kind of sucks, but it's fun. I get 2 abilities about switching target. By no means meta, but I like it. I think that's the way to play this game. That's my main quarrel with damage meters right now. It's just that you don't really have any necessity for the optimization on that level. And I don't think that this game... It's like using a gathering overlay in Palia. Or in Pokemon Go. Buying one of those things that guided where you'd fling your ball so you never fucked up. Then I'm out here throwing curveballs. That shit was meta. Some things are just unnecessary, if I'm being completely honest. And I feel like that is 1000% one of the unnecessary things over here. It just... Like, there's a time and a place for all those systems, every add-on, and this is just an explorative game. This isn't really going to be an esport worthy title at any point in time. I don't really want to treat it like that. Like starters on the first roll at a golf course, completely unnecessary. Yeah, like, or the course marshal coming out and saying, hey, you can't have a 2-foot bong in the golf cart with you while you're golfing. Fucking rat. Completely unnecessary. I don't understand this old man's game.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Well, Patchman, thank you for following myself. The marshal, that won't let my shot until he leaves the hole before. I don't like being watched, actually. Get a little stage fright. They're always so rude. I don't play at a lot of courses that like have marshals or anything that cares because I'm poor. But I played at some before, and I will say, I deployed the super covert Bolski on those courses. You bet your sweet bippy there was still smoke. Where I go, smoke will travel. But it was undercover. It was intelligent smoke ski. It was some of the most covert work I've done. When they roll randomly, the only person allowed to talk to me in the middle of the round is a drink cart attendant. Would it be better if they brought alcohol with them? Because, like, what do they even do when they pull up most of the time? I feel like they just pull up, kind of bother for a second, and then fuck off and go away. They just like make sure you're not doing any fucking fen on the course. I don't really understand what like a golf course marshal even does. And if they get paid for that, then I want to fucking talk. They just like talk to you. How's your day? Bro, I'd fucking hate that. I would hate that. If I paid money to play a round of golf, I want to play a round of golf, not a round to be forced to talk to this fucking asshole. I swear to God. I get paid to talk to enough assholes on a daily basis. I'm not trying to do one more. It's a cool world out here, man. It's a cool world out here. I still haven't got out and played golf yet. If I did it today, I probably would have melted. Fortunately, it's starting to cool off. It's down to a cool, crispy 76 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm not sure if we're going to get absolutely destroyed with thunderstorms up here or what. But I heard like one giant blast of what I thought was thunder. And then I haven't heard shit since. So I'm not quite sure. Twitch proctology. Wait. Whoa, wait, what you mean? Like, isn't proctology like finger in the butt? As it you have any spells and thought process behind it because your Q doesn't do anything? Yeah, so basically my Q has the rune on it for reduced cooldowns. So when you watch my buff bar, my Q gives me increased movement speed. and reducing the cooldown of it allows me to have a higher uptime. So basically, when I drop it, you'll notice on my buff bar, it not only gives me the movement, but it also gives me sunlight. Every single time that refreshes, it allows me to consume the sunlight as well. So it's the most consistent way to stack the sunlight, and it lasts for 10 seconds. So I have basically a very high uptime on that, ensuring that I always have my sunlight up on me without having to generate anything else. So it gives a little bit of a move speed, but the move speed is considered a boon on it. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a heal or anything like that ticking to give us a sunlight. And the biggest thing for my damage is always having and then consuming sunlight. We have a cold front blowing last night. It was 85 instead of 100. Yeah, but you're used to it. It's like an MMA fighter complaining that he got punched in the face. You get punched in the face professionally. You live in fucking Texas. That's on you. You chose to live in the heat. I live in fucking Maine. I live in Maine. I don't opt into this bullshit heat. I opt in for like 4 days a year of it. And here it's also humid as fuck. I don't really know like how humid it gets in Texas. With the whole like Gulf of Panama and all that shit. But I'm assuming dry. Dry heat? Yeah, dry heat's for pussies. I have four fires surrounding my house right now. It's pretty great. Where at? Texas? Or Maine? Should you be like fighting them, or what's the immediate vicinity to the house? SoCal. Oh, again, you're used to it. Last week there were 8 type shit. I would assume 4 is actually a relatively calm day out there. So, why doesn't everybody just spray their hose at the fire? Realistically. What you eating? Yogurt with some fruit and a very high amount of granola. Okay, so basically it's granola with some yogurt and fruit. I'm not gonna lie. Basically granola with yogurt and fruit. Thorn lace, Lady B. I haven't found a single thorn lace off Lady B. Is it Lady B? Why haven't I found a single thorn lace off Lady B? Isn't it the one at the bottom? Like underneath Lady B? It's Gatsby? Is that the one from the dungeon under Lady B? My weapon ranked up, is it free to rank it? Yes. Yep. And don't worry about like picking the wrong one or anything like that. You eventually end up with all of the upgrades on a fully leveled weapon anyways. So you won't like pick the wrong one and brick your weapon or anything. It took me like 10 minutes to think about my first upgrade. And then I realized it takes about 10 minutes to fully level a weapon. I freaked out about it. I was like, I don't want to fuck up. But everything in the game, from your abilities, like all that shit. Yo, Black, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, dog. Everything is completely respectable, which is quite nice. So don't worry about fucking up specs. Don't worry about fucking up your weapon or anything like that. You're more or less vibing. Listening for 2 hours. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Eating steaks. Wait, so like, when I went to San Diego for TwitchCon, nothing was on fire. Do they keep the fire out of the city in California? Like, does the fire know to stay away from the cities? Kind of like our deer here know to stay out of the in-city areas and kind of stick to the outskirts? Is it kind of like a mutually agreed upon thing? San Diego not getting a fire? I don't. Why doesn't San Diego get fires? Why does the other part of California get fires? It's like a restraining order type deal. I figured they probably planned something out. California's a crazy place. Gets too close, we blast it. There isn't anything to actually burn in San Diego. Well, they're right on the water too, but it's all poopy water, right? Like their water actually just comes in and has like poop in it. Usually not the cities that have fires, generally the place in the mountains where it's super dry and fire prone. Right, but how does it not spread to a city? And why would you live in a super dry, fire prone area in the mountains of California? How rich are you? Like, I feel like if you're living in the hills of California, you're either like CEO, rapper, or athlete levels of rich. One of the three. Cause it's like anytime there's a news article that goes out and it's showing the fires in California, it's always like these $zillion houses. And then they interview the owner and it's just like, yes, this is just my fourth house. I don't mind, they can burn the bitch. It's cheaper in some of the mountains. I live in a rural area with lots of dry fields. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, dry fields will fucking get you. My uncle for a while used to live in one of them farming ass states. I want to say like Oklahoma or some bullshit like that. One of those fucking irrelevant ass, just flat farming ass states. And they had a lot of fires at one point. And he had to let all of his animals out the barn just to like run and hope that they came back because he was pretty sure they were gonna lose the barn. So he let all the animals out and they just kind of like skirted. Most of them came back, which was dope. But he had to go out and like dig a bunch of trenches and shit in the field to kind of like try to break the fire and hope that the fire didn't hop over it. And then he was standing out with just like his fucking garden hose and buckets of water, trying to soak everything as much as possible. It was wild. He'd give us a call and like check in and we'd be like, how's it going? And he'd just like flip his camera over and there's a fire like a few hundred yards away that he's trying to keep at bay. Fucking wild. Fuck that shit, man. I'm glad the worst thing that we have to worry about in Maine is some snow in the winter. Honestly. Like, it's a little hot here today. It hit 90 degrees. And I don't really think most of the state's on fire, so I'd consider that an overall W. I don't get California, man. I don't understand it. It's all on fire. It's expensive as shit. You pay like $17 million for a tent out there. It's just, I don't know. You guys can keep the California living. I'll just visit every now and then. I'm like that dad that doesn't want custody type shit. I'll come see it when I have to. I was gonna go on vacation to Maine and get a lobster roll in the ocean. Like, lobster rolls are really good, but as a Maine person, lobster rolls are also overpriced. I don't really eat lobster much at all. Like, we have fresh live lobster in our grocery stores that'll just get like shipped over to certain grocery stores and they'll keep it there and sell it by the pound. You know, a lot of distributors, a lot of seafood places that have fresh caught lobster same day. You can even drive down east and you can wait for the fishers to come like back to the docks for the day to sell. And then you can see what the price is from them and then you can buy directly from the fishers without even having to go to the store. It's pretty cool. But I at least don't eat a lot of lobster. It's good. But I just feel like anytime you go out, it's so overpriced. Like, if you go down east, you're paying $30 for a lobster roll. And honestly, I can't bring myself to fucking do that shit. It is a disgusting amount of money. It's like, it's good. But I don't think it's like $30 for a lobster roll good. I will say, I would highly recommend a vacation in Maine at some point in time. You can basically fuck off to anywhere in the state, find a very secluded, relaxing area, get a little Airbnb log cabin rental in the woods. A lot of those bitches will come with four-wheelers or snowmobiles, depending on the season, so you can actually enjoy your life. Hop out on the trails. Not worry about shit. Go see some mountains and stuff. It's fun. It's fun. I grew up in the woods. pretty much. So my brothers and I were always gamers, but it was very rural life up here. This weather in California, bro, isn't it hot as dick in California all the time? Hence, like, the actual wildfires. Because I feel like that's not this weather. I feel like weather where everything around you is on fire is far from what I would describe as bis. California weather's not bis weather. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Fuck California weather. Maine has 4 distinct seasons. And I love all 4 of those seasons. It was 90 today, but next week it's low 70s. Weird. It was 90 in Maine today. And in 2 days, it's going back to 65. So y'all are just paying $10 million for a house to have the same weather as Maine? Like, real question? Because we got the same ass weather, dog. Literally 90 today in Maine. Not quite 10 mil. Okay. Hear me out. I was in the housing market before we made the decision to wait 2 more years, kind of try to build, see where we were at, see if we can get ourselves into something better. We were looking at homes that were 4 bedroom, 2 bath with a yard, fenced in, nice space. Mortgage would have been about $1,600 a month with, you know, insurance, taxes, all that included. Everything wrapped into it. Like full payment. 1,600. So, I don't know, man. I don't know why you guys are over there. Mine's almost 2,200. Oh yeah, you can even find lower than that up here. So, mine 565K, 5 bed, 3 bath, 2.8 square feet, 2.8K square feet, mortgage 2.5. Shit, that ain't bad actually. That's not as bad as I thought. Although 565 is fucking crazy. We're looking at like the 200 range. Because mortgage will also be impacted by what you put down. But 1 bedroom apartment costs $2,200 to $2,500 a month. That was in 2018. Oh, you fucking rat. You fucking rat. What's that shit now? Like 1.1? What's your appreciation on that? My house is 1 mil now. 07 and fuck you. I bet you also made some very good investments and cashed out and then rolled that into like a Roth IRA or some shit, didn't you, you dumb fuck? God damn it, how dare you? How dare you? I live in an apartment right now, of course. 2 big bedrooms, massive bedrooms. Let's see, it's like, I want to say it's like 1,100 square feet, somewhere in there. We have the basement as well, which is another 1,000-ish, 1,200 square feet. Right around the same size as the floor plan. Bathroom, of course. Kitchen. The living room area. 1,000 a month. I don't know why people don't live in Maine. I don't know why. Want to go to Maine so bad. My buddy did his mini moon there and said he ended up spending like 4K. What the fuck? Bro, how? Taco, how the fuck did your friend spend 4,000? How long was he here for? Dog, I live in Maine for like, what was his mini moon? I don't even know if there's $4,000 of shit to do in Maine. What did he do? Did he like go to the old port and just get shit faced? Or did he do like nice stuff like go to the Samoset and stuff like that? Wondering if it was just expensive? No, not at all. It's cheap as fuck up here. That's the thing. Maine's a very like, very affordable like destination area because we have so much nature here. You genuinely don't, if you want to get outside and you want to go to like the national parks, you want to go hike on mountains, you want to go see lakes and shit like that, you're looking at free, literally just the cost of, you know, transporting yourself there. A lot of our stuff doesn't have admission prices, and if it does, it's incredibly cheap, like a couple of bucks just to maintain the area. Realistically, I don't know how long he was here for or what his itinerary was, but like you could spend a lot of money. Like if you're staying at the Samoset Resort, which is like a really bougie area. If you're going down east on like you know, a fucking like Bar Harbor scenic tour where you're spending money on whale watching and helicopter tours and shit like that, you're getting scammed. I will literally drive you around Maine in my Honda Civic for $2,000 next time they come up if they're trying to do a mini moon. I swear to God, I can even fold down the back seats. I can put a little mattress down and then they can stare out the sunroof at the night sky. Realistically, Maine is gorgeous, gorgeous. I think if you're coming up with the goal to just be inside and spend money and check out infrastructure, go to Boston instead of Maine. Boston has much more historical buildings. Boston's buildings are much more fascinating. There's so much more marble, beautiful architecture in Boston. If you want to get outside and you want to see actual untouched nature, I think Maine is genuinely like unbeatable. So went to Boston, that was expensive. Oh yeah, I just did a day trip to Boston, my girlfriend and I. We wanted to go see Gundam Hathaway 2, but it only played in AMC theaters, and our closest AMC theater is Boston. So we just did like a day trip to Boston. Got some food down there, tried to eat cheap, which honestly really didn't do too bad in that realm. But everything in Boston is just so pricey. It's a city, right? Just existing in that city is expensive. And you also don't have a lot of options if you're visiting Boston to stay cheap. Airbnbs are extremely competitive because of the raw number of people that go in and out of the city. They have no problem filling short-term rentals, so they don't have to drop prices or anything. In Maine, if you're doing short-term rentals, you're lucky to have like a 75% occupancy rate, if that. Like, you're probably under 50 with most of your short-term rentals. So Maine is definitely a lot more affordable, a lot more Airbnbs and shit like that. Wait, what? What'd I do? It's accessible. It's accessible. Got us waiting down. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. I don't really know, like, how long he was here for again, but, like, I could deadass take y'all to Acadia National Park. We could go to Bangor and hit the mall. Up in Bangor, quote-unquote mall. And then we could go to Augusta and do some naturey shit. And then we could go hit the other mall in Portland. And then after Portland, we could go to the beach in Old Orchard Beach. And you could basically see most of Maine through that trip. It'd be like a whole ass day trip, but we could probably pull that off. No bullshit as a former Alaskan. Nothing beats Alaska for beauty. Alaska pretty as fuck too, I will say. Alaska pretty as fuck, but that whole like lights on, lights off thing in Alaska kind of fucks with me. Iceland kind of had that bullshit. And I'm not gonna lie, that was annoying as Hellington, brother. I'm not gonna lie. My wife's family's house outside Tokyo. What? Wait. What do you mean your wife's family's house outside of Tokyo? Brother, what the fuck? Listen, if your wife ever turns lesbian, my girlfriend is looking for a wife. I'm just saying. Like, you guys can even stay married. Like, I swear to God, my girlfriend is totally down. We love trips. We even fly economy. I'm down. Bro, I swear to God, we'll travel to Japan. I'll bring the edibles. We'll just vibe out. Let the girls do their shit. We'll do cool Japan shit. Sounds like a good ass day. Literally don't think I can spend $4,000 on a weekend in my city without drugs and strip clubs being involved. Okay, hear me out. I thought the same thing until I saw Streg's bill for TwitchCon last year. I swear to God, this motherfucker stayed at the Hard Rock Hotel. Spent more on his hotel stay than I spent on all of the TwitchCons that I've been to so far. It's 2. I've been to 2. This year's my 3rd. Regardless, like, just that hotel stay was more than my entire, like, TwitchCon budget. That shit was crazy. Now, I will say, I did get mistaken for Soda Pop and buy Cypher PK while I was pissing in the Hard Rock Hotel bathroom. That was a really cool experience. I got to talk to Cypher PK and I didn't really know what to do because it was just a spur of the moment thing where he initiated the conversation with me, thinking that I was Soda. I was not Soda. I gave him my card in the bathroom because I had these little cards that I was handing out to people at TwitchCon with the intent to hand a lot out, and I was absolutely sloshed. I gave him my card. I was like, yo, if you ever want to come through, check out the stream. You know where to find me. Then I walked out the bathroom. So it was an experience. I don't know if I fumbled it. I think the Summit interaction year 1 went a whole lot better than the Cypher interaction year 2 did. I don't really know who we're running into year 3 or what. But it'll be fun, I'm sure. I'm sure. Good hotels is the ones in the deep mountains of like Osaka and stuff. Oh, dude. That's so fucking lit. That's so lit. My girlfriend and I were planning a trip to Japan this year. We did Iceland last year around my birthday. Iceland was fucking gorgeous. And then we were looking at like the prices of Japan trips. And we were looking at the feasibility of us being able to start saving for a house as well as make the Japan trip work. And then also plan TwitchCon trips and other things. And we're like, okay, either we need to make way more money, we need to figure out how to travel for free, or we need to put the travel plans on hold for a little bit. So we unfortunately had to put the kibosh on that, but so much RAM gold. And what are you gonna do with it? You're just gonna let it sit there and waste? You don't live in the populated cities, it's actually really cheap. Tell me more. Tell me more. Cause I'ma be real, Japan sounds fun as fuck. So you better get a travel sponsor unless you don't want to stream it. Yeah, that's the weird thing. That's the weird thing. I haven't had any issues streaming anything. Like, when I've traveled. Granted, I'm irrelevant enough that I don't think it matters. And I don't really make any money on my travel streams anyways. Yeah, I never really had to worry about that. Which is interesting. Interesting. I wonder what level, if you're streaming or documenting. Come to Italy? Yo, Italy would fuck. I love coffee. I love ice cream. Gelato. All that shit. Pasta. Y'all do some decent pizza too, from what I've heard. But like New York Italians might have you beat there. I'd fuck up Italy. Italy'd be fun. I could do like the great value version of the, you know, the whole speed world tours, and I could just do like Dusty Does areas, but it could just be like really shitty production and me just going around and trying food and weed of different areas in the world and then calling it good. Also found the smaller business hotels that really just have a bed. Take the train anywhere on the islands. You don't need to stay at the heart of the city. They got a train that just brings you everywhere. It's these things that just make sense. When you really think about them, it's like, why don't we have a train that just brings us to all 50 states? And just goes around on a giant loop all the time. Especially through the winter. And pierces through the snow. I feel like that would be a very easy thing for us to create at this point in time. Yet, also, bullet trains. What the fuck are those? How do they not, like, fly off of the track? Because those things go like 300 miles an hour, right? How do they keep them on? I would assume they derail frequently and they're very dangerous, right? Or are they incredibly safe? Do you keep everything or should I keep old gear or sell? Honestly, old leveling gear, you can... If you go to one of the towns that has a salvage place, either here or here, there's like the blue rainbowy thing that's there. You can salvage old gear pieces there. It'll give you some crafting mats. You'll want those for your trade skills later on because you will want to level your trade skills. Like, you'll definitely want to do that. Wonder what will happen first. Does he get his pocket dive or I get a pair of gloves? Bro, I don't know. I got some good kill time. Jazz! Whatever. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you playing casual league tonight. Casually disappointed in you, brother. You know how I feel. I'm not mad. Just disappointed. But on a few bullet trains and then crash unless there's just my death dream. Everything's mad clean. I recommend visiting at least once. Bro, that was what I loved about Iceland too. If you've never been to Iceland, Iceland is pristine. Like, you can drink out of the rivers in Iceland, levels of pristine. Bro, I swear to God, if you guys have never been, you convince your wife's family to go to Iceland, my girl and I'll house sit in Japan when you guys go. I swear to God. I swear to God, we'll plan that shit out, bro. You hit me on Twitter or some shit. I got you. I got you. That shit's so free. But unironically, man, Iceland gave so many once-in-a-lifetime views. Breathtaking, like seeing for miles upon miles, because the entire landscape is pillaged by the lava fields, right? So you don't have these, you don't have trees, you don't have obstructions of vision. So you see these lava fields for miles upon miles upon miles upon miles. And off in the distance, you'll be driving towards this giant mountain that looks like it's a 2-minute drive away. You drive 5 minutes and it now looks like it's a 10-minute drive away. And you're like, what the fuck is this? And the landscape just keeps stretching, bro. It's never ending. It's so gorgeous. So gorgeous. I really want to go back out to Iceland at some point in time. It is remarkable. The people are amazing there. The views are just otherworldly, bro. It's something that if you've never been and you have the opportunity to, definitely need to do once. Driving through the fjords. If you like sketchy shit, driving through the fjords, you're on these one-way, one-vehicle wide dirt roads. Only problem is they're not actually one-way. That's the issue. Like, they are winding 2-way roads, one vehicle wide, where the edge of the road is a literal drop off of a fucking mountain. And so you're navigating your way up these fjord roads, and you're seeing like crosses and shit where people have gone off the road, and out of nowhere this fog will roll in and fuck your shit up so you can't see at all. Oh, it's so beautiful. Should have brought the fox home. Dude, that fox was so sick. A black and white Arctic fox was like screaming at me and shit during one of the IRLs out there. Oh, it was so fun. Yo, Irish, what up, dog? What's the build stats looking like these days? So right now, I mean, I'm still working on the armor and shit. Still have to fully upgrade everything. But Faith is sitting at 82, Vitality at 133. Trying to trim some more Vitality, push Faith up. Hopefully get up above 100 Faith type shit relatively soon. Corrupted, what up? Emma, what up? Servers better know? Oh, yeah. Yeah, servers are flawless at this point in time. At least they have been for me. I've had no disruptions for about a week now. Actually, that's a lie. Since Thursday. Almost a week. Not quite a week. Just waiting for the go ahead. Oh yeah, it's been real fun. This last weekend, they worked some magic on the servers somehow, and that shit has been smooth since then. Some people are reporting some really weird frame drops still, but that's the worst thing that they're getting. And I think all things considered, minor issue to have in the long term. You know what I mean? All right, let me bring out these bowls, and I will be right back. And then we start blasting. Un momento. Still hot. Still hot. Everything's terrible. Strangely, because my FPS went up today, almost 10 FPS on average. Yeah, I don't even have my FPS on display, so I'm not gonna make anything up like that. But my games felt smooth before the update today. Feels smooth after the update today. I have no reason to hate whatsoever, if I'm being completely honest. I'm actually quite happy with it. Now, of course, there is the very out there element of, sure, they could have dropped a larger patch today in a lot of people's minds. But honestly, knowing that there's another patch later this week, I don't really think we're in too deep or anything. I think they got plenty of control over it. No dog water opening feeler class. I mean, it depends on who you ask and what you're looking for type shit. Personally, I really feel like every class and nearly every weapon has the potential to clear all content at a good speed. Obviously, there are going to be things that are stronger, you know, more self-sustaining. There are going to be better options. But I really do feel as though there are not many just completely unusable options whatsoever in the game right now. It does feel like they have a very good baseline for people to come in and cook what they want to cook up, which I think is one of the most encouraging things with this being an early access and the game being this, you know, this early on right now. The fact that, yeah, they have some outliers, they have some unintended bugs that are actually coming in and impacting the game, right? But they do have a really good baseline for things. I have actually quite enjoyed their baseline. I think they have almost nailed it. Obviously, that means there's still work to bring in, still shit to do. But man, I'm not gonna lie, like, the game is fun. It's got cozy appeal for people that want to look at it on a surface level of just, oh, look at this cute new multiplayer game that came out, right? You can play with a group of up to 4. It's cozy, it's cute, there are a lot of fucking pop culture references. SpongeBob being a mob, like Gorgon Ratsy's toothpick for one of the spears. It's just, it's a fun game that doesn't take itself too seriously, that also provides a lot of really solid depth in combat systems that people might not expect, which has been the thing that caught me the most off guard. When I was talking about the game before playing it, I was always telling chat, I think I'll go in and look at it as a cute game, but I won't see it as much more than that. And I kind of like scoffed at it, right? I came in a few days after early access, and I immediately started cooking. And I said, oh shit, I did not take this seriously enough. I did not give this its flowers. And every day since then, I have come back in and blasted content. I've run multiple different builds now. I have researched pretty much every build that's available to me. And at this point in time, dog, I've been impressed. I think if they can continue bringing in content at a reasonable clip, they might have something good. They really might have something good. Only thing is, it's never, in my opinion, going to be, you know, a real MMO. It's always going to be kind of MMO-like. We're gonna look at builds. I make mine. But in terms of, like, builds that exist, the Discord, FAREVER Discord has some builds there, but that's a Discord build. I wouldn't trust that. Depending on what you're looking to run, we can probably help in chat type shit. Oh, cook builds that follow. You got the 2 types of people, I swear to God. I swear to God. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We probably have somebody in chat that plays a mage. No, wait. You're looking for a bow, so you're playing rogue, right? Oh, wait, we can definitely get you good rogue builds if you're playing a rogue. We have a lot of people that are cooking up rogues. So, especially once you get into late game stuff. Because a lot of the weapons, like every weapon, pretty much, except for 1 for each class, will have 2 class validity. So, my weapons are warrior and priest, right? So, I'm priest, so I can use this. One of the weapons that a lot of people have been saying they're having an insane amount of fun with on, I can't show you, but it's like a ninja star, and you throw them out and they like blow up on mobs. They have like a builder spender with a detonate on it, And even though they're not necessarily like metas, so to say, a lot of people have been having a fucking blast with that shit. But any information like online, some of it's accurate, some of it's not. We can definitely figure out builds in here for anyone that needs them though. I think Mage has a bow too. Mage has something. I know Mage has their fire staff. So Mage has their like their fire staff Magma Mia build where they just go around flamethrowing, which is kind of lit. Maybe I make a rogue next. And people say Cheese Moon's pretty cracked. Yeah, I mean Cheese Moon is what most people are running on a rogue. I want to say it's like Cheese Moon Spear, right? For rogue. That a lot of people are running. Can they run Spear? I want to say Spear is Rogue Priest, right? But that's also a melee type build. In terms of bow builds, I think people are using Sponge Blob bow. But Chronos Eagle Buckwild on Claudia's setup. I do also have Ram at this point in time in my storage. So I have Ramulus and Rammus in green, providing I didn't accidentally salvage them. Is there like dual axe or dual dagger? Yes. Yes. There are multiple dual wield weapons. Dagger's Cheese Moon is the best single target. The bows are really good for AoE farming. Right. Yeah, Cheese Moon seems really popular for single target farm. Because that just scales up your crit, right? And then you scale crit like fucking crazy. Bro, it's so hot. Ah! I'm actually dying. It is so genuinely fucking hot. It has dropped 3 degrees over the course of my 6.5 hour stream. Unfortunately, passive doesn't get crit in Arsenal. Gotcha. So you just bleed and heal off of it? Yeah, makes sense. Holy shit, boys. This weather is fucking cooked. I swear to God, I don't know if it's supposed to be this hot again tomorrow. I need to check. Because if it is, I'm putting in the fucking air conditioners. Oh, sick. Tomorrow it's only supposed to be 84. Instead of the peak of 90 today. I want to die. I'm gonna have to wake up early as shit tomorrow and like close all the windows and the blinds so the sun can't get in, or it's gonna get hot as fuck. I can't wait for 65 degree weather. It's 65 and 70 after that. It settles the fuck down. But god damn, bro. It's still May? And I'm pretty sure in May it was also in the 30s. Like I'm 99% certain that we had 30 degree May weather as well. Which this is some goddamn bullshit. Like, absolute bullshit. Wait, what? Oh god, alright. Is this a legendary run, chat? Because I do not think this is a legendary run. I'm getting like delirious, it's so hot. This is one of the hottest days I've had in the stream room for a while. Gladius Dagger, Arsenal outpaces a few other cancels done. Do you lack sustain? I feel like the big thing about Rogue that a lot of people have said is just that it lacks sustain in most of the builds. Which I can say as a priest, if I'm being honest, don't lack sustain. Like at all. That's been the coziest thing about me so far. Bet hot weather and double comm setup. Oh god, dude. And the computers are the furthest point away from the window too, so nobody can jump in the window and take the computers. South Georgia, not gonna lie, I'm upset when it's below 60 degrees. Bro, we're not made for this shit up here. We get like a few days of summer above 90 degrees. And apparently this is one of them out of fucking nowhere. I don't really understand where the hell it came from. But y'all can have that shit back. Just straight up, I don't want it. I will take my 65 to 70 degree weather all the fucking time, day in, day out, bro. I'm not made for this. It's so humid up here too. When I went to Phoenix to visit my girlfriend's family, we went down and 90 degree weather in Phoenix, no problem. None whatsoever. gorgeous weather, if I do say so myself. Made me incredibly happy to be a part of. You would sweat, but the sweat would immediately evaporate off of you. So it was like you were never sweating in the first place. Brother, I think I have had the same sweat on my forehead for about 12 hours today. Like the same one. It's awful. Anybody find a good spot to farm pumpkins? They're not in game yet, unfortunately. We were hoping they'd bring them in with the update today, but dry versus humid heat, bro. The dry versus humid heat is fucking awful. It's terrible. I talked to for hitting level 5 for box. Does it just go in your inventory? I don't know if you have to talk to anybody. Chat. Level 5 box. That just goes in your inventory, right? Or am I tripping? Dry heat all day? Bro, I would love some dry heat comparatively to this ass, whatever it is. Whatever it is a mistake. It reminds me, one time last summer, we went for a walk one day, and it was so hot and so humid, it felt like you were walking through, like, an indoor heated pool room that has all of the steam in the air and, like, the chlorine and shit. Oh, dude, it was awful. Pull the box from a mob or test after hitting level 5. Just any mob, and then it just ends up in your inventory. Explains why I thought it was from the inventory. I just kept killing shit, and then chat eventually told me I had something in my inventory for it. That makes sense. So just keep killing shit. You should be good. Yo, Keith.
Yo, how's it going?
Thank you for 10 months, Doc. It's going extremely well. How are you? It is hot as fuck up here. I've been bitching all day. It hit 90 up here, and my ass isn't made for it. I'm not, bro. I'm not about that life. I'm not ready for it. Start sweating as soon as you open the door and before you're in hot humidity. Yeah. It's awful. It's awful. Meanwhile, in Phoenix, 90-degree day, I would wake up, I'd take a nice hot shower to start my day, and then after my hot shower, I'd go out into the sunlight, and it would dry me off so quick. Never got a box for hitting level 5. Get fucked, pussy. Just go back from Vegas. Oh no. Dude, Vegas is hot as fuck. Vegas was punishing when I was there. We decided to go for a walk from like our hotel to, we stayed at the MGM Grand Signature when we went to Vegas for the Kendrick concert. So I'm still trying to retrain myself. I'm actually excuse me. But I have it wrapped bro, that thing's so long. So I'm really this might be like the longest command that we have. I feel like we need to trim that down. But when we went to Vegas for the Kendrick Lamar concert, we stayed at the MGM Grand Signature, and we decided to walk from the MGM Grand Signature to Planet 13, which is a dispensary, and we looked it up on maps, and I think it said it was like a couple miles away or something like that. And we started walking, and immediately we were like, oh fuck, this is rough. Oh, this is buns. It's a fucking walk. Bro, anything over there is a fucking walk. Oh my god, it's ass. Florida's Vegas mistake, underestimating the walks. We done did it, brother. I'm not gonna lie. When we go to Boston, when we went to New York, I mean, shit, any of that was completely walkable. I don't know what it is, but Vegas, you look out the window of your hotel and it looks like it's one street away, and then you're actually walking and the streets just keep getting longer. It's like a paradoxical street expansion. It's fucking crazy. It's streetception in that bitch. I didn't understand it. I just wanted to get myself some weed, and we were walking for like 3 hours, bro. It was fucking terrible. And then we pull up, and honestly, Vegas weed kind of foo-foo. It was overpriced as hell. And they had like, you know, normal weed from normal grows that was relatively overpriced. And then they had wrapper weed that was testing at like 1 to 2% above normal weed, but for whatever reason was like $400 an ounce. And I'm just like, brother, how the fuck do you guys sell any of this? And they were basically like, old tourists. They come, they want to try weed. They're rich. They buy wrapper weed. They get zoinked off wrapper weed. Squid, thank you for following myself. They get zoinked off wrapper weed, and then they just, you know, don't care about it ever again. And I was like, all right, bet, let me get the 120 an ounce shit. I hated it. Hated it out there. It's not good 120 an ounce compared to what we have here either, bro. I swear to God. Trick to Vegas is to not leave your hotel. Yeah, I mean, I didn't gamble or anything while I was out there. I don't make enough money to gamble. So, went for EDC. It was fucking packed this year for the 3rd year. That's the... right? Type shit. And like the whoop, 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 whoop. Like all that shit. Is EDC more or more wub wub? Because I know some are and some are wub 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 wub. Both. Oh, that's fire. That sounds very fun. They got many stages. Where's my invite? I'd have fucking pulled up. Bro, I didn't have anything going on last weekend. The fuck? Some friend you are. God. God. Weapons you rocking? I'm running Ram as well as Crab Shield in my main hand, and then I have Bee Fury in my arsenal slot. So Bee Fury gives me the Bee Shield around myself anytime I use a weapon ability for 10 seconds. And also gives me my 3, which strips 40% of mob magic resist anybody that's hit, and then gives it to me instead. So I just become 40% stronger to magic resist. Very, very, very solid. I've liked this a lot, and until my B build gets fixed, I am working on a B build, well, trying to farm up my 2nd legendary for my B build right now. But once that gets fixed, there are some rather debilitating bugs with the build right now that I'm kind of hoping that they'll fix soon. But as soon as that's fixed, I actually think the B build has competitive damage potential with this caliber of build. It's just going to require a little bit more ramp than this build. This build just kind of starts smacking and goes 0 to 100 constantly. And you're getting so many procs and modifiers on all your damage. It's truly fucking wild. Go smoke the Ritz. When he was with Strange Music, it was pretty dope. I met Tech at a concert once. How are y'all just smoking with everybody? Dream go, thank you for following much health. I'm going to see Lil Wayne in July. And honestly, I'm hyped for the concert, but I'm also preparing myself that it is going to be a July concert in the humid Maine heat with 2 50-year-old men, Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz, trying to put on a show in Bangor, Maine. And I plan to bring the doinkiest of doinks and hope that they invite me on stage because my cannons look fat. I want to just roll up some absolute troll thumbs and start smoking on those bad boys, because we're going to be in like 1st or 2nd row. I don't remember which row we are, but I'm taller than everybody anyways. So I'm just going to be like poking up head above the crowd like a giraffe, just... Would you take it, chat? Would you take it? Who's giggling on me? Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever met any like musically inclined individuals. Cause like, I'm gonna be real, people don't really come up to Maine much, and I was too poor for like 99% of my life to travel and do anything. So like, any of the concerts that I went to were just like small local concerts. The Kendrick Lamar concert that Carla brought me to for my boy, was that for my birthday or Christmas birthday, something like that. The Kendrick Lamar concert was an unreal experience. It was gorgeous, it was art, it was cinema, it was, dude, it was fucking beautiful. I cannot speak enough good about like how fun that concert was to attend. And then since then, we haven't really gone to a concert. So Lil Wayne will be a fucking slapper. But I don't know, I've been to a ton of concerts. I've been to like more clouded comedians than more like clouded concerts. I don't know, it's also meet and greet pics. Went to a few between Milltown and Shottown. Fucking Chicago. Why Chicago? Hopefully we get another album since Drake decided to Kendrick after 2 years. Don't get me started on this. Don't get me started on this. But I wish that instead of trying to drop 3 albums, he maybe made sure that his first album that he was dropping from that entire thing was going to be good. Because Carla understands that I am a listen to album from start to finish, no skips type person first time through. and we were driving back from Boston and put Iceman on in the car to listen start to finish. And it is one of the only albums that has ever got the Carla, I don't like this, can we turn it off reaction. She is very receptive to a lot of music. And we were just like, we were yapping about the songs after every song. And it just felt like an uninspired, emotionless project. And I don't mean from like a lyrical standpoint. The written words were fine, but it felt like Drake wasn't behind the written words like he used to be. You know what I mean? It felt like he wasn't saying that shit with his whole chest. And it felt like the album was rehearsed and recited instead of driven by passion. Apparently he did this to get out of his UMG deal. Dropped all 3? Interesting. I wonder if he made dog shit albums to try to make as little money as humanly possible for UMG on the way out. I'd believe that. That'd be 4D chess. So, why would he want out of the UMG deal? Because Kendrick made fun of him for his splits? So now he wants to go independent because he's large enough? Because, I mean, honestly, I feel like everybody should want to get away from Universal Music Group. But, sorry if you're out there, Universal Music. I know you are quite literally always out there. If you are looking for aspiring artists, I spit hot fire and also am talented with the ad-libs. Thank you. Happy to help. I have many different different ad-libs in my directory. So happy to help out there. Chat Mike. Oh wait, no, I do know someone musically inclined. Tory Lane's ad-lib guy comes into chat. I swear to God, I'm not making that up. Seba Snow comes into chat frequently. Free Tory. But yeah, that's my musical claim to fame right now. I could actually probably get on stage with Seba and spit some mean ad-libs if Meg the Stallion would stop shooting herself in the foot or whatever happened with that. Did Tory Lanez shoot somebody or what was the whole allegation with that? I don't stay really up to date, but if I remember correctly, it was like a party and then they were leaving and then somebody got shot in the foot or some bullshit, so they got all upset. And now Tory Lanez in jail or something. I don't really follow that much. But where's Seba when I need him? Seba, give me the rundown. I feel like there's probably a lot more to it than that too. Anyways, what was the UMG deal that was like so restrictive? Because I know not of deals. I am actually I am an independent artist. Yes. No Lil Dicky. I'm out here doing it. Truly. Is Lil Dicky even independent? Or is Lil Dicky signed? I don't know if Lil Dicky's independent. Something Megan Thee Stallion lied about some shit. So he shot her in the foot, right? Which, honestly, I say reasonable, don't fucking lie and then you won't get shot in the foot. If somebody has a gun pointed at me and they're telling me that they want to know the truth and I lie to them and they shoot me, then that's kind of on me. I'm just fucking putting that out there. Sorry to any Megan Thee Stallions in the chat. But I feel like if there's a gun involved, you probably just try to, like, you know, put out whatever's gonna defuse the situation and don't necessarily try to argue and elevate with the person that has, I don't know, a fucking blicking tin pointed at my toes. I would like to not get involved there, but no, I probably wouldn't want to have the blicky pointed at me either. I'd probably be freaking the fuck out. I'd probably try to stream that shit. No Jack Doherty. Goodness gracious. I don't know, man. Everybody just... Y'all remember when Gilbert Arenas brought a gun into the locker room? Gilbert Arenas liked one of my Instagram pictures back in like 2015 when Instagram was still popping. Because I went to a state fair and they had the basketball thing there and I absolutely drained them out of their stuffed animals. And I posted on Instagram with the caption Hibachi. And then he liked it because Hibachi was saying, Crab, drop me gold claws. Me next, please. Me next. I would very much wait. So do you have gold claws and gold staff now? Because you're kind of running hot, if so. Kind of running insanely hot. Golly. Run Plexico Burst shot himself in the leg. God fucking damn. God fucking damn it. Jason Pierre-Paul trying to fucking catch and throw back a firework and then just blasting his hand into oblivion. Athletes doing stupid shit. Oh, JPP. Sports! CTE. What a wonderful thing. Who else has done crazy shit? You remember the Shaq and Kobe beef? Where Shaq went into a bar and started rapping about Kobe and ended it with, "Hey Kobe, tell me how my ass tastes." Because I remember that, like, vaguely. Like, one of those commercials that you saw when you were a kid, and you can't really, like, place what the commercial was for, but you know you saw the commercial. The Shaq and Kobe beef was crazy. R.I.P. Kobe. Sorry to any Kobe's in the chat. Kobe, please. Jesus Christ, back to the dead. Oh my god. Chat, where were you when TMZ broke the news that Kobe Bryant died? I was working courtside to go at Applebee's, and I told everybody at the store because I was on Twitter 90% of the time that I was at Applebee's, and I immediately saw it once TMZ tweeted the article, and I said, "Oh fuck, Kobe's dead," and everybody went, "What?" Like, when 9/11 happened, I was a wee lad in elementary school, so I didn't really understand the reactions in the levity. And I'm assuming this is like the closest reaction that was, you know, feasible at that point in time. People stopped moving, man. People were crying. Like, people at Applebee's were crying because Kobe died. It was ridiculous. People were like wearing Kobe jerseys under their fucking Applebee's unis and shit, bro. It was crazy. It was the craziest shit that I had ever seen. It was this entire societal mourn, the likes of which I, as an adult, have seen for Kobe and Harambe, I think, at this point in time. I do believe. Remember when Aaron Hernandez? Oh my god, brother. The Patriots had a fucking killer tight end duo, though. Like, if they had Gronk in his prime, and they would have been able to cover up the Hernandez murders for a few more years, they genuinely could have made Tom Brady even more undisputably the GOAT. Brother, if Bill could have just come through, and like Bill and Robert Kraft could have just paid off the cops that were investigating the Hernandez murders, or paid somebody to take the fall, or got Aaron Hernandez out of jail somehow, brother, they would have probably won 4 or 5 more Super Bowls, because the strain on Gronk wouldn't have been as heavy either, so Gronk's injuries to his arms likely wouldn't have happened as quickly, so you would have had a healthy, not torn down Rob Gronkowski with an absolute fucking cold-blooded killer, Aaron Hernandez, on the other side. They were stacked at that point in time. Like, absolute stacked. Explosive diarrhea enjoyment is underrated. No, I feel like everyone always enjoys it to a certain extent. It's always like an, oh shit, this is awful, but you always feel the good purge after. I feel like the most important thing is the purge after a good one. It's like a cleanse. You have to sit there and acknowledge that you are now a void. Chat, you know, fun fact. Humans are basically donuts, because we have one continuous hole that goes from our mouth to our butthole, and we're just built around the negative space that is that hole. So at any point in time when you're walking around, you're just transporting this little protected pocket of negative space that is your bodicy. It's basically like your intestines and shit, like the middle of those where the food goes. And the entire negative space is just processing food into poop over and over and over again, and we're just one giant moving poop factory, but we haven't figured out as a society what to do with the poop yet. Once we learn how to use the poop, I feel like the full circle is discovered. I feel like it's completely normal to get turned on getting your prostate checked out. Yeah, I pay good money for it. I'm gonna jerk off. Fuck do you mean? Doctor's visits, what, like a couple $100 if it's cheap? Forgive me for getting my money's worth. I don't think it's a bad thing. Every conversation you have, including your best friend, start off saying, this is off the record. Also, if you're jerking off in a prostate exam. Chanji. Thank you, my goat. A large exclamation key. Chat, if you guys are ever feeling down in life, you need a little exclamation key from DJ Khaled to get through the day. Exclamation key will get you a DJ Khaled quote from a very up-to-date database of DJ Khaled quotes for your disposal. Happy to be here. What's the matter with prostate? Checked out. Still one in the chamber. Didn't expect to say let's check it. Well, you gotta fucking keister that shit. Suck it back in, brother. What do you mean? What do you mean? If he's poking around, he's gotta be prepared. You don't go out into the rain without an umbrella. Furry safe space, you're not gonna get to me. Brother, I was born in this, molded by it. My brothers convinced my parents to let me watch Superbad when I was a wee lad. A very wee lad. My parents were like, it's not that raunchy, is it? Cue the start of the movie. We shouldn't be letting Dusty watch this. It's already too late. I was cursed. I grew up watching Chappelle Show, Superbad, Step Brothers, Talladega Nights. Lot of Chappelle Show. Saw Dave Chappelle do stand-up live. That was fucking lit. Lot of Chappelle Show though. Lot of Chappelle Show. I fucking loved Chappelle Show. I heard he might be coming back to do another Chappelle Show. I'm gonna level all now for the shards. Yeah, you trying to grab me some while you're over there? Chappelle Show goated? Oh, brother. I used to go spend nights at my brother's. And I would basically stay the night, watch him raid and game, and then I would watch Chappelle Show while I was watching him raid and game and shit, whether he was playing Warcraft 3 or he was actually playing WoW. Depending on the night type shit. But Chappelle Show or Futurama would be up on the TV, and I would just be watching him game, watching TV, hanging out, asking him questions, and that was mostly how I got into gaming. Oh, I can afford a trip to Maine to give you some shards. Listen. We can plan a meetup. We'll meet halfway. I can always drive a little bit. For something like that, it's worth it. I don't mean the shards. I mean seeing you, buddy. Chappelle fell off hard, though. I don't know. I think the scope of being a comedian is a lot different than it was in Chappelle's era. I think when you look at movies like Superbad that were generational classics back in the, you know, Dave Chappelle, you know, raunchier era, so to say, it was a little bit different of a comedic structure for people. And saying dick butt fart back then could make a room absolutely crack up. And now you say dick butt fart and everyone's like, oh my god, you're so immature. Oh, be an adult. And I feel like everyone's afraid to laugh at a good fart joke now. First things first. But when you look at the, I don't know, the early to mid 2000s, then early 2010s comedy, it did change a lot. Like, I saw the first three major comedians that I saw live were Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K., and then Flight of the Conchords, if you consider them a comedian, so to say. And honestly, beautiful. Beautiful. It was a wonderful time. Honestly, I have core memories from each of those shows, and it was before Louis C.K. jerked off in front of everybody. But keep in mind, I don't even understand why Louis C.K. jerking off in front of people was such a big deal, because everybody was literally like, yeah, he asked if he could jerk off in front of us, and we didn't say no, and so he jerked off in front of us. Hear me out! What if they just told him, Louis, please put your penis away, sir? Goodness fucking gracious. Then we could actually cancel Louis C.K. But poor guy's just trying to enjoy some schlong time out here. Fucking hell. So, saw Louis C.K. before he decided to jerk off in front of everybody. Dave Chappelle, after he was booed off stage in Hartford, Connecticut, like the literal show. They thought he was kidding and then he did it. Okay, well, hear me out. Take him seriously. Listen. If someone comes in a chat and they're like, Dusty, you want me to donate $10,000? And I say, yeah, fuck it, go for it. And they donate $10,000, I can't act all shocked Pikachu like, wow, I had no idea that you were actually going to do that. Holy cannoli, me oh my. No, they told me they were gonna do it. They donated the $10,000. Why am I mad? You get sucked into the Findom streams. I am the Findom stream. What the fuck do you mean? Brother, I know that you have no sub badge, so you know not how it goes here. But let me tell you what. You'd be shocked though. It was such a weird situation. Can you just imagine being mid-conversation? Like, we're just chilling at TwitchCon, and I'm like, mind if I rub one out real quick? So yeah, go for it, Just keep on going with the conversation. You're just telling me about, you know, how you ended up, you know, finding the stream and stuff, and you just hear a slight. We're not going down this route. Volcano. I'll make you Volcano. Volcano is shit from a butt. He's bugged out. What bugged out with him? Wait, why are you hating Volcano? What's going on with the bugs? Bro, I think my brain is melting, I'm not gonna lie. We might actually be devolving right now. No way, they're duping chests right now. Excuse me? What do you mean they're duping chests right now? Excuse me. Like, they open the chest. If they don't get the Dominion, they lag switch. That's no fucking... there's no way. There's no way. So basically, people previously were duping the Dominions. Now they're duping the chests that the Dominions are coming out of. Yeah, welcome to MMOs, man. Welcome to MMOs. Why does Trash Mobs hit harder than the boss on hard for Ratsar? That, my friend, I cannot tell you. Absolute cinema. What do you mean they're doing it right now? Like, are they like in Discord saying that they've got the dupe and that they're running it? Or like, how brazen is this? Because I feel like the developers got to respond to that. If they're just like, I saw level 5 spamming the chest. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, I feel like the devs got to respond to that shit. It'll be interesting to see how they handle it in a level 20 area, by the way. They can just run to the level 20 area though, right? So that's not that crazy. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like, this is the cat and mouse game that they play. When one dupe gets fixed, another one is going to be uncovered somewhere along the line. When one bug gets fixed, another one is also going to... You know, another one's gonna be uncovered. How are they surviving the mob chest? Right, because it summons in the mob wave, right? Interesting. Yeah, this shit knows how the client said. I mean, even that's not gonna help. We had this discussion earlier, but no game that exists on a largely played scale is completely free of any form of bug, right? Even the titans of the industry, this industry and every other, has bugs, unintended interactions, exploits, everything along the way. And pretty much anything with a loot table How's the potential for dupes? Pumpkins in our game? No pumpkins in game that we've seen. I don't know if they're coming from anywhere or not yet, but I haven't seen any. Servers gotten more stable since last Wednesday. Oh god, yeah. Oh yeah. Servers are actually like playable now. They're not having any more server outages or disruptions or anything like that. They're doing quite well. The fact that the new server authoritative is actually insanely super for a multiplayer game. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people upset with it. I'm not a game developer by any means. One thing I do know though is that pretty much every game that I have played, again, I can't tell you if every game that I've played is server-side authoritative or client-side authoritative. However, what I can confidently say is a large majority of the games that I have played in my life have bugs, dupes, or exploits, or all three, or some combination of the three. Whether server-side, client-side, indie, AAA, anything in between. I personally cannot think of a fully bug-free multiplayer game in any capacity. I don't know if I'm just not seeing it like that. Maybe not seeing it the same way. But I don't really see a world where even if they took it off of the current setup, if they changed it up completely, just knowing MMOs and knowing player-driven games and knowing ARPGs and knowing anything with loot tables and players interacting with those loot tables, it's not gonna matter. People will just find something, some way to get a form of dupe, to get a bug, to get anything to get ahead. People will always be looking to break it. And every game that's existed so far along the way has, unfortunately for some, paved the way to, you know, here's how you can identify some of these bugs. Here's what to look for. Here's where to look for them type shit. And it is really unfortunate. But that's where the dev side comes in. If they can manage to address those things quickly, then phenomenal. If they can't, Brody, we cooked. We cooked. Now, I still think that even though they said there's no wipe incoming, blah, 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 a 1.0 wipe is all but inevitable. I don't want to speak for the developers, but like a wipe going into 1.0, I think would not only preserve the state of the game, people are going to be upset about it. I proposed earlier fresh start servers instead of wipe for those that are upset, and that made more people upset. I don't really give a fuck one way or the other because I have more time to play than literally anybody else, so it doesn't bother me. But people seem really averse to both, if I'm being honest. Really shows incomes of the devs. They made everything client side. Actually seen. It's like rule 1 for any multiplayer online game that has any ounce of competitiveness. I don't really think there's any competitiveness in this game, though, in all fairness. I feel like the amount of sweat and competitiveness that has been brought into this game is something that was entirely outside of their realm of what they thought would happen. Keep in mind, Shiro's published multiple titles before, multiple successful titles, and they're a pretty well-loved development studio in the RTS scene. And they, like, you know, they put out titles before. I don't really think it's a matter of them being completely incompetent, but again, I'm not really a game dev to speak to that. But basically, we're letting people want the game however they want. Right. That's what I've gathered from it, but I don't really understand why they would leave it that open, because from what I've gathered, there's like no anti-cheat or anything with it as well. But again, I'm kind of a self-proclaimed idiot when it comes to these things. I try to understand, but it's not my forte. I'm much more of a gameplay guy myself than the actual back end, which I try to learn, but I think admitting you're an idiot is the first step to solving the problem. So I try to do all that. But so is it basically when you go client side, the user is able to just throw in a lot of extra shit that's not supposed to be executed at that point in time? I think wiping items and levels makes sense, but achievements, mounts, and gliders and curves would be so lame. Yeah, I mean, if they do a wipe, I'd be fine with them nuking characters. This is also part of why I say a fresh start server versus a legacy server for those that want to continue playing on their, you know, their playtesting characters, so to say. But if they do wipe everything, wiping characters and just keeping transmogs, keeping gliders, mounts, shit like that, literally no problem with that whatsoever, in my opinion. I would be very down for that. Shit, I'd be down for that on a seasonal basis. However, this game doesn't really have a lot of competitiveness or any form of competition to it, so to say. So even from a standpoint of like comparing it to a Diablo, you don't even have ladder launches or anything. Assuming users can fully modify the client however they want. If it was server authoritative, what would happen is when a client makes a move, for example, they request the server to move, and the server does checks and then moves the player and sends an update to the player where they should be. So client side makes things feel smoother to handle, which is why my game feels so snappy. But server side is more monitored and safe, basically, is the large difference. So it's a big detriment to server side that those checks, if they're not done properly, can take time and then can create lag and input delay. Because I can definitely name a few games that had a lot of that shit. Techniques to mitigate what you're talking about with the client side prediction, reconciliation, etc. You sound like you know what you're talking about. So FPS competitive shooters do it. Interesting. And is that where you get into like the server tick rate? Because in my shooter time, in-game, of course, I feel like I should clarify with the whole, like, you have the server tick rate, which is like how frequently your server refreshes. So the server is basically giving an up-to-date communication every X amount of time. And in between those communications, the game is more or less just guessing where you're supposed to go. Maybe it's 20 milliseconds or something, but you run your client faster than that. Right, so the client just more or less has to guess based on my prediction. Or based on my input. It's interesting. Do you make games? If so, what games? Can you share your rings and amulet? Yeah, of course, my friend. I use 2 of these. 2 crit rings. And then my amulet is fervor. I will be right back. I'm going to fill up my water with some nice cold water for the remainder of the grind. In a moment. bitches. I've returned. And it's hot. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's 83 in the stream room. It's starting to drop a little bit. But man, I'm dying, bro. Excuse me. I'm falling apart. I am sweating. I feel like I have actually worked hard this stream, like physically. I feel like the way that I did when I finished up basketball practice in college, bro. I am like actually beat. It's fucking crazy. This is the hardest like physical stream that I've rocked in a minute. And I've done 24-hour streams. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, basically interpolating and extrapolating. In some cases, might be the only guy in the game. Whoa, wait. That has no duped items in his inventory. Why? Is everybody just trading and duping like crazy? Bro, forgive me for trying to play games fucking ethically. I don't think you traded? Yeah, no, I haven't traded. I am completely ethical. I only give things away. I am fully legit. I don't know, I didn't do, but hey. It's kind of like my mentality in New World, right? When people would ask me if I RMT'd, because I had 8 characters on 8 different servers. And people would be like, Dusty, how are you so geared? You must be swiping, you must be spending money, right? And I'd say, me spending money? No. However, this guild reached out to me and said, hey Dusty, we'll level you and gear you a character if you want to come over and play wars for us. And I said, hell yeah, brother, I'll be right there. I didn't ask questions. I asked no questions whatsoever. Why need to cheat a game that doesn't require business to do content? The delicate ego. Because instead of min-maxing something that matters, like running a mile, or bending over and touching their toes, or, you know, learning how to cook a new meal, people would rather min-max a game that isn't even competitive whatsoever to try to say that they're rank 1 in something, instead of taking a min-maxy mentality to a game that supports it with an esports level competitive structure, where min-maxing is actually the emphasis. Everybody that can't actually min-max and succeed in competitive titles comes to titles like this that are supposed to be fun to try to shit on everybody else because it's a smaller player base and it's easier for them to succeed. I've seen it so many times with people trying to work their way into PvP based games as well. And in some smaller titles, you would see people come in like when New World wasn't necessarily at its healthiest, right? You'd see new guilds and new players come in from other games, and they'd be like, oh, we're about to run this shit. And we'd always remind them that a Chrysler 300 looked like a Phantom till a Phantom shows up. And whenever they would think they were the Phantom, they were quickly reminded by all the New World companies that they were not the Phantom. And just so many people. 3 players with Dominion and EU all duped it and gatekept it. And they're flexing the shit out of it. You wanna know what's crazy? I may or may not have salvaged my level 18 Dominion. Like the other day. I might have accidentally added it to a salvage and not checked. Because you can't lock any items in your inventory. It wouldn't be the first dumb thing that I've done, and definitely won't be the last. But got a red-handed best detective. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I don't understand that aspect of games. Your my way to a bug was level 19 purple. Goodness. And that bud duped the fuck out of it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think people get into some games with the wrong mentalities nowadays, and I don't wanna pocket watch and tell people like how to play games. That's always my, you know, my last intent, right? But man, I'm so shocked when people want to come over to a game like this solely with the goal of min-maxing shit. and not with the goal of just having fun at the forefront. But when you bring up going to a title that has esports to actually min-max and promote the min-maxing, they're like, oh, nah, that shit's too sweaty. Great parsed over there. Nah, I can't do that. A mount? Another mount! Yes, 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 yes. Keep in mind, chat, every mount that I find is a mount that you guys find. Because I will be giving away all of my extra mounts that I have. I have already claimed that one and the one off the boss. So any mounts that I get go into the table of mounts to give away to chat. Very, very, very soon. I think this weekend I'll probably do a big mount giveaway for people. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. What mount was that? It is one of the ladybugs. There are a couple of different colorways of ladybug that drops from here, and I have found both of them today, so we are up tremendous. I also have a bunch of hounds and stuff, and then if anybody wants to donate mounts, I will happily take donated mounts to give away to chat as well. We'll do marble shoutcasts and all that shit. So, where do the bats come from? I need to get myself some skunk mounts too. Skunk mount kind of sounds lit. I won't lie, that sounds quite nice, but... Multiple colors drop from the same dungeon? Yes, exactly. Exactly, I can show you after this clear. From kobolds? Wait, is it a mount or is it a glider? Because back glider would go fucking hard. Although, I like my dragon. Boss cobalt gliders. Oh, gliders. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. No. Another full inventory. All disappointment, chat. All disappointment. I do have Lego wing sabers, though. That I was able to source completely organically. All myself. Hard-earned, ethical, free-range, organically farmed Lego wing sabers. Truly up tremendous on this fine day. I am grateful for all the opportunities. I'd like to thank the Academy. I'd like to thank the stream, the team, the A-team. All that. That's so cool. I like my little dragon. I don't think we got... Why we gotta not say my dragon looks cool? I feel like my dragon looks cool as hell, too. I feel like y'all are discriminating against a yellow motherfucker. And by that, I mean my dragon. Because he's yellow. You really hate to see that shit. The black and red dragon is sick? Oh, so only the black and red dragon is cool to you? You know, like my yellow dragon because he's yellow? Because he looks a little different than the black and red dragon? Thought I raised this community better than that. I am fucking disappointed in you guys. In today's day and age, I thought we could love a fucking dragon for being a dragon. But here we are. Back to where it all began. Fucking disgusting. Disappointing. Everything. That's awful. Awful. You stop that, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Fishy gliders on top. I have one of the koi fish. I do. But I like my dragon. And I feel like I saw too many other people with the koi fish. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so fucking hot. I'm so fucking sweaty, it's like uncomfortable. I've been here for 7.5 hours of misery. Oh! Everything's so bad. Everything's so bad right now. Chat, I don't want summer. I'm not ready for summer. Everything about summer is bad right now. I'm just not excited. I'm not excited at all. Oh my god. Dude, if it's gonna remain this humid too, I'm so fucking cooked. I'm sweaty, I'm uncomfortable. I got a fan blowing on me and it's still not enough. I just feel myself getting sweatier. Oh, this is so miserable. This is so miserable. Chat, how do y'all live in like hot, sweaty climates, like humid climates? Because this shit's genuinely buns. Come to Bahrain. That sounds hot. I'm not good at geography, but that sounds hot. For Crab Shield over Dominion? Yeah, personally. For anything AoE, I think Crab Shield far surpasses Dominion. Crab Shield also gives really consistent healing numbers on top of the damage numbers that it pumps out. Crab Shield is just really, 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 really good in my opinion. Also, no internal cooldown whatsoever to the block exploding. So, if you're in an AoE standpoint, you can just get 3 stacks off of blocking. Block again, it blows up, re-up your 3 stacks, blow it up again. You can basically just chain off those blocks over and over and over and over and over again. It's really smooth. Personally, after testing Dom and Crab Shield, I prefer Crab Shield just from a handling standpoint. Some people swear by the damage meters and claim that Dominion does more damage in a single target standpoint. Crab Shield does a lot of fucking damage and brings in healing. So I'm not entirely sure if I believe that whole thing. I also would like to remind people that Dominion is dependent on one thing critting. And if that one thing doesn't crit, then your damage goes down horrendous. And if it does crit, then you're good. But Crab Shield Honey Sword pretty good. Yeah, so right now I run Ram, Crab Shield, and then Bee Fury in the offhand. And then when I switch it up, I'm going to be going Bee Fury main hand and then Pocket Hive offhand. I'm trying to farm up the legendary Pocket Hive right now. But Bee Fury offhand, just to keep the Swarm Lord up, the additional ticks of damage, more armor, more everything. It's fucking huge. And then also having 40% magic res strip and plus 40% for me. Brother, that shit's stinky. Like, stinky. It's really good. Really good. So that's been a big defining characteristic of the build so far. Boys, I'm not gonna lie. I think before I go back into the dungeon, I gotta tap out for the night. It's too fucking hot in here. I'll send out a raid type shit, but I'm fucking dying out here. I'm gonna get some fans in the window and try to cool that shit off for tomorrow type thing, cause it's fucking rough out here right now. Let me get a raid together real quick. Boys, if it is your first day here, I appreciate y'all coming through and spending some time with me today. My name is Dusty and I'm not usually this sweaty. However, I do stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. Tomorrow I'll probably be live earlier, right around that time. I usually stream 8 to 12 hours every single day. Today I'm in a fucking sauna, so I'm actually exhausted. I'm gonna go get some nice chilly food, get a good sleep in, and then tomorrow I will be back once again chasing my Pocket Hive. I have had no luck yet. I have found one legendary Wing Saber. We are truly up tremendous there. But the Pocket Hive still evades me. There is another patch coming in with some alleged bug fixes a little bit later this week. So hopefully that's tomorrow. If not, very likely that that's going to be on Thursday. So, as always, if you guys aren't already, make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live on the daily. Those that are here every single day, y'all know how much I appreciate you. Showing up daily for 1,054 days is absolutely crazy. Some of y'all have been here for a little bit of it. Some of y'all been here for a lot of it. Some of y'all been here for longer than the start of the streak. And it truly means the world that everybody shows up on a daily, hangs out, takes time out of their day, spends time with me, and spends time in the community, man. It truly makes it possible, and it's why we're able to do what we do. So, I will be back once again tomorrow. We'll be balling, flossing, saucing, vibing, praying to the RNG lords. So, I hope y'all have a wonderful night. I will catch y'all tomorrow bright and squirrely. Peace. Have a good night, guys. I appreciate